Welcome, dear chess fans, to Switzerland, where in the bilingual city of Biel, the highlight of the Swiss chess culture is happening, because this is the 59th International Biel Chess Festival, kicking off today with the Chess960 event. We're going to be your host for today. My name is Angelika Valkova, and I'm happy to be joined by my colleague, author, coach, and just amazing personality, Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, happy to have you here with me at Biel.
Absolutely, Angelika. Thank you for the warm welcome, and everybody else who is watching the event. It feels great to be here yet again for another spectacular year, 59th already edition. Feels like this is our second home, essentially, but the games are about to start, and I suppose let's just delve in and see what's going to deliver.
Absolutely, let's go there. We see so many fresh faces this year. I mean, Arturs, look at this. We have Aydin has just been playing against Jose, as well as now, yes, against Limle, the only one who is the current tournament, so to say, leader, if we can say, who had already 3 times become a champion of the Biel Chess Festival, and Levon Aronian playing for the first time. Is it a surprise to you seeing him here?
Yeah, I had a chance to speak with Levon a bit yesterday, and I asked him why we are blessed with your presence here, because arguably Levon is one of the greatest players in the history of chess, 4th highest rated player in history by a maximum rating of 2830 ELO. He just said, I wanted to be here, so he wrote to the organizers. They very gladly accepted him, and he's here. And what a matchup, Angelika. The very first round, of course, I mean, he's playing against the recent FIDE Candidates Tournament participant, Matthias Buban.
Yeah, over 30 years, Germany didn't have a single candidate in the candidates tournament, and he is the first one. Everyone would expect probably Vincent to be the first, but it was Matthias, and he had quite a solid tournament. Okay, he lost 2 times draw, but today we're having Chess960. I see some pieces, you know, are not staying in the correct starting position. Please, Arturs, tell us, what is it? What is this variant of chess?
This is called Chess960, essentially, and the viewers, if you're new to this, it goes as follows. It's a chess variant, obviously, where the pawns are standing on their starting squares as usual, but the pieces are being shuffled. And Chess960, or freestyle chess, or Fischer random chess, it has many names. Essentially, you are shuffling the pieces, and all the players of the round, they have to start with exactly the same position. And that's why it was really curious, Angelika, to see that after Levon's d4, Matthias didn't respond immediately. He was like, what is this? And let me try to familiarize myself, because there's no theory here.
And look at this, the castle has just happened. If we just go one move before, just one move before, the king was on f1, the rook was on g1, and what is happening? Okay, let's start from the beginning. So we have d4, d5, knight c3 developing, because queen is standing there in the a1, you want to get it out. And now king is exchanging with the rooks. And this is how castle is happening at the freestyle chess, Chess960, you name it. Amazing, right? So basically in the first move you can castle already.
Yeah, I think it's a definitely good strategy from Levon, because you want to probably get as normal position as you can, because the one thing which is really characteristic to Chess960 that your typical patterns, they do not apply, and that's why I think that most of the players, they are like scaled into categories. So one category is they try to get to a normal position as quickly as they can, so that they can apply some sort of their knowledge. But the second one is they're trying to be very, very creative. And by the way, speaking about Levon, I mean, he is one of the most creative players in the circuit, because people might already forget this, but he was the first 2-time world unofficial world champion in Chess960. I think it was 2007 and 8 or 6 or 7, pardon me, I really don't remember the years, played back then in Mainz, but he's a beast.
He is definitely a beast, and Chess960, one of his favorite formats. Really exciting position here, but I would suggest to go to the bird's eye view to check what else is happening, because we have 2 events. We have Masters and Generation Challenge. So you can see Masters on the top of the screen and the Generation Challenge on the bottom of the screen. Arturs, which positions brings the most attention to you? Like what is the craziest that we can see?
Well, there's definitely a lot of craziness going on, and the first weird things I'm seeing is, let's maybe start from the lower left corner. Alexander Kosteniuk is playing against Tan Shao. and we see Queen E3 already played. I mean, this never literally happens. And next to this game is Marco Matteri against Vaishali. We see, you think it's English opening? No, there's a G4 move on the board. How about that?
Definitely. And this move of Queen A3 looks like, you're maneuvering usually the rook from A1, but it's a queen which is getting remaneuvered. And what about the game in the top right corner, Aydin against Jose, where the king is already on G7, so basically he tried to, maybe he didn't know how to castle, but he decided to put the king to G7 there. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, really exciting. And in the bottom right corner, by the way, Carissa against Svetslav has already trading some pieces on the B7. Which game would you suggest to go next, Arturs?
Yeah, it's really tough to choose. I don't know, maybe Alexandra Kostanyuk. I'm really curious how she got the queen to A3. This already shows definitely some signs of creativity. Her opponent, Xiao Tong, is one of the youngest participants of the event. And by the way, this is also a really great feature of the Challengers tournament. So the main tournaments here are the Masters, and there's the Challengers tournament, where three women players are facing three youngsters, and Xiao is one of the most talented players from China. Alexandra, of course, is a chess legend.
And she's ambassador of the Swiss chess. She's representing Switzerland. She has already played for Switzerland in the previous Olympiad in Budapest. This year, she also mentioned she's going to represent. So it's like a home to her, basically. And we see, some pawn moves now here in the position C4. Has been played. Okay, computer doesn't like many of the opening moves, but Arturs, what would you say? It's like not so easy to pick up as a human.
No, not easy at all. But one thing I think it's very fair to say that Alexandra is trying to be very creative from the opening. I think we don't really have to go back from the first moves here and see how did it happen, but you want to, I suppose, fight for the center. This is what Alexandra is doing. She positioned the 2 pawns on C4 and D4. The idea is to fight for space advantage so that you get to have some privileges. And I think we're going to see a lot of evaluations from the engine that these moves are not entirely accurate. But yeah, it's just so hard to get adjusted to this.
If you get this position, if you have to play here at Biel at Chess960, which strategy would you choose? Because, you have these rooks, F1, E1, you have bishop in the corner, queen was also in the corner. What's the biggest struggle in the position, and how would you fix it?
I would probably try not to blunder anything with the first moves, because I have played like maybe a few online Chess960 tournaments, and I think the earliest blunder I have done is on move 2, where I have blundered a pawn in exchange. Like there's this long bishop move, take on A2, and the rook on B1 is gone. So you have to be very careful. Yeah, the positions might seem familiar to you from the first glance, but they are not.
Yeah, definitely no. We have just the pawns on the 2nd and 7th rank. All the rest is absolutely changed in the position. But yeah, probably it's a good moment for us to take another moment at the bird's eye view and see what else is going on the other boards. As we can see in the bottom right corner, again, there is still the king on G7, queen on A8, all the way in the corner, and players are still, playing with such positions. What else is coming to your mind?
I mean, I do kind of see some familiar pawn structures. There's the Erdogmus game against Lim Le. By the way, very exciting matchup. The youngest player in history of chess, yes, Erdogmus to reach 2700 ELO. He's also the youngest participant of the entire field. He's only 15 years old, and Lim Le is the 3-time triathlon winner. He was unable to come here last year due to personal reasons, but now, of course, he's back. Actually, we're thinking about renaming the festival after him, Lim Le Biel Chess Festival, because he's just winning it every single time.
Absolutely. Let's probably dive in that game, right? Yes, against Lim Le. Again, as you're saying, the youngest 2700 against one of the most familiar faces here at the Biel Chess Festival. And we see, okay, we see some different approaches, but the bishop is still being fianchetted since it's already on the h1, h5 diagonal. What else do you see different from approach of Yes?
I'm actually seeing something quite normal on the board, because this looked like some Dutch Leningrad with color reverse. So I really like how Yes is playing it out, because I'm a big fan of the Leningrad Dutch myself. And e4, he just played it. It also now resembles some sort of a closed Sicilian, and I think that they're going to get to a pretty normal position as quickly as possible. I would say that the Vietnamese Grandmaster is going to castle the short side because, as you can see, this white rook on f1 is lined up for a possible direct attack with something like f4, f5. Oh, wow, f5.
Ooh, f5. He's opening up the file against his king, potentially.
Well, you can do this if you're a 2700 elo player, yeah, only, probably, because it's a very risky move, but Evaluation Bar says it's fine.
Don't try it at home, we say, to our viewers, don't repeat it at home, don't do it, but, top grandmaster, they know why they do the move. But let's try to, think, and what is his idea here with the f5?
So I think what he's trying to accomplish, Angelica, is two things. First thing, he's stopping this idea to play f5, and the second idea, he wants to bring the knight on d8 on f7, and then probably see what happens. And I think that even though it looks pretty scary from Black's perspective, I don't think that White can open up the position, because also you see the White queen on a1 is a bit out of the game, and that's why I think, yes, of course, first and foremost, he's going to check, can I try to get to the black king, and this is what he does. He just played knight e3, and he wants to tickle this pawn on f5, but first and foremost, I think he's also going to have to find a way to bring the queen to the game.
I feel like many of our players are going to use the strategy of Alexandra, to play this a4 move to try to bring the queen out, because otherwise there is a big problem on the diagonal. You cannot just play something like b3, because your queen will be gone due to this bishop on g7. What another idea would be to bring out the queen?
I'm going to improve your idea and play a3, queen a2. I'm not really sure that's an improvement, but the point is, yeah, a4 fights for space. Also queen a3 as Alexandra played it, but also queen a2 is a possibility here. You are trying to give a check to the king on g8. And by the way, the Vietnamese Grandmaster just castle at the position is, with every single move, starting to look a bit more normal.
Yeah, but still White has quite some space advantage in the center, but with this f5 move, I think Black is just doing pretty fine. And yeah, talking about, Lim Le, he has won 3 editions. Last year, unfortunately, he couldn't come here, but yeah, this time he was saying he's pretty ambitious, but okay, the field is absolutely crazy this year. He's the only player who had experience in Biel, who had played in the Biel Chess Festival in the Grandmaster Triathlons. Yes, is new to this format, Do you think there is, some kind of, this fight between someone who is experienced and who is just new to the format?
Absolutely, and I think for Yes, this is also a very, very important tournament. Just recently, he defeated the former world champion, Veselin Topalov, in a classical match. I think the final score was 5-1, and because of the score, he was able to get into the 2700 ELO club. Definitely, he is a superstar here, so it's a clash already of 2 potential tournament favorites here. And Angelica, you were right, a4 is on the board.
According to Alexander Kostyniuk, he played it. And yeah, talking about Yes, if you look at the camera, by the way, dear viewers, I think you realized, something changed in Yes in this last couple of months. I mean, his last tournament he played, it was Tepe Sigeman in Sweden, and now he's in the perfect shape. I mean, he shared with us he lost 15 kilograms in 2 months. He got in this good shape. He's focusing on his chess. He's improving. He's already not that youngster who's just playing the tournaments between the youngsters, but he's the world's elite right now.
I mean, I think at this level, definitely you need a great physical shape, and we have probably the best ambassador for this, which is Magnus Carlsen. I think he's also in a great shape at all times. And yeah, so the game is proceeding. We have knight c6. Both players are trying to improve their positions. What do you think, Angelica? Do we select another game?
Let's take a look at the bird's eye view to see what else is going on, which other position are unfolding here. Ooh, what do you see, Arturs?
Yeah, first I have to see.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out what's going on. There's some strangeness going on. I mean, the pawn structures, they look quite familiar, but the positions themselves not so much. I'm looking at Levon's game. I don't know what this is. Help me there.
It looks like some kind of stonewall pawn structure from White. So it's in the top left corner, dear viewers, and you can see some trade in the middle. What about the middle bottom board? There is some pawn move b5 on the queen side, trying to open up the queen, but also pinning pinning yourself.
Yeah, maybe we can go there. That's the game of Marco Materi against Vaishali. By the way, the current World Championship challenger was about to challenge you in June later this year, and she is once again returning to Biel after 2 years. So 2 years ago, she already played amazing, and now she's back in action here. And, well, white just played b4, white played g4, and apparently the Malaysian bar loves it. This is how you have to play Chess960, apparently.
Absolutely. You just have to play, moves which don't make sense in the normal, in the normal chess. But yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, you have to know you have to have experience, by the way, in the positions and try to find the patterns, how to develop the pieces. Like this is absolutely a new thing. But talking about myself, for me, even normal chess position many times can become like Chess960 since I, don't have such an experience at these top players. But b5, last move was b5. Opening up this diagonal of the bishop, pinning the knight. What was the idea behind the move? Because it feels like you're self-pinning.
Well, then we would have to go back one move, really,
Okay.
and try to understand what was the intention of both players. I think what Marco, the young French player, is trying to do, he's trying to play for some space advantage. That's why the move g4. I mean, I can understand that he brings the bishop on h1 in the game. He stops black from playing f5, even though it does resemble the grab. But at the same time, at the queen side, he's trying to expand, and he played this b4 to gain space. And I think this move b5, Angelique, as you mentioned, it does expose the queen on a8, but also Vaishali is trying not to be lesser creative than her opponent and fight for the space with this move b5.
And what do you think? Evaluation bar went all the way up. Computer is so excited, saying, okay, this was a mistake. But I mean, on the human level, does this really, change that much in this position? Because it's just the beginning of the game.
Well, I can tell you what's the top line on the engine, because I would never in my life even spot this. So engine says here in this position, first and foremost, my attention will be the pawn on b5. Can I take the pawn on b5? Takes, knight takes on b5, and whatever is Vaishali's idea after that. But engine says you just casually play knight f5. So what exactly is the idea? B takes on c4 and play knight e5 for some domination.
Oh, because there is knight e7. Knight e7 idea.
Yeah, but that's quite unusual, right?
Because the problem is that there is a pin on the wow. And that would be almost a checkmate, so you have to give up the material.
I mean, it is possible to pick up, but you have to be really skilled in Chess960. So typically, the most creative minds, they are obviously trying to play a lot of Chess960, and like there is an argument at the highest level that if you play a lot of Chess960, it develops your creativeness, and pretty much all the best players in the world are really good also at Chess960.
Absolutely, and you see this, he's going for a human way, taking the pawn on b5, also in the way creating a weakness on b5 himself, and well, didn't see this idea, but of course, it's very, very unusual. Talking about, Marco Materia, he's very known for his fast play. He's excellent in the Blitz and Rapid. Recently at, the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, he played a draw against Magnus Carlsen, so it was one of his achievements. He's also French champion in Rapid and Blitz. And yeah, for Vaishali, she's always coming to us, with the new achievements. First she got her international master final, international master norm here. Then she came after winning the Grand Swiss, back in 2024. And now she's a world championship challenger. I asked her, by the way, at the opening ceremony, what is the next step? Are you going to come here as playing in the Masters GMT as a women's world champion? And she said, yeah, hopefully so.
Yeah, I wouldn't be really surprised because she's so good. A sister of Prague, by the way, in case somebody didn't really know, probably the strongest brother and sister duo in the world. And also Prague was here several years ago, as pretty much all of the Indian elite from time to time. Also the Muraju Gukesh, the reigning world champion, he was here several years ago. So it's really, really amazing to see them here. But by the way, the move I'm seeing, Angelica, here is that after knight takes on b5, Vaishali decided not to win back the pawn. And I was wondering if I may go back here one move. What was wrong with the move queen a4? Because I thought this was the original idea for Vaishali to sacrifice the pawn, trying to gain it back. You see it's a double attack on the knight and the pawn. After knight c3, queen takes on b4, I was thinking that this is something she's going to do, but she didn't do it.
Is there some take and bishop a3, but there is c5?
Maybe she saw something here like takes, bishop a3,
C5?
c5, knight d5, something. Okay, Engine says knight e4.
Ah, knight e4 to take on c5. This is a threat now.
Yeah, looks like a monster
Ooh.
move.
It's like some octopus knight, you know, like covering so many squares. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, and that's why
okay.
she didn't do it. She maybe this was part of the plan. She gave up the pawn to play a gambit, gain some activity, play bishop b7, rook b8. To be honest, Angelica, I think this is one of the hardest thing in Chess960. Like, you are playing a gambit, and yeah, that's the result.
Yeah, because in normal chess, I mean, in standard chess, when you play a gambit, I sacrifice a pawn for this and this compensation. I sacrifice a pawn for the development. Here, it's tough to say actually what happens, but I guess he still would like at some moment to play this queen a4, maybe double on the a file, targeting a2 pawn, maybe at some moment. But yeah, definitely we're going to see how the game unfolds. I suggest maybe we go to the bird's eye view to check what else is going on and to pick another game to follow. What do we see here? Levon Aronian still fighting against Matthias Lubau in the top left corner, queen a2, trying to get queen out and targeting the pawn on d5. By the way, remember, last time we checked that position, Matthias took the pawn, and the pawn is still not taken on d4. I'm curious what is happening, Arturs. Shall we take a look?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I tried to find some common ground for every single position. I realized that most players, they try to bring the queen in the game with a4 and queen a3. Some players are going for this Dutch or close Sicilian type position, and that's the only similar thing I was able to see. To be honest, Angelica, I'm wondering if the players, they're having a peek at the other boards. You know, I have no idea what I'm doing here, so let me have a peek what the other guy is doing, because I have to admit with a great shame, this is something I've done myself before.
Can you call it some kind of, like cheating? I mean, not cheating, but like to check what else.
Inspiration.
Play. Inspiration, yeah. And why the pawn was not taking on d4? Because we left some time ago and the pawn was taking on d4. We expected recapture, but white is not taking. Why is that?
Well, Matthias says what's mine is mine, and he's not giving it up. And to find the answer to your question, we're going to have to go back several moves, maybe move 6 or so, because at this moment, right here, there was a very, very fierce battle for the center. Matthias played c5. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You want to fight for the center. And Levon said, no, I mean, you can take it. He played a 4. There's your stonewall position. A c takes on d4. Engine says a mistake, but for us humans, it looks pretty normal. Knight b5, threatened with some f5. Knight c7. Looks pretty normal to me.
Smothered mate to the queen.
Yeah, and bishop a6, a counterattack, pitting the knight and the rook. Defending it, g6, defending the pawn on d4. I don't know what happened here, but probably Levon simply sacrificed the pawn for some dynamics, because who really cares about those pawns?
Yeah, definitely. We don't
Nobody.
need them. And the pawn is still standing there on d4. Whenever you take it, there is bishop, which is coming from h8. You don't really want maybe to allow this kind of attack. And now knight c7. We see Matthias is, trying to stick to his material he's getting. What do you see here as an advantage for, Levon in the position, since he already gave up some material? And b5 pawn is hanging, by the way.
Well, I have a major spoiler. I have the relation bar. And this we're keeping for you, the viewers, so that you can have a pretty good idea who is doing a bit better. But visually, I don't think it even feels that white is having a 1 pawn less. It feels that white's queen on a2 is doing a much better job. There's some pressure against the pawn on d5. The black queen on a8 is not doing anything. But apart from that, you could still argue that everything else for white is either doing something here on the first rank. But 2 bishops, some big compensation, it's very difficult to evaluate.
Also the queen on a8, I mean, looking at the queen, it looks very sad because there is only one square on b7 to try to escape, but it's also slow way, yeah. Queen b7, queen c8, like where does the queen go? Maybe that's also one of the reasons that the queen is a bit trapped in the position.
There could be some concrete ideas, like I was thinking some c4 and knight c3, so Levon already has getting accustomed himself. Okay, he's down a pawn. He definitely has a very interesting compensation. And like we already discussed, he's a fantastic Chess960 player. I'm not really sure how well is Matthias in Chess960. I don't remember him playing any Chess960 tournaments. I could be wrong. All we know is that his countryman Vincent Keimer, he's a big expert of Chess960. Maybe they have shared some secrets. I don't know.
Maybe, and what I know that he's playing, some online Chess960. He also been, I think, also, streaming and commentating himself one of the Freestyle Friday tournaments. So that could be some experience that he is getting in. But yeah, also definitely really amazing to have one German face back again. And after Vincent, Matthias is coming here and representing Germany. But e4 we see. So the similar idea with targeting the d5 square, but with the e4.
I mean, if I was Matthias, I would just jump from my chair because I wouldn't really expect e4 at all. And I think also Matthias was looking for some other moves like take on d4, play c4. He's like, oh, okay, there's also e4, check it out. But of course, the big idea for white is to open up this bishop on h1. And let's say we are going to make some human move for Matthias. Let's say he responds with a capture. Apparently, there's something really. Oh, wait,
but
I'm just silly. I'm just silly. Yeah, I didn't see the rook d1.
Yeah. It's tricky. Eh? You expect rook to be on the a1, on the opposite side of the board.
Yeah, I simply didn't register that this is rook d1. That's the wonders of Chess960. But then it kind of makes sense. But one thing I immediately see, Angelika, is that Levon is so low on time. He has only 2 minutes.
2 minutes against over 4 minutes for Matthias Blubaum. I mean, this is huge time advantage. Do you think Matthias is going to help him, in a way? Because, of course, Leon is a such experienced player, but time is a time. Time is still a piece in the position, as we can say.
I think he'll do his best. And if I was black, I would try to get a queen from the corner, from the prison, as quickly as possible. So my first attention would be something like, can I play knight takes on b5 here? And after e takes on d5, obviously d6 is a major threat, trapping the queen. Can I play knight d6 here? And the one thing I immediately recognize here, some sort of a pattern recognition, that the knight on d6 against the pawn on d5, blocking the bishop at h1, it's got to be good.
Ooh, and now this nasty bishop from h1 doesn't attack the queen anymore. Amazing, amazing find. Let's see how the game unfolds, but I suggest to take a look at the bird's eye view because something exciting is happening there in the Generation Challenge tournament.
All right, let's check it out. By the way, f5 was just played by Levon. He's going for some crazy attack.
Ooh, he's trying to open up the queen-king side. What I saw, what is happening on the bottom right corner, Carissa Yip against Václav Finek. There is something, I mean, the rooks are building up on the e-file. There is this f5, similar f5 that we have seen so many times, and the queen is from b2, trying to enter the position.
That looks pretty tense. And then I'm seeing the game of Marco Materia against Vaishali. There's some tango of the knights in the middle of the board. You see the black knights, that's the lower middle board. The knight on d4, knight on f4. They're very, very close to the white king, which has not castle short. And the black king apparently is pretty safe. And the engine says, no, it's equal, it's equal.
Wow, and look at this in the top right corner. There is Aidan against Jose with completely closed position. There is a pawn on c4, on c5, c6, d4, d5. I mean, all positions are so different. Arturs, it's your call. Where do we head next?
It's really tough to choose, to be honest. I would like to stick to the game of Levon, if I may, for a while,
sure.
because it's very, very hard to choose all of these games because I wanted to see what's happening in Marco's game against Vaishali, but I'm so intrigued by this attack that Levon started with this f4, f5. He's down to pawns. He's going against his opponent's king. Both players are down to the last 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to be crazy.
Absolutely, absolutely. So this f5 trying to break the position of Matthias. But let's not forget, he can still castle. This king exchanging with the rooks is still possible. So king will not stick on the f-file.
I wish they actually, Angelika, they would invent a rule where you can reverse castle. I mean, there was such a chess variant where you can make a Chess960, you can castle. Somebody delivers you a checkmate. I know, you reverse castle. It doesn't work. But unfortunately, it's not legal.
But I have another idea. What if black castles long? Because it's also possible, Suddenly you're attacking the king on the king side and king castles to the queen side.
How does it work, actually? Let me check it.
You can put it on the rook.
How wide
is
the move? The white is the move. Okay, let me
and
make some
now.
random move.
White just played a move.
Oh, we just play. Okay, let's whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So knight c7. Great move by Matthias. He defends the pawn here.
Yeah, it's all defended, but white's pawn are rushing and marching like fast forward, e5, f5, trying to break the position of black. I mean, I would be really nervous here if I was Matthias. And remember, we were talking about this time advantage earlier. Now it's down to 2 minutes against 1. So we see that Matthias spent quite some time here, very tense position.
And also, I think what makes the situation really hard for Levon, it's not the absence of the pawns, but it's also the fact that the black king can always castle, as you say, because like it's very difficult to wrap your mind around it. Even this long castle is a possibility here. So, okay, he plays c3, he tries to open up the position, but at the same time, white has to expect that short castle might happen here. But for the moment, the pawn on d4 is under attack.
Exactly, and what do you do? Because if you take the pawn on c3, knight c3 is jumping in, targeting the d5 square. Do you take on c3? Do you keep your pawn on d4? Because if you keep the pawn on d4, white will simply grab it. What do you do?
I think it's a 3-result game here. I wouldn't really buy too much into this evaluation bar, which says that black is better. Typically, when you are in a time scramble, what matters is if you have the initiative. And one thing is quite clear. The Armenian chess legend who now represents the United States of America, he does have the initiative. G takes f5, rook f5, he's about to double the rooks, he's going for the kill.
Wow, and what is going on there on the queen-king side? And still, you see, we see this evaluation bar slightly better for black. Again, not clear how, not clear why. Maybe black is holding on to this chance to long castle at some moment to get away from all the dangers on the king side. But also the problem is, again, the pawn on d4. One more question to the pawn. Do you take on c3? Do you keep the pawn? What is going on?
If we could ask an opinion to the players, what's going on here? I'm pretty sure the answer would be, I have no idea here. some sort of a big mess happening here. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to attack the opponent's king. The pawn on f7, by the way, is a pretty big weakness. Matthias just played e6 to make sure that the white pawn never goes forward, secure the king. Is he going to castle short? We don't know yet.
Yeah, is he going to castle short or long, whatever he's going to do? Because, castling short would, we would castle in so many weak squares. But yeah, bishop h6, by the way, the check is incoming.
It's very tempting. Rook f6 is very tempting. Exchange sacrifice. And of course, Levon coming from Armenia, the country of the famous Tigran Petrosian who made his career by his fabulous exchange sacrifices. No, he plays rook h5.
He has question to the pawn on h7. What do you do? Do you castle short here to defend the pawn? Do you play rook g7? How actually do you defend the pawn? There is no way other than short castle.
I mean, what about the long castle, no? Are we forgetting it? I think
Yeah.
it's still a legal move here. Anyway, both players are very low on time. Last 30 seconds here. White is attacking. Black is a bit better. D takes on c3. I think knight takes on c3 is going to follow. Or is it b takes on c3 to open up the darks with bishop?
Whoa, everything is so nerve-wracking. I mean, what are you going to do? Will you develop the knight or the bishop? Levon has to choose because he has now 15 seconds on the clock.
I would probably take with the knight because you have to also remember that the black king can castle the long side. He's thinking 5 seconds. He has to make a move.
He has to make up his mind. He plays rook h7, taking the pawn. But wait a second. Wait a second.
I
what
have
is
so many
happening?
silly ideas here. I could castle short and attack the rook. It probably makes no sense here. It just shows how crazy this position is.
So bishop h6 is a threat right now in the position. So what Matthias has to do, he has to castle long or short. He has to make up his mind.
Knight e7 looks pretty human. He brings the knight in the game, attacks the pawn on e5. I think white wants to try every single piece at his opponent. Knight takes on c3. It makes sense. This is going to be really chaotic, my friends.
Ooh, everything is so long time. I mean, everyone is...
5 seconds. There's the long castle.
Long castle is on the board. What about queen a7? I just take a pawn.
Bishop f4, Levon simply continues development. Rook c1, something is happening at the c file. This is getting really tense. He's attacking. Matthias's position becomes worse and worse with every single move, even though the engine says it's about equal. But white is attacking. That's what matters in these positions.
Queen a7, white is truly dominating in the position. Matthias is trying to trade the queens, but now knight b5 entering d6 square is for the knight.
Knight e6, knight f7 is incoming. The rook at h7 for white is incredibly active here. White has the easier position. Maybe also h4, h5 is going to be a possibility here. All the black pieces look a bit awkward. Aronian is attacking.
And yeah, absolutely. Is there also knight f7, bishop h6 idea? Probably, but she's just rushing with a pawn, h4, h5, h6.
Yeah, this looks really bad for
Ooh.
the German grandmaster because h6 not only pushes away the bishop, but the pawn on f7 is dropping and the entire position falls apart. Bishop takes on e5. Does it even work? It just drops a piece, no?
Ooh, what is happening? We're just taking on e5, rook takes.
Just take it.
Take a pawn, take a piece.
I think Matthias panicked here because he had pretty bad position. He gained a couple of pawns, but white is up a piece. He's going to take the pawn on f7, and that's it. The h-pawn is about to advance. Rook f7, knight f7, you choose. And I think blue one realizes here that, yeah, he's being outplayed. But, I mean, still, it's a time scramble.
He's shaking his head, but still continuing to fight because their material is limited. You know, there are only 2 pawns for white. If he manages to trade those pawns, there's going to be, you know, some endgame with some pawns against piece, still some chances.
Yeah, so here Levon has a dilemma. Should he trade the knight, simplify the position, or grab the pawn on f7? He goes for the simplicity. Of course, you never do funny stuff when you're doing really great. His strength lies in the pawn on h6, and Matthias is desperately seeking some counterplay with rook h5. This is why white covers the h5 square with the bishop.
And now he's going to go for this f7, e6 pawns. And rook is also on e2 is very, very valuable. But the d pawn, it's marching forward. Is it coming more and more forward to the last rank?
Yeah, he's definitely seeking some counterplay, but I think that Matthias' idea is somehow to try to stop the h-pawn. The white rook at h7 is not doing much. According to an engine, white is completely winning, but all kinds of miracles happen when you are sitting in a time scramble with only plus 5 seconds per move. But one thing is quite clear, Aronian is winning, and he's trying to convert it.
Do you see some chances for Matthias here? Do you see some chances to trade those pawns on the b2 and h6 and somehow try to save the endgame?
Definitely. Yeah, I think that Matthias is trying to be as creative as he can be. He's trying to eliminate the pawn on h6. I think now he's just dropping the pawn on d3, rook g8. He's seeking some counterplay. What happens here? Can you attack the bishop on g4 somehow with the rooks? No, he goes for the pawn on h6. And this should be somehow technically winning because white has the pawn on b2 alive.
The pawn is still there. In case Matthias will manage somehow to grab that pawn, that's going to be theoretical draw, but of course practically will be very, very difficult. Bishop f3 very important to stopping rook h1 move, stopping the activity of the black's rook.
I'm pretty sure that Levon is going to win this because now he has a lot of easy moves to make. Just play something like b3, protect the pawn, make sure you are not blundering anything. Rook trade already should be winning for white, so if he can force the position where the rooks are gone off the board, then it's fine. Bishop e4, he's trying to block these pawns. Maybe king g4, king f5, try to find a way to trade the rooks, and then it's going to be a victory.
Definitely, definitely it's going to be. Meanwhile, we have 2 games which finished. Carissa Jup won against Václav Finek and Marco Materia won against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. So some surprising or not so surprising results in the Challenger, Generation Challenger. Other games are still ongoing. As we see, we expect Levon to win this one.
Yeah, so rook f3, and I think we might see a resignation of the German player in a couple of moves because of course, he cannot trade the rooks. Rook f3 was a great move here. He can take the pawn at f7, but also king f5. And typically in this position, you're trying to play as safe as you can. No funny business. Rook f3. White has to protect the pawn on b3. Matthias is looking for ways to eliminate it, but it's not possible.
And what happened? Yes, won against Lim Le. Wow, what a surprising result. I mean, in the position. Would you like to go to the other remaining game which is happening? Because here I feel like it's going to go for a while, but kind of clear. We have Aydin against Jose Martinez, the other game which is still ongoing.
But I'm afraid to disappoint you because it seems that all the games have finished.
All game finished.
All
so we stay here.
That was we should have done it a bit earlier. Now we have to stick to this game where Levon has to find a way to convert his position. I'm pretty sure he is going to do it. But yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard to choose.
So difficult.
These games. But Levon played a really, really creative game. And again, I think that the common pattern here, Angelika, is that you should try to have an attacking position when you have a little time on the clock, and this is what Aronian did, and he was rewarded for it.
Definitely, and even though he didn't, at the moment he had even less time, he managed, to squeeze this winning position, and of course now it's all basically the techniques. He's going to show us this endgame techniques, just winning all the pawns and winning the game. Again, like all the crazy openings, all the crazy games that we've had here at the Chess960 Accentus, which kicking off the Biel Chess Festival. Really exciting first round.
Yeah, I think that Matthias is playing on just to get the proper rhythm because I don't know when was the last time he played, and it's not very pleasant to start the tournament with a loss, but you just want to develop these reflexes because you know it's going to be a long tournament. You still have 6 rounds ahead of you of Chess960. You're going to have Rapid and Blitz, and it's basically to refresh your muscle memory, but I think both players are on the same page how this game is going to finish.
Of course. And also, our dear viewers, at the same time, during our Masters and Generation Challenge play, the GMT, we're having the Fischer Random Swiss Championship. By the way, the game has just finished. Levon won it.
What a game. What a game. Definitely
Ooh.
one of the most interesting games of the round. And as I can see, all of the games of the first round of Chess960 were decisive. How
Let's
about
pull
that?
up the results of the round one. What has happened? In Masters, we had Aydin Suleimanli beating Jose Martinez with white pieces. Yes, Erdogmus bought Limle as well with white pieces. And we, as we just seen, also Levon Aronian beat Matthias Blübaum. Arturs, what happened in Challengers?
Yeah, the trend continued with the white victories. The only exception is Xiao Tong, who defeated Alexander Kostanyuk with the black color. That's the only different result in terms of the colors. But Marco Materi defeated by Shali. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the game because there was so much going on. And also, Carissa Yip was better against Václav Fidek. What a first round.
Absolutely amazing. You know, Arturs has been so many crazy moves on the board. Really excited for the round two. But for now, dear viewers, we're going to take a short break before our next round is going to unfold. Stay tuned for more actions from Biel Chess Festival. Welcome back, dear viewers, to Biel, where the action is just unfolding. We're having the kickoff day of the International Biel Chess Festival, starting with the Grandmaster Triathlon Accentus Chess960 in Masters and Challengers. Again, we're your hosts, Angelika and Arturs. Arturs, what's your highlight of the round one so far?
Well, to be honest, Angelika, it felt like I'm sitting at one of the restaurants here, because here in Biel there's some very, very good restaurants quite close to the Congress Center. And we were essentially having served a dessert before the main meal, because that's what it felt. And I think it's a good sign, because it just shows what's ahead of us in the next coming 2 weeks. So we have this Chess960 to kick off. We got to follow Aronian against Matthias Blubam. I think that was the highlight of the round. And of course, we're going to try to follow all the other games and get the main meal. But the viewers, buckle in. It's going to be a great ride.
Arturs, it's a perfect moment for us to share what the format of the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival. And here we have it: Masters and Generation Challenge play round-robin tournaments, 5 round-robin against each other in the time control, 15 minutes plus 5 seconds bonus per move. But after the round robin, that was the biggest question of everyone. Why there are 7 rounds and not 5? Because round robin with 6 players would suggest 5 rounds. But after the round robin, the challengers are going to pick the masters who are they going to challenge, and the standings with those results are going to be updated, and the standings of the Chess960 are going to serve as a tiebreaker for the full Grandmaster Triathlon. How exciting is it? Arturs, let's get back to the games. But what do you think about the format?
Yeah, it's super exciting. It's pretty much a new addition. We didn't have it for quite some time in the beginning. I mean, actually, the challengers section is not really having that of a great tradition here in Biel. The round is starting here. We see all the players are getting seated. I think it's a very common sign, Angelika, that one of the players makes the first move and the other one is like, okay. Let me try to figure out what this is. Unfortunately, there's no chessable courses to follow, because literally, my chess friends, there's 960 positions. You cannot study them all, and even then you definitely have more than one possibilities to continue. And this is what Aronian right now, who we have on the screen with the black color, against the 3 times reigning champion, Limle. He's trying to figure out how to continue.
The game, yeah, definitely. It's so tough, whenever you have some pieces standing in the way that you're not supposed to have in the standard chess. And yeah, we have Levon, who has just won the game. We followed it pretty closely against Matthias Blubam, and Limle, who has just won, who has just lost his game to Erdogmus, and now he's hitting white pieces. And let's shortly maybe assess the position that they have. Where are the pieces, where are the bishops and the knights? And maybe first let's discuss what are the rules, how the positions are actually happening, because I know that there are quite some rules which has to be counted in those 960 positions.
Yeah, I think that some of the best players, they have some pattern recognition, meaning they know that if the bishops are positioned on these certain squares, you want to, give them some free luft. But the move d4, it looks logical. White is fighting for the center. He's trying to gain some space, see what happens. And here is it Caro-Kann or is it reverse Caro-Kann? I have no idea what this is. But here, Aronian is trying to bring his last square bishop in the game, maybe potentially play e5 and unbalanced position. Oh, by the way, this is the thing. I have blundered Angelika myself before. Do you see black's threat?
The black strat is to take pawn on a2 and take the rook. This is how you blundered?
Exactly like this. Yeah, I think it was exactly like this.
Oh my God.
I was playing these online Chess960 games, and yeah, I would play like e4. It must be a great move, but bishop a2, bishop b1, you're down a lot of material.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to be really, really careful on Chess960 because it's not what you expect. The rook is not on a1, so you have to defend that pawn on a2. And in standard position, move as f6, it is going to be a pretty bad move. Normally you're said, don't push the f pawn. Don't push the f pawn because you're opening the file, the diagonal against the king. But here is an exception, right, Arturs? You can do it. And why is that?
You can do it, and it's actually a good move, yeah, because different rules really apply to this position. And we just saw Limle defending the pawn with knight b3. And a rather curious move for d5. So the way I understand it from these players' perspectives is that not only they're actively trying to fight for space advantage, they're trying to restrict their opponent. So with the move f6, what Aronian did, he sort of tried to cheapo, attack the pawn, and pardon me, a fly is attacking me.
We have some attack here of the
Every
Swiss,
single year there's
Swiss flies.
There's flies flying here. So he's thinking about grabbing the center, but with the move d5, I think this is really smart. He's stopping white to play c4. As you can see, the bishop on g8 defends the square, and he's also not allowing white to play e4. So he's trying to make white's position to be stale.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you would like to do that because now what are you going to do as white if not or attack with the e4 the center? c4 is not possible because the bishop is already standing there. So h4, trying to do something on the king side, pushing h5, h6. Is this idea of Liam?
I have no idea. He just...
You have no idea what's an idea.
He is... He's trying to fight for space, I suppose. Maybe bring the bishop on h2 in the game. It kind of makes sense. You kill two birds with one stone. One idea is to, as you said, fight for the space. Maybe play h5, h6. The second idea is to play bishop h2. And it's one of the good practices of the pawn play, especially at the highest level. You try not to, define your pawn structure very early. You try to push the side pawns as far as they go very early on, because at that level, it gives them information where to place the pieces. For us, the mortal beings, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we just try to, whatever, develop the pieces normally. But yeah, this is 5D chess.
But looking at this position, comparing with round one, do you feel like this position is a bit easier, somehow to maneuver with your pieces since the queen is not in the corner of the board, or do you think it's still so difficult?
I think it's very early to tell, and one thing is clear, that ball players are out of their book because there's no book here, and they're trying to be very creative. I mean, again, it could be some sort of a pattern recognition here that specifically against the pawn on f6 and king of the faith, maybe Limle already has played here in Biel 3 times before. He's won the event 3 times before, so he kind of recalls some patterns that it's a good idea to play h4, h5, but yeah, basically I think it's just having a lot of fun.
And now c6 has been played from Levon, and Liam continues with the h5, trying to push, getting a lot of space. And is h6 already in question in the position?
It could be. Yeah, it could be an idea. I mean, it does feel like a pattern recognition to me. I don't think it's random, because if Aronian responds with h6, it does weaken this square, and maybe Limle could attack it with some knight f3, knight h4, knight g6. I'm just guessing here. And also, I find it to be very interesting is that Aronian is not playing e5, because you would think that he literally positioned these pawns like b7, c6, d5, g7, f6 to play e5. We call it, among chess fans, a bathtub. I think that was the title of this.
This would be extended bathtub, actually.
Some super bathtub, but he doesn't play e5 for some reason.
He doesn't go for it. He first plays knight to b6, and also, drinking some coffee or tea, just relaxing. Levon really loves Chess960. Oh. It's one of his favorite formats to play.
He's definitely so chill, always. Yesterday, he joined us for this aperitif meeting. All the players were there. We were having a lot of fun. We shared some stories, but Levon disappeared exactly at 9 p.m. Do you know what was the reason?
Definitely, it was a match, right, of the FIFA World Cup. Who was playing France against
Belgium?
Belgium,
He needed this bit. He said, I have to cheer for Spain, so I'm out of here. So Levon is also a big football fan. He likes sports in general, so he inquired me what are the possibilities here to do. So maybe we're going to play some basketball during the free day. Anyway, so here, knight b6 is played, knight c5, immediately responded by ball players. Super, super creative stuff, Angelika.
Amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
And as you said that he disappeared, but now came back. But I suggest we take a look at the bird's eye view to see what else is going on in the round, because we have some very hot matchups here. If you look at the top middle boards, it's Aydin Suleimanli playing against Yeskan Erdogmus. Look at this, there has been some break in the center with the e5, some pawns have been traded, and also the idea of f6 probably was played because there is no f pawn in that position. What else comes to your mind, Arturs?
So maybe I'll summarize what I'm seeing is that I'm seeing that not all the players they share the same ideas, because for example, if we see the game, so let me try to mention them, the top boards, right? These are Martinez, Suleimanli, and Limle. These are the Masters tournament players. All of them started with knight b3, like they tried to bring the knight in the game as quickly as possible. But then we see some changes. For example, Suleimanli compared to Limle, he didn't play h4, h5. He was more modest. You know, he played h3 and bishop h2, tried to activate the bishop and see what happens. And then, for example, in the Challengers tournament, we see Tan Shao. He has a lot of pawn pushes here at the queen side. That's the lower left corner, b4, c4, f4, some Dutch, whatever is this position. And also, it looks quite similar in Vaishali's and Kostanyuk's game. There's an active pawn play.
Yeah, a lot of breaks happen in the position. I mean, I would suggest to pick just one and follow the game. I mean, a lot of excitement happening. I mean, this break of Marco Materia against Alexander Kostanyuk in the bottom right corner. Again, exciting matchup of Aydin against Yes in the top middle board. It's your pick. I mean, Arturs, where are we heading?
Well, since you mentioned the bottom right corner, which is Alexander Kostanyuk against Marco Materia, maybe let's go there, because I'm seeing immediately there's some sort of carousel happening in the center. Like black apparently played c5, c6 on d4, eliminated white center, and now he's aggressively fighting for it. Kostanyuk, instead of b4 and knight b3, decided to build up like a pretty formidable pawn structure against his bishop on g8 with some Dutch vibes. It's just weird.
Yeah, very weird. And also this pawn on d6, I mean, potentially could be a weakness. For now, it's not. Yeah, there are some kind of, you know, this pawn chains. You know, black build up this pawn chain in the long diagonal, white build the pawn chain on the a2, g8 diagonal against the bishops, yeah? Everything is against the bishop to close it, the bishop. But what about the kings, you know? Where do they want to castle? What do black want to do? I mean, what would be your plan in this position, Arturs?
I'm probably not a very good Chess960 player, Angelique, I have to admit. So what I would try to do, I would try to get a normal position as quickly as I can. And I wouldn't be feeling well with the king on f1 or with the king on f8, and most likely I would just castle immediately. But that's the thing. I mean, when you're playing at this level, I think that you have to be very creative, because maybe the only real chance you have to win the game is to get some sort of a privilege in the opening phase. And that's why the players are trying it really so hard. Okay, maybe they're playing for the public. I don't really know. But they're mainly playing for themselves, and they're trying to play for some privileges. And as long as they're getting this creative position, there's a greater chance that they might trick their opponent in this fight of creativeness.
Absolutely. And let's also not forget the play today is for the tiebreaker. So the standings after the Chess960 is going to deal as a tiebreaker of the whole Grandmaster Triathlon. So extremely important to finish in the top of the leaderboard. And also the players, you know, who finish, you know, first, second, third place are going to be the first one to pick their number for the classical and for the rapid events. And it's going to mean a lot, because that means they're going to have an extra white. If you're the number one, probably you'll choose 1 till 3, right? You have the choice to have an extra white, which brings probably a lot of advantage in the classical portion.
In the classical, it does, yeah, because in the classical we have 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw. So yeah, I think it really matters, which is a very nice thing. By the way, Kostanyuk just played e4, e takes f4, apparently marks a miss, but again, I don't think we should really read too much into it. I like Alexandra's choice to fight for space. It sort of resembles the Marozzi bind, and most likely she's about to recapture the pawn at 4 and see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. She is taking the pawn in the position. She's having more active pieces, and looks like she has also more development in the position, and looks like black is going to have some issue also with the pawn on the d6. What do you think, Arturs? Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and check what else is going on.
Let's do it.
Because I see on the bottom left corner there is some pressure in the game of Shao Tang against Václav Finik attacking on the queen side. Do we see anything else? I mean, also in the bottom middle board, it's a battle of the two young female rising stars, Vaishali against Carissa, also another amazing clash.
Yeah,
What
that
is
one
it?
looks really exciting as well. I don't know, Angelica. It's your choice. I opened up the game of Ton Shao against Václav, but the game you mentioned between two ladies also looks fun. I'll leave that to you.
Let's go to Vaishali and Carissa, I would say, because it's also, you know, amazing to have in such a tournament. I mean, I think one of the only tournaments, Biel Chess Festival, Grandmaster Triathlon, this Challengers, is where we have middle, like half of the field, the female players. We have Alexandra Kostyniuk, Carissa Yup, and Vaishali Ramesh Babu, and it's great to see them fighting. Because as you remember, a couple of years back, when Vaishali was playing in the tournament, she was the only female player, but she was beating, you know, all those guys, all those boys. Remember how she was beating Donchenko? Then she also beat, I think, Samunienkov. Did she beat Saleh Salem? I think
Bienne.
so.
I think
Bienne.
Yeah.
Who she was truly amazing and unstoppable.
Yeah, she definitely was, and now she's even stronger, and she's back here in Biel. By the way, the last move we saw from the Black's perspective was Carissa played knight e5, which was, let me go back a couple of moves here, maybe around here. So White was having some space advantage, knight on e5 is annoying. Black decided to solve the problem with rook a8, shot castle on knight e5, which I thought was a pretty cute idea. She's attacking the knight on a5 with a discovered attack, and the knight on d5 is hitting the pawn on f4. So some tactical tricks are necessary. Yeah, this is how they got there.
Ooh, and now take on c6 is happening. With which pawn do you take, or you take with the queen? That's now the question. Or do you do something else? Do you take in the intermezzo on a1? What do you do in this position?
You're asking a lot of difficult questions. I mean, that's what I can tell. I don't know, like... normally, I think the rule should be taking on c6 with a b pawn, because you're supposed to take with the pawns towards the center, so that like you play b takes on c6, then maybe d5, e5. But is this the position where you want to do this? Also, queen takes on c6 might be a thing, but okay, Carissa decided to play b takes on c6, and I think actually once I invented this term, because in chess we have the pawn islands. Like this is an island. Sorry, pardon me, my arrows are not very good. This is an island, so white has two islands and black has one island, but I called it the mainland. And that's the mainland. All the pawns are connected, and this means they're kind of helping each other, which is a good thing to do.
Yeah, definitely, and also it means that Carissa will not have so many weaknesses potentially, and that it's probably easier to get weaknesses. But on the other hand, the b pawn could be potentially, you know, a passer in the endgame. And b4 has been played, attacking the rook, asking some questions. You know, do you want to trade? Don't you want to trade? What would you do here? I mean, there is also opportunity to slide the rook somewhere in the 5th rank. Would you do it, or would you trade it?
Yeah, maybe, but where? The only real idea I can think of is rook f5, but I have a feeling that rook at f5 is going to be standing quite awkward. I would say most likely Carissa here has no choice. She's going to spend here like 17 seconds to take on a1. This is exactly what she did. Rook a1, queen b8, attack the pawn on b4, and most likely try to secure the king on f8. I would say shoot castle most likely is going to be her next move.
Definitely, definitely. He has to put the king in the safety and try to develop the pieces as fast as possible, because as we can see, Vaishali is ahead of the development. She has already castled, she has knight and the bishop out. The only thing is the bishop on d1 is still needs some development. But Carissa has extra time on the clock. She has 9 minutes against 5 minutes, so this time could also bring her advantage in the position.
Yeah, this definitely might play a factor. I think c3 looks reasonable, protect the pawn and bring the bishop on d1 in the game. And now this is going to something really normal, so maybe let's have a look at the other games. Something not normal, something crazy where we cannot really understand. Oh, queen d4, by the way, was played.
Queen d4 is played, but let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what is happening on the other boards. And look at this in the top middle board. There is a break on the queen side, which is a game of the Aydin Süleymanli against, yes, Erdogmus. This is a really fierce battle. I don't know, would you like to go there? Because I mean, all games seems very exciting. But Aydin against, yes, I think something that we would like to see.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Let's go to this game. Aydin was the last-minute replacement because he is replacing Norbek Yakuboyev, who could not come. I don't know, to be honest, what were the reasons. He was originally slated to play, and we're very, very thankful for Aydin replacing the Uzbekistani grandmaster at the last minute. Speaking about Süleymanli himself, he is a very strong player, rated over 2,650. Just recently, he played in the Naroditsky Memorial in Charlotte. How do I know that? I was there myself. Yeah, so a lot of players were there. It was quite a spectacular event, and these are essentially some of the youngest players of the Masters section. And Aydin already made waves in the chess circles when he was like, what, 14? I think he was 14 years old when he won the Aeroflot Open, one of the strongest open tournaments in the world at that age. It's incredible, but he has an even stronger prodigy in front of him, Jej. Like, he has literally broken every single record there is when it comes to breaking into 2,600, into 2,700, and probably also 2,800.
Most likely, that's what we are expecting from him. I mean, definitely amazing to have these youngsters in the tournament and the festival. But now, Arturs, let's focus on the board. What is going on? Because I see there is some break on the queen side happening with this b4, c5, trying to open up the center. Yes, is defending with the bishop e7, defending on the d6 square. You know, could you go through it? Like, what is happening? Trying to understand. And now trade on d6. Ooh.
Looks pretty normal. Black is having a very solid position. White was trying to fight for some space advantage. Queen b2, quite an ambitious move. And I have a feeling that White is not accomplishing anything whatsoever. He wanted to get out of the opening. And again, here we don't know, really. We don't know the experience of all the players in Chess960 because it's not the same chess, really. And we don't know how much experience Aydin or Yes have. Maybe, I wouldn't be surprised that for some of them this could be like their first major Chess960 tournament. Most likely they're playing online all the time, especially Yes. He's a monster when it comes also to online chess. But White's position is, at the moment, to be honest, quite passive because we see all of his pieces. Yeah, they're on the second rank, first and second rank. And Black is, okay, it's not really a big difference. There's one knight on f6. I suppose it's about level.
But still, I know Aydin declined this trade of the queens. As you say, it was a very ambitious approach. He's not trading the queens, stepping away. He wants to continue. He would like to continue playing. How much, of the difference we see in the pawn structure? Because it looks like almost even, right? There is a A-B pawn on each side, but as we can see, there is a D pawn, extra D pawn for Yes, while there is no F pawn. So what do you think? I mean, what would be the plan for White to somehow try to use it, or is there a better advantage for Black having such pawn structure?
Well, we could talk about, again, the pawn islands. Black has 3 of them. White has 2 of them. So technically, White should be better. But I think it's all about the piece placement. And the one thing that immediately I'm noticing is that this bishop at h2 for White, it doesn't do anything. You see, it's staring at this pawn on e5 and d6, and there's no break with d4. And either Aydin somehow tries to activate his bishop with f4, or he just forgets about his bishop on h2 for the time being. And at the same time for Yes, I think it's a bit easier because this is the thing I would typically tell my students when you don't know what to do, and I think in Chess960 it's all the time, you don't know what to do. You can always improve your pieces. And I'm seeing the bishop at e7 doesn't do anything, and if I was playing with Black, I would play bishop d8, bishop b6, and see what happens.
Yeah, you recalled this bishop d8, and we just spoke about the Naroditsky Memorial, immediately recalling this, his famous bishop d8 move, which he was, asked about immediately.
I don't know.
You don't
Which
know,
occasion you're talking about?
So, because you're talking about the Nordiczki Memorial in Charlotte, which was taking place, this huge story with this Bishop D8 that he was playing one of the online games, for which he was kind of accused for, using some help, and yeah, it's like very easy to pick up, whenever you just remove the piece, trying to find remaneuver on the better square, and in this position, very easy to pick up. Bishop D8, Bishop B6, you're just improving your piece. By the way, both of the players, Aydin and Jas, have just won their games in the first round. Jas won against Limle, who is 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon world champion, and Aydin won against Jose Martinez, who has just been really, on the crazy run in the World Cup recently in the last year, and also very, very dangerous blitz player. So both players on 1 out of 1, and Jas is the one who is low on the clock. 2 minutes, 30 seconds against 6.
Queen b7, I think he was trying to figure out where to place the queen. And there's also one thing I just noticed, Angelika, is that white also can try to activate the knight. Or is this activation of the knight on a5? Bishop b3 instead. And I'm also thinking, yeah, this knight b6, try to exploit the weakness on c4. Like some sort of a rook c8, knight c4, and the fly is back again.
We're getting some attacks, not only on the board, but also over the board.
Yeah, so somehow fight for the c4 square. And yeah, probably white's position is just fine, but I would be feeling a bit uncomfortable about this bishop here on h2. Yeah, looks pretty tense. Do we stick on this game? Or
let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see if anything else going on. We have 6 games running right now, 3 in the Masters, 3 in the Generation Challenge. Exciting positions, many different approaches. I see Jose Martinez in the top left corner just played some knight g4, interesting move against Matthias Bluebaum. Anything else that you see, Arturs, in the position? Queen c6, bottom left corner, by the way, by Xiao Tang against Václav Finek.
Yeah, that looks like some sort of material imbalance. Maybe it's not really. Oh, actually, what has a very nice coordination of the pieces, so we could perhaps go to that game. Xiao Tong against Václav Finek, which is the lower left corner. There's at full screen. White temporarily is down a pawn, but I mean, I just love the placement of his pieces. The bishop on d4, knight on f3, knight on b3. 2 of the youngest participants of the Challengers tournament. Very, very strong players already at this age. And, well, the big question is, how does black react to the queen b5? Or what's the threat?
Yeah, queen b5. The b5 pawn is hanging right now in the position. So how do you actually defend it? I mean, is there some queen b8 or you cannot really do it? I mean, queen b8 looks like possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, black's position looks quite unpleasant because maybe it's not even about the pawn on b5. And this is really what categorizes a very good player. They're not playing for material balance. They're playing for, the entire army so that it's standing really well. The queen on c6 is surprisingly very annoying because I also noticed this idea of knight g5 and knight takes on e6. The pawn on e6 could be difficult to defend. The pawn on b5 is supposedly going nowhere. And that's why I think that black is trying to figure out how to solve the problems. Maybe it's even bishop b6. This is something that wouldn't really surprise me because the bishop on c7 doesn't do anything, offers some trades and try to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, what black would really love to do in this position is just, take the pawn from f5 and just jadub it to f7. Then there is no issue in the position, you would have the pawn on f7, you just defend the pawn on e6, you don't have issues, you defend your pawn on b5. But no, it's not possible anymore. And bishop b8, Václav is trying to trade off the queens from the board.
I think these tricks typically only happen over the board bullet game. So when the bishop changes its stripes, whenever it's necessary. But yeah, here, of course, in Biel, it's not possible. Bishop b8, he offers the queen trade. Queen takes on b5 could be the response. White could also try to play for domination, like something like rook c1, rook c6. But as they say, a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, we have here a big supervision of the huge arbiters team and the tournament director, so everyone is watching. No tricks are possible, and DGT board is also there. But yeah, putting pressure. Under 1 minute, by the way, for Václav, and for Shao, it's 4 minutes 30 seconds right now in the position. Arturs, let's head to the bird's eye view and see if we can find something exciting on the other positions, because I feel like every game something fun is happening, but of course it's tough. It's tough to follow everything. But if you could pick one game, which one would you go into at this stage?
Well, it's a very difficult walk past Levon Aronian, of course, when he is playing against the reigning champion Lim Le. Maybe let's have a look at that game if there's some action going on, even though I just clicked on it and it seems to be quite balanced. But we could also select somebody else we haven't given any love so far.
I think from the top right, four knights, Jose Martinez against Matthias Blubaum. We haven't checked in this round, and also we haven't checked the games of Jose Martinez. Some sleight of attack, if you can say, is ongoing.
Yeah, let's go to that game. But I was speaking about Martinez. He was the last arrival here in the tournament because who told me this? I already forgot that his flight was delayed yesterday, and he arrived at 11 p.m. in Zurich. And I don't know, did he make it like yesterday evening, or he arrived this morning? But yeah, he's fresh from traveling, and I hope it's not going to impact his playing style. So yeah, just gonna be hard.
Yeah, and I have information that he arrived at 6 a.m. I don't know.
This morning,
maybe, yeah, that he arrived at 6 a.m. into Zurich. I don't know.
So it was even more delayed.
At 8 a.m. he was in Biel, so more delay and more jet lag. Traveling all the way from the other part of the world. Thousands of kilometers away, jet lag. Everything. But he's still here. He's still fighting, though he lost round 1 against Aydin Suleimani. Now fighting against Matthias Blubaum, and looks like he's trying to build up some pressure on the king side with this interesting placed rook on f3. What is happening, Arturs?
I like White's position because, again, it's the same principle White is trying to attack. For Matthias, the pairing is a bit unfortunate because he had to start with the first 2 games with the black color. He lost the first round game against Levon Aronian. Now he has to defend against Martinez. White is trying to apply some pressure against opponent f6, so this is why the German Grandmaster just played h5 to push it back. Is there room for potential sacrifice, knight x and f6, and g4?
Ooh, yeah, some nasty things.
It could be, but I'm not entirely sure if it works.
By the way, h5 just played. Can we call it some extended bathtub? d5, e6, f6, g6, h5? Is it, Arturs?
I have no idea. Yeah, it looks like some sort of reversed bathtub or something.
Yeah,
but,
or some boat, yeah, already.
I'm sure that Martinez is looking at knight x and f6 right now because it's very, very tempting, but unfortunately the thing about the sacrifice is not always they're good. And in my career, I also have rejected so many beautiful sacrifices, and you're always trying to be pragmatic. And maybe Martinez is thinking, instead of this, he's trying to calculate very quickly what happens here. Knight f6, g4, what happens there? Okay, I'm doing great or not. Or do I play knight h2? What do I do? Let's say my opponent plays c5. Or he tries to fight for the center. Just his card.
And time is ticking right now for Jose. He has to make up his mind in the position. And he's going for it. He's sacrificing the knight in the position. Brilliant move according to computer. Look at this, Arturs. You're spot on this move.
It looked logical, but I'm not entirely sure if these complications are in favor for White because Black is going to take it. He's allowing White to take at f5, and also notice the White king is going to be exposed. That's why I was not so sure what's happening here. For example, rook h8, there's some counterplay, queen h2. I think that Martinez expects this. He's going to play rook e5. He already sees what Blubaum is going to do. And now that I'm looking at this, I kind of like it. Yeah. So as soon as I noticed rook e5 stopping rook h8, then it looks quite appealing to me. Some potential sacrifice might be happening.
Wow, such an exciting position. I mean, this knight f6, Jose Martinez, jet-lagged, tired, but he's finding it. And rook h8, as you're saying, rook e5, immediately blocking the diagonal for the queen. There is not going to be any queen h2, no checkmates, and it's Jose Martinez who is attacking.
Yeah, it's very difficult here for Matthias. Again, the evaluation bar says that it's somehow level, and he's most likely going to recapture on f5 with the g pawn, which is going to be discovered check. But White is essentially attacking. And speaking about Martinez, he is really famous worldwide by his username Jospim. He's played so many great tournaments online in Tata Tuesdays and all of the chess.com organized prize money tournaments. And he's trying to make up his name also in over-the-board chess. In the last year's FIDE World Cup, he made it to the quarterfinals, once again proving that he's really a great player. And I wouldn't be surprised he would make great waves here in the Masters tournament.
Absolutely not a surprise. And do you remember who he lost to? He lost to Javohir Sindar, the one and only who won the World Cup, who won the candidates. So maybe he would have gone through if the pairings were different, if the brackets were different. But here he is. I mean, he's very motivated. I asked him a question, by the way, at the opening ceremony. You know, you're famous for your blitz performances. You're so strong at the faster time controls, but also amazing World Cup run. You know, which portion would he say that stands out the best for him? And he said, I'll try to do my best in every single game, every single day, every single tournament. So he's in for it, and he's trying his best. Queen c8, by the way. What is Matthias' idea? Does he want to relocate the queen somewhere?
Yeah, things are heating up really fast. The players are down to the last 20 seconds. I think that Martinez is looking for the right moment to take on f5. Like king f1 makes perfect sense. You want to walk away from this discovered check at the g file. You need to watch out for some counterplay. Queen c4, queen a2, rook h1 check. Who is attacking who?
What is going on right now? King is running away, king f1, rook h1. But it looks like the checks are stopping, or are they knight d4 or queen c4?
There comes blue one. There comes blue one. Queen c4, queen f1. Suddenly, black goes for a counterattack, and I think that here, g takes on f5 is going to be incoming quite slow. I think queen f1 with queen c1 look like monster threats, but again, you have to calculate things very quickly. What happens after g takes on f5?
7 seconds for Matthias. Will he find it? Will he go for it? 4 seconds. 3. He has to make his move. He has to
Queen
play
f1
it.
makes sense.
Queen f1 made with 1 second on the clock.
Big check coming on c1. Do you take on f5? Do you play rook takes on f5? No, I don't think you can do that. Can you play bishop takes on f5?
Do you have g5 check, but then king g7 just hiding? What do you do?
I think you have to take on f5 here and pray you're not getting checkmated there. But now suddenly blue bomb takes over the game, and this is getting really sharp. 5 seconds for both players.
Everything is so much heated. And look at this.
Whoop.
Rook d1. What is happening? He's
Take.
sacrificing?
Is that a perpetual? You're going to play queen
Ooh.
e2, it drops the rook on f3, king e3, queen e1, queen e1, queen e1. Unless black has a way to continue, it should finish in a draw.
Should finish in a draw. Check is happening. We're going to have a handshake. He's just checking queen d2. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I go for it?
I think both players realize and blue bomb's body language says it all. I could have done more, but most likely it's going to be a draw.
Read. Wow. I suggest let's dive in immediately to game of Limle against Levon Aronian. Something crazy is happening there, or is there already a result?
There's no result. No.
No, they're still playing.
No, apparently Levon's position is close to winning, and
okay, they just finished. Levon won. Aydin against yes, still playing. So let's head there, trying to find which game is still ongoing.
So Aydin is playing the white color. Here we can still see Levon Aronian playing against, discussing their game against Limle, and this is the game of Aydin Soleimani against Yes Erdogmus. Yes is suffering here because he's down a pawn. E4 marks as a mistake. Is black able to set up some sort of a fortress?
Yeah, it's a big question because in position we have the pawns on the both sides of the board. Knight usually are not such a good pieces to cover. Bishops are the one who are trying to, target those both squares. But knight d4 now attacking the pawn on b3.
He blundered the pawn on b3. So this was not part of the plan. Knight takes on b3. No, knight bishop c5 attacks the pawn on a7 is good. But now a5 is a threat. You cannot take it. The bishop on c5 is hanging. Where do you put the bishop? On f8 apparently.
Are we going to have a draw? Are we
That's
going to have
what
a
it looks like it, unless Aydin is going to fight for the win.
That's a big question.
It
Will
looks
he
like
continue?
A repetition. I don't think he can continue, because, no, he does continue. He is going to risk it.
Ooh.
He plays king d3. What about a5 here?
That's why we love these youngsters. They keep on going, they keep on continuing. Still, he sees that it's an equal position, but he has chances. He wants to try, but a5.
Bishop f8, and I was thinking about 8x on b4, but also a4 could be a thing. 8x on b4, black has restored the material balance on the board, but it's a double pawn.
But also knight has to whip into defending the pawn on b4. Knight cannot step away, but bishop steps away. So knight a5 is happening. King c2, the only way to defend the pawn.
F5, but no, I don't think here white is playing for the win. I mean, g takes, knight takes on b3. If somebody's calling the shots, it's definitely black. I'm quite surprised that Engine says it's somehow equal.
Yes, it was shocked when the f5 move has been played. Now, bishop f8 targeting the pawn on b4. You cannot defend it, but you can play knight c5.
Knight c5 looks very logical. And you have to calculate things very quickly. Can you go for this pawn endgame? Yes, decided no, he's not going to do it. He plays knight e4 instead.
He's playing safe. He wants to take the pawn on f5, f6. Aydin is very ambitious, trying to push the pawn all the way.
Yeah, but this pawn, I think it's not going to go anywhere, because if you play f7, king e6, that's it, you're dropping the pawn. King c2 is a mistake, king e6. Now, it's very, very clear that here the Turkish player is playing for the win. He has an extra pawn, even though it's a double pawn. The pawn on f6 is dropping. The only question here is if Aydin Soleimanli can survive this.
Don't mess with years. I mean, definitely. I mean, you're just, he had a draw in the pocket there, you know, he had a draw. Just repeat the moves. He continues on the game and, well.
Wow, that's a great move. I think he wants to play
my God.
h5, knight f3, knight g5, and this pawn will be gone. You can't defend it. h5, there you go. Yes, immediately spotted this. Knight f3, knight g5, knight f3. The h pawn is gone. And this bishop at h8 for white, it's doing nothing. The king at f7 blocks it, and actually white would wish he would give it the pawn on f6 for free.
Black has an extra piece in the position. Black is just absolutely winning here. Last move is...
What?
What happened?
No!
King g8. Oh my
Oh
God!
my goodness, he just blown it a piece. Unbelievable.
Oh, this is crazy.
Jesus.
Oh no, the only thing which he had to do is keep his king on f7, not to allow the pawn coming forward.
You can, I mean, you can literally see the pain in Yes's face, because he was this close. I don't even understand the move king g8, because the king at f7 was blocking everything, and it was just lights out, and he was winning this, and now white is going to win this, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the right corner for the bishop.
The right corner, black corner, black card bishop. I mean, this is truly heartbreaking for Yes. Look, he's resigning. Insane game, insane battles here at Biel. I mean, I'm truly shocked. Such a heartbreaking moment for Yes. Should have been a draw. Then it was better. Then Aydin was trying to push. Then Yes was winning, and he blundered it all.
And you can see also the body language of Yes says it all. He's just trying to cope. What the nerve just happened there? I mean, who did play king g8? Was it me? But these things unfortunately happen, and chess sometimes can be a cruel game. But still, Aydin was rewarded with the victory, and here we see the results of both sections.
Yeah, we see that in the Masters we have a draw between Matthias Dubaum against Jose Martinez. Levon Aronian managed to score a win. We saw briefly against Limle, and Limle is on 0 out of 2, while Levon is on 2 out of 2. And it was Aydin who won against Erdogmus in this crazy battle. What happened in the challengers, Arturs?
Yeah, in the challengers we have a draw between Shatong against Václav Fidek. Vaishali scored a victory over Carissa Yip. And Alexander Kostanyuk lost the second game, if I'm not mistaken, also with a white color in a row against Marco Materia. And here we see the first standings of the both tournaments. We have clear leaders in the Masters and Challenges with a perfect score, but of course the tournament is still only starting.
Definitely still only starting, and it was a round 2 out of 7 which are going to take place today at Accentus Chess960. Everything is just starting, action is just starting. We're going to take a short break before we see the games of the round 3. Dear viewers, take a break, take a snack, some drinks, and we'll be back soon. Welcome back, dear viewers, to Biel, where we have the Accentus Chess960 round 3 is about to start. But Arturs, what a heartbreak we've seen just now at the end of the round 2, and as I see from the body language, Yes is still not over it.
Yeah, I mean, these things literally never happen until they happen, really. And unfortunately, it happened with Erdogmus in the previous round, where he was completely winning with no risk against Aydin Soleimanli. But yeah, this terrible one-move blunder, he missed one move and that's it, the game was done. It just confirms once again how chess can be a cruel game, that you can never let your guard down. And the Turkish player was not leaving the board, like pretty much after the end of the round. He was just sitting there in disbelief what just happened. And this is also, I think, a very, very important moment for him as a player, because painful losses, they come and go. Unfortunately, you can't really perform at this level without them. You just have to move on. So I think for him, Angelica, this game is going to be very important, and this is where the training should kick in. How good is Yes by handling such situations? We're going to figure it out.
Definitely, and we have a handshake. As we can see, these are the pairings for the round 3. Yes is going to face Jose Martinez, who also suffered losses in the last 2 rounds. Yes won in the first round, so he's has upper hand, but he's not in the good mental state right now. Levon Aronian is going to face Aydin Suleimanli, another exciting clash to follow. Matthias Lübaum, representative from Germany, will face Lim Le, our 3-time GMT champion. In the challengers, we're also going to have Xiao Tong against Marco Matera, Carissa Yip against Alexander Kostyniuk, and Václav Finek against Vaishal Rameshbabu. Arturs, exciting matchups that we see here. And I feel like they started the game and Yes trying to think, trying to switch off, and he's going for the f4.
Yeah, so I think it was not even about the position. Like, he used this extra 1 minute to gather the thoughts. Yeah, he doesn't really have to hide anything. We could literally read how he was feeling, but you have to move on. He did play f4. And by the way, what I find it real funny about this position, Angelica, that quite similar to the previous round, if I may go back, it immediately starts with some immediate threats.
Some tricks are already starting. If you miss, if you pre-move, or if you do something, then there's going to be a big trouble with the bishop a7 move. But yeah, as you were saying, you know, he's still in this state, because usually when you play the classical game, you lost the classical, you still have, you know, 1 day, evening, night to recover. Here, there is simply no time. The round starts one after another. He doesn't have time. So he took a few moments. I think he's ready. I mean, he's ready for the game. And, well, knight b6 has been played. He's still taking his time.
Yeah. So I would not be surprised that in the opening phase he's going to spend several minutes just to cope with what had happened, try to figure out what's going on here. Yeah, we are not getting a lot of moves here, so maybe let's go to the overview of the entire 2 tournaments and see what else is happening there. The first moves are being played everywhere. F4
almost
seems to be the
board.
Choice of everyone, almost.
Yeah, F3 only, Carissa Yip on the bottom middle board, but it's also F-pawn move. So everyone started with the F-pawn. You know, usually as a coach, I mean, what would you say to your student if they start with the F-pawn?
I really want to go to the game of Matthias Lübaum, because it features something I have never quite figured out. I mean, it's not happening, but let me tell you what I'm talking about. So, in this position, the Vietnamese grandmaster did not defend pawn on a7. And I was thinking, so what is wrong with bishop takes on a7? Well, black can take on a2. You take on b8. I take on b1. I take on c7. You take on c2. Bishop e8, bishop e1, bishop e7, bishop e2, bishop f8. Okay, I think I'm missing something here, but you get a point.
Self-elimination.
This is
what
possible
is happening?
only in Chess960, really. This is definitely some pattern recognition, because I have seen this madness before, and Limley instantly recognized this.
Arturs, it's true craziness, you know, it's absolutely amazing. Just half of the pieces or more even, they are gone absolutely from the board. Everything is gone in the position. Well, I mean, amazing. That's why also we love without Chess960, because it allows us such an interesting idea starting from move 1.
Yeah. So it is definitely possible to copy the moves, and here the both players are now on their own. E3, C6 played by players here, and yeah, I suppose here White is trying to play at the king side, some sort of a G4, H4. I do believe in the principle that the pawn chain directs you in which direction you have to play. Not always, but most of the time. And it appears that this is what Matthias is trying to do. In the meantime, Limble is, I don't know what he's trying to do. Maybe put the bishop on the, no, wait, what's he trying to do? Why is he playing c6? Does he want to play knight c7 or bishop c7? I have no clue.
Because he played this b6 move to stop bishop taking on a7, there was no space for the knight to come out, so I guess he decided to go with a c6. Or maybe he realized that, oh wait, after I played b6, knight doesn't really have squares, so I have to play c6. But looks like should be a plan, right? It should be a plan.
There's definitely a plan. I'm not aware of it. What kind of plan it is? It looks a bit strange because I would have thought that if you want to bring the bishop on d5, you do it immediately. He didn't do it. He played instead c6. I suppose it's simply like he dealt with the bishop a7 idea with the move b6. And since the knight on e8 is not doing anything, he's just playing c6 just to bring it into the game and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you have to do something about knight. You have to bring it out. But then the question is, why do you weaken so many squares? And as we speak, the queen is coming to a6 now, giving a check. Now the king cannot longer castle long, that's for sure we know, because rook has just moved. And bishop f3, x-raying the rook on the b7.
Can I try to trap it?
Ooh.
Oh, probably not. Yeah, there's going to be some knight c5 stuff. Knight c5, the rook on b7 drops.
But for sure, knight a c7 is one of the moves you consider, just attacking the queen, kicking it out, and continuing the development. This is something what's happening in Limble's head right now. What else could be an idea for black, or how would you proceed here?
I don't think I would play queen a6 in the first place, even though the engine kind of liked it. I think that white is simply losing time because of knight c7, and the queen is forced to retreat. And if you have to retreat for no good reason, then I think it's not a good idea. But yeah, we'll see. I suppose. Looks crazy enough.
Yeah, that's kind of what we see, and I suggest let's go and check what's happening on the other games and pull up the bird's eye view, because for now, for some time, Lim is going to take his time. As we have spoken already, f4 is played on almost every game besides Carissa Youp against Alexandra Kosteniuk in the bottom middle board. There is some kind of Benko gambit, Volga gambit on the bottom left corner. Marco Materia against Xiao Tong, pushing this b4 pawn. What else interesting do you see, Arturs?
I'm also seeing that the top middle board, Martinez is trying to capitalize on the bad state of the mind of Yes. He just played e5, which, if I'm not terribly mistaken, it looks like a gambit. To me, he's trying to score on his opponent's disastrous result in the previous round. That looks very interesting.
And actually comparing to the other boards, this is the only board where it's second move happening right now, because all the other boards, so many moves have been played, it's just second move in that position. Incredible.
Yeah, everybody else has moved on quite a bit. And there's quite of a symmetrical position between Finnick against Vaishali. That's the lower right corner. I would say that Limle against Matthias looks the most interesting one. So maybe I'm going to find a game. And
yeah, and shortly just mentioning in the top left corner, Levon Aronian against Aydin Suleiman Lee. There are no pawns on the C and D file. Kings are completely open. Some also crazy things are happening. But let's go to the Matthias against Limle. Back to the game.
Yeah, I kind of like it because it immediately comes with some threat of a4, pushing back the knight and getting the pawn on a2. But quite interestingly, the German player decided to ignore it. He played e3, and I think what he is planning to do that after a4, he wants to play something like knight e2. And even though black temporarily wins the pawn with bishop takes on a2, white plays rook a1. attacks the bishop. Let's say you retreat, rook takes on a4, and the question to black will be, why did you open up the a file, which is not very clear. The king doesn't feel so secure, so I think that most likely the Vietnamese grandmaster is going to do something else, and he did not. He did play a4, and knight e4 is a mistake.
Wait, knight e4. It looks like knight doesn't really have any squares. Can you play c5? Do you trap the knight? What is happening, by the way, Arturs? Knight on d4 doesn't have a single square to go to. c5, do I trap the knight? What is happening?
c5, there's going to be bishop takes on b7.
Ah, yeah, of course,
Yeah.
I'm missing the rook.
Yeah, and the knight is going to go to f3. But you're definitely right about the point that the knight on d4 potentially doesn't have any good squares to go. I mean, I find it quite funny that centralizing the piece could be a bad move.
But look at this g5 idea. So if he would take on g5, e5 would trap the knight. But other than that, g4 is a huge threat in the position. g4 trapping the bishop is a threat from black here. This is something what Matthias has to take care of. And if he just eliminates the pawn, then the knight is trapped. If he doesn't eliminate the pawn, g4 trapping the bishop.
Looks like a great to me, but engine says, no, sir, it's not a great move. You could have done something better. So I'm going to check what it is. We always have to consult with the mighty engine. And apparently the engine says knight c7. Okay, this is ridiculous, really. I think g5 is a great move, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Great attacking move. There are some threats which Matthias has to fix, because I don't know how he can stop now the g4. He has to play something like h3, you know, losing time. He cannot take on g5. But he played g3. Interesting. He allows g4.
Am I really seeing it correctly? But the three-time champion of the event has started with the first two losses?
He did. He lost
Wow.
2 times.
Wow.
Wow.
That is quite a bit unusual, because I mean, Biel for Limley is definitely one of his favorite tournaments. He won it 3 times in a row. Last year he did not participate. He was replaced by Vladimir Fedoseev, who won the tournament. So it must be some lucky spot. But yeah, he started the tournament not so well with 2 losses, and once again it just proves that this tournament is so unpredictable. Matthias himself made 1 draw, but he started with 2 black colors. This is his first game with a white color, and he just stopped black's threat of g4 by playing g3 to secure the retreat to g2.
Yeah, the tournament is absolutely unpredictable. You cannot know what is going to happen next. We just had this heartbreak in the previous round. Now this is happening. I mean, Limle losing first 2 games. The one person who is, who has won already 3 editions, and I remember he won also Chess960, being in the top of the leaderboard and the standings. But yeah, he is struggling really a lot. Well, we see that he's taking some time. Probably it's a good moment for us to go to the bird's eye view and check what else is happening. And by the way, the game of Yes against Jose Martinez, which we saw the first one in the top middle board, some pawn is already on e5, so the pawn has been taken. Extra pawn for Yes, and e3, stepping at defending from the check from Yes. Shall we take a look at that game, or anything else more exciting that you see? By the way, Levon Aronian in the top left corner against Aydin Suleiman Lee.
Every round we can select Levon's games. This is the player you could watch pretty much every round. It looks very, very fun. He has a pretty static position, but he has got some space advantage. And by the way, Angelika, if you are seeing this correctly, if my eyes are not failing me, he just used the pause in the first move. So black has put that on b6. Obviously, maybe let me just put it on full screen.
Let's just go to the game of Levon. Let's just go there.
Why do you need to develop any pieces? Just push the pawns. Yeah, just push the pawns. So this is move number 8. So if you go back to the starting moves, this is how you play if you're a 28 Kongress level player. F4, d3, c4, c takes, e4, fight for the center, then you push the side pawns, you fight for the center here, long castle, and this is already move 9 to make for white. Wow. The big question here, is Levon finally going to develop a piece, or he's going to push a pawn again?
I suggest, I mean, there's still pawn push possible, such as a5, but you have to be really careful about the knight c4, knight d5, you have to be careful because knight can jump forward and black develop already 2 pieces and castled. So I would suggest the next move will be with a knight, will be with a piece. But Aydin is the one who also won 2 games, so it's the battle of the leaders right now in the Masters. Levon on 2 out of 2. Aydin on 2 out of 2 after this crazy endgame with yes. So we have a battle of the leaders here.
Yeah, okay, jokes aside, I'm pretty sure that Levon is finally going to develop his pieces, and he has accomplished something. It's quite amazing because we look at the evaluation bar, what does it say? What is better, and why is he better? Because at the king side, if we can divide the board in 2 halves, for example, here we're looking at the king side, you see that white has gained some space. These 2 pawns, they lock away the king side from the opponent. And at the queen side, he's also pretty aggressive. So I think that right now, Levon is looking at this, he's like, okay, I think I'm doing really great. I have some space advantage. Now, how should I finally bring the pieces in the game? Which is a very legit question. Actually, to be honest, I just noticed you can win a pawn on a7.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's what he's thinking about.
So why not to take the pawn, right? I mean, you can be materialistic. You just grab the pawn and you just, keep it till your opponent proves you why it was not possible. So a5, knight jump forward, and so then we would have 10 moves with the pawns. That's and 11.
This is how white is winning, actually, apparently.
Is there bishop b3?
Oh, let's check Angelica. B3, 11th move, white is winning.
Okay, I was thinking bishop b3 or b3, yeah.
First 11 moves with the pawns, white is winning. That's it. That's all you need.
Just 12 pawn moves.
Oh no, Levon developed a piece. He played knight f3. Oh no.
Oh no.
It's a miss.
But still, it's a very human move. You try to develop the pieces, but of course, I think that's what he calculated, right? He was looking at that direction. He wanted to go a5, a6. Maybe he saw something that, that stopped him.
I think he was literally saying to himself, I want to, but I shouldn't. I have to bring the pieces in the game. But to be honest, knight f3 is a very normal move. You bring the pieces to the game, you want to centralize them, you want to play something like knight e4, a5 is still a threat. Black is trying to figure out how to set up his position. Maybe a5, queen f2 is the battery here, attack the pawn on a7. All of this looks very human.
And also during the opening ceremony, I asked him, what would you choose to play, impressive and memorable games, or secure the extra white? Because if he would finish in the top 3 of the leaderboard, he would secure the white pieces for the next tournaments, classical, and choose the pragmatic approach. And he said, yeah, I choose pragmatic approach. I choose to keep an extra white for my future games in the classical and the rapid, as it's extremely important. And I think that's where we see it. Yeah, knight f3, developing the piece. He doesn't go for this, crazy lines with the pawn, continuing pushing the pawn forward, but just developing the pieces, which makes it very human and shows us again, the top grandmasters, they're all human.
They're definitely human. They just understand this game a bit better than us, but of course, they're still very much human beings. And Levon is thinking about his choices. So I don't know. I could randomly select another game to follow.
I would even not random. I would advise.
Even advise? Game. Yes, please do.
So there is on the bottom middle board Carissa Yub against Alexandra Kostnyuk. We have female battle. We have some craziness happening on the queen side. I mean, just opening up the diagonal and files against the king.
Let's go.
What do you think?
Let's go. Yeah, I immediately, as soon as I opened up the position, I loved it. White has castled alongside, but it appears that the white king is not feeling very secure because black is super aggressive with a5, b5, trying to attack white at the queen side. Bishop a7, that is, what is that?
Let's move the rook. What will happen? Rook b7.
Ah,
Knight c5.
She wants to retreat, I don't know where, to play knight c5 with the tempo.
Okay, that's a tricky. And in case of rook a8, then there would be...
Same. But why don't I take the pawn on a4? Actually, that's a big question. Is there something wrong with this? Boom. I took it.
Maybe knight c5.
Knight c5. Rook a8.
Then we can take on e6 with the tempo. And then step away with the bishop probably.
Far
Not clear
away.
way, yeah.
But even this position is not very clear. Yeah, I just love it, this isolation bar. It's up and down, up and down. I don't even see the engine, to be honest. What's it saying? I'm trying to figure out how to play. Yeah, but this bishop a7 is very tricky because I think that Carissa didn't really have a choice. I mean, if she takes a takes on b5, there's going to be most likely a4 with rook b5 to follow. But let me just put it on the screen here. a4, where do you put the knight? Knight a1, rook takes on b5. It just feels the black is attacking. Yeah.
But what I just realized in the position after bishop a7, black could have castled. You know, bishop a7 and just castle. But of course, you know, it's just possible move. It doesn't mean that it's good, but it's legal, yeah?
Well, I would probably want to castle the...
The short, yeah.
Is it the short side or is it the long side?
It's the long short side, short castle.
Or is it the short long side?
Or it's short long side.
No, I think it's the short.
Long.
I think it's the short long side because I'm casting short and it's long.
I would say
is
it's
it the
long
short
short
side?
castle, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's
Because
really
it's
hard.
because it's short castle, but it's long.
It's hard. It's hard. Really hard. Anyway, castling opportunity is still here. Rook a8, rook b7. These are still opportunities, and Alexandra is thinking about her choices. And by the way, look at the clock situation. She has almost 9 minutes versus Carissa's 3. And the one thing I noticed about the American player, she really likes to play this opening with moves like f3, c3, bring out the bishops early on. She's avoiding these aggressive f4, c4 moves, also seen by some other players. And that's what makes it super fun to follow because every player comes with their playing style, essentially their own preferences. They treat, this is how I played the Chess960, and it's fun.
Trying to be solid, trying to be practical and flexible, but look at the clock, 3 minutes against 8 for Alexandra. She has 5-minute advantage. I mean, that's quite an advantage. And yeah, talking about Carissa, you know, at the opening, I asked her if she got any piece of advice from Limle, because he's going to be the head coach of the U.S. women's team at the Olympiad. And she said, well, he said, nope, no advices. So we've suggested that after, you know, the tournament is over, I mean the first part of the tournament is over, she could challenge him after the 5 rounds, because challengers after the round, just to remind dear viewers, after 5 rounds of round robin, the challengers will have an opportunity to challenge the masters for 2 last rounds. And these points will count to the overall standings.
By the way, we have 3 players from the U.S. national team here playing in Biel. So this is, Limle is not a player, he's a coach. Yeah? So it's Levon Aronian for the men's team, and it's Carissa Yip for the women's team, and Limle is the coach. The World Chess Olympiad, it will be held later this year, starting whichever September it was, I think September 15 or 14, something like that in Uzbekistan. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely exciting. And while Alexandra is taking time, probably it's a good moment for us to choose another game. Well, okay, she played a move. Let's just quickly see what changed. What did she play?
Knight a1.
Oh, she took a knight a1.
Yeah.
Oh, what is
Only
going
a mother
on?
could love such a knight. A1.
Maybe sometimes even mother would.
Such a bad
Would not.
knight. Yeah, it's literally the worst square for a knight because, I mean, you never want to put a knight on a2 or a knight on a1. They have no prospects going forward, but we'll see. And Carissa didn't do this out of good life. She wants to take the pawn on a4. The knight is going to come back to the key, but yeah, this is not where you normally put your knight.
No.
A3 is a thing also.
But okay, another question is, how do you save the pawn on a4?
A3.
Okay, a3.
Yeah.
But then the knight can retreat. So then.
Yeah, but where? Knight b3, I'm ready to take on b2. Also, by the way, notice that this bishop is ready to join the attack. All I have to do is to make some sacrifice on e4. at the right time. Let's say,
What do we do, actually?
yeah, there could be some immortal checkmate like this. Could I sacrifice randomly? Takes, please be there a checkmate. Where's the checkmate? I don't see a checkmate. Where's the checkmate? It has to be there.
There has to be a checkmate.
No.
I would remove the queen and then play some.
Okay, I'm gonna cheat. Queen d6, I knew it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that maybe to bring another rook somehow, rook f8.
Anyway, it just looks
Yeah.
so bad, yeah, for white. I was looking for direct attack,
Of
and
course.
there was apparently no direct thing, but yeah, this looks pretty bad for Carissa, and Alexandra looks great, but no, she played knight b5 and d6 instead.
d6, okay, attacking the bishop. So what she wants, she really wants to go for this a3 push. That's why she's attacking now the bishop. But bishop a4 is coming with a tempo, attacking the knight. Oh my god, what is going on? Every move something is changing. Now there is no longer that a4 pawn. She blundered bishop a4.
Let me go back and try to understand what's going on here. So bishop c5, Carissa definitely saw a3 being a threat, and d6 was played. Bishop a4, you might be right. Yeah, bishop a4 was a nasty intermezzo move. Rook b8, and now white can play a bishop e3. Apparently, the engine still likes her position because she's attacking. She has well-positioned pieces. But if we go back a couple of moves in this position, it just felt that something could be there. Yeah, with the knight at a1, with the a3, with the bishop on e7, looking at the king on c1, something had to be done.
When you have a feeling, you just have to go for it. But it's, so much easier said than done. When you're sitting there over the board, when you're having, such a tension happening. I mean, definitely.
We commentators, we see it best.
We're just yapping. we can suggest all the ideas, but of course, it's up to the players.
We especially love to sacrifice the pieces for the playing players. Yes. That's what we do because we share no responsibility of them. Yeah, it just looks nice. Yeah, it's very difficult, especially in Chess960. Yeah, well, nothing makes sense.
Absolutely, especially in Chess960, where all your pieces are standing around. There is no opening theory there. It's so tough with every single move. And probably also a good moment after the queen c7 to suggest a game.
I want to go back immediately to the game of Erdogmus against Martinez, where Yes is still obviously suffering from the fallout of the previous game, where he blundered.
Look
and
at
now
the
his
time.
position is not so great. Yeah, he's
Ooh.
still in the
How many moves?
10 moves, and he's down to 12 seconds.
Oh my god. This is what happens, whenever people are saying, that chess, chess, okay, you're moving the pieces. It's, there is such a big psychology behind of every single game, every single move. We see he even removed his glasses. He's playing now even without glasses because he's like, okay, I don't want any hallucinations anymore, like in the game against Aydin. I just want, to give my best, try here. But, 12 seconds, Arturs, is it enough?
I think, to be honest, my humble opinion is Erdogmus is not in this game yet. That's how it feels, because he was visibly very upset after the previous round. He spent sitting at a table. He didn't leave it until the start of the next round. He was still upset when the next round started. And this terrible blunder in the previous round, it affected him so badly that apparently he couldn't recover. So I think that a miracle needs to happen here for him to save this. I think that it's going to be very, very difficult for him to do this, but he's a fighter. And even if he loses, it's still going to be a very valuable lesson for him either way. He's still very young, obviously very ambitious, very strong, but it's going to be another lesson for him.
And we have seen also miracles here at the Biel Chess Festival. A lot of things, have been going different way as expected. So as we see, the miracles can happen. And meanwhile, Jose is getting lower and slowly lower in the clock. Now 3 minutes, 40 seconds. But it's, it's too much against 7 seconds right now for Yes. But what he did, he took the pawn on a7 with a check. Now he defends his pawn on a2. He's trying to hold on to the pawn, and now e4. Wow, what a break in the center.
Yeah, it's a positional pawn sacrifice to gain access, I suppose, to e5 square. And by the way, also Martinez himself is a brilliant speed player, and I think he's very, very tempted to play on the time advantage, but he has plenty of time. He has about 3 minutes on the clock with something, and he's trying to get it done right now. White at the moment is up 2 pawns, but the problem is this knight on a7, and I think what Martinez is trying to figure out right now, does he go for the attack? I think his idea was to play queen c5, attack the knight, get the pawn on c4 and attack the king, or maybe instead try to trap the knight, something like c6. But I think this move e4, Angelika, it just gives away that queen c5 is definitely something. I take it back.
Yeah.
He plays c6 instead.
He plays c6, but this was another your idea to try to trap the knight on a7. But now the question is, how do you proceed? And he castles. He castles long right now. Just the king and the rook are just flipping the places. And rook a8, knight on a7 doesn't have any square to go back. How do you defend it? Queen g3 was played. The idea is the trickery. Oh my god, checkmate.
Yeah, bishop g7, bishop e5 looks very reasonable. The knight on a7 has nowhere to go. d6 is a move.
Is there a way somehow to attack the knight on b4? But there is a square on a6, right? It just steps backwards. Right. Is there e5 and some e4? No, there is a pawn pinned.
h5. So yes, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's c5, but yes, has no time to figure out things. I think he treats the knight on a7 is gone. Let me seek some counterplay. Also, this is something that Martinez didn't expect. And one thing I can tell about Yes, he's super fast at calculating, because I remember which game it was in his recent friendly match against Vesely Topalov, who he beat with the score 5-1. He outcalculated Topalov in this very, very sharp position with only seconds on the clock. And if somebody can do this, it's definitely him. But again, what we're questioning here is his state of mind right now, because it's very difficult to cope after the previous long loss. But he's fighting. He's fighting. He's
fighting, and again, as we've seen, there are so many miracles that happen here at the Biel Chess Festival, and one more can come as the ace. But he could have been with 2 out of 2 after 2 rounds. He could be one of the leaders of the tournament instead of Aydin. But now, I mean, he suffered this loss. He lost. He burned all of his time in this game. This is a tough moment for him. But Jose Martinez, look at this. He has 1 minute 30 seconds. But I think while he's thinking, he's also calculating, how to trick. Yeah, it's because whenever you have extra time, you just have to out-calculate your opponent and put him into the trap.
Yeah, I think he is probably trying to normalize the position because he has an extra piece. He got this knight on a7. Yes, is trying to complicate things. He could win the pawn on g6, but it's not enough. e5, bishop g5. He follows the principles. When you're doing badly, you want to complicate things as much as you can. This is textbook play by the Turkish player. Knight f2, knight e4 looks pretty logical. The bar really hates it. I suppose it's because of the knight c5, but what happens after e6 and queen b8? And you have to do all of these things on seconds, literally.
You have to calculate all of it. There are some issues. Don't blunder the checkmate, which can happen. Also, knight h3 potentially targeting the bishop on g5. But then the problem is bishop h6, right? Just taking the pawn.
Where does the bishop go?
Bishop
h6, I suppose. Yeah, looks pretty reasonable. Knight x on b3 also is a move. You can simplify the position a bit. But no, Martinez takes the pawn on h6. So now he has simply an extra piece. No compensation. White is playing for the final tricks. Queen b8, watch out. King c8 or d6 look reasonable to me.
Yeah, if you touch the bishop accidentally, then you're going to lose on the spot. But now e6 was played, trying to stop the mate. Knight f4, defending the pawn. But yeah, looks like not so many chances anymore for Erdogmus here.
And this is where the Mexican player is about to simplify the position. Knight x on b3, rook a1, get as many pieces off the board as you can. You have your extra piece, then take on f4. Yes, he's doing very hard to complicate things, but ultimately there's nothing he can do. Maybe the final trick here is bishop f4, e takes on f4. Watch out for bishop d4. Do not blunder the rook at h8, but I'm pretty sure that black is going to notice this.
And look at his body language. I mean, he's completely devastated. I mean, he's just, he cannot handle it. He cannot handle it. And you know where the upcoming loss started? It started in the previous round. If he wouldn't lose that game, he wouldn't lose this one.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best game by Yes, or maybe we are just downplaying the great play by Martinez, who defended cold-bloodedly. I loved his gambit idea of e5, playing on the state of the mind of the opponent. It's also part of the strategy. And right now, he's trying to capitalize on his extra advantage. I'm pretty sure he is going to win. Is there something else crazy going on?
Matthias Blubaum against Lim Le. I mean, there is a big attack happening. If you want to jump, we can go there. The craziness is on the board. Matthias is attacking. The queen on a5 is being paralyzed. The 3-time winner of the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon may suffer another loss.
There's got to be a mate, but he's having only a couple of seconds on the clock. Queen f6, king c7. Where's the mate? There's the mate. Yeah, rook f6, that's going to be a mate.
Oh my God, 3 out of 3 losses for Lim Le. But let's not waste time. Let's see which game is still ongoing and a jump in there. Levon Aronian is still playing against Aidan Suleimanli. The battle of the leaders, essentially, as we were mentioning it. Some blunders are happening. What is going on?
Yeah, it's very hard to follow what exactly happened. The bar swinging left and right, and again, I think it really matters who has the initiative at this point. A couple of moves ago, Levon, according to an engine, was winning. Now he is down the material. Black has an extra exchange. Levon is trying to capitalize on it. Can you take on d4? There's some problems with this diagonal, right?
Yeah, there are some issues. There will be checkmates. The dark squared bishop is not enough to stop it. So there could be some nasty checkmates. But now g4 trade. And bishop c7 stepping away.
I think Suleiman is going to win this, because now he played this very accurate bishop c7, which enables him to try to eliminate the knight on d4. Aronian essentially is playing for the tricks here. Queen h5, attacking the rook on e8, rook e7 is a very cold-blooded defense. And
maybe queen g5, trying to attack the rook, but okay, not much will change. Queen g5.
All he needs is one move. Okay, the rook on e7 is under attack. All he needs is one move. Play bishop b6, eliminate that knight on d4, and that's it. The game is going to be done.
He plays bishop d6, defending the rook. Maybe what he wants to do, he just wants to take on d4 with the rook and just be an extra piece up.
And I think Aronian lost some time. No?
No, not yet. They're still
looks
like still playing.
Still playing.
Still playing. Rook e4. Now there is attack on the rook on e4, as well as the pawn on e6 is going to be falling in the next moves.
Yeah. So queen b8, king b7. It looks like Aidan is going to become the sole leader of the tournament. And there you go. Aronian resigns, and Suleimanli is going to become the surprise leader of the Chess960 tournament with 3 points out of 3. But we have, I think, more games.
Let's take a look at the games at the challengers. We have still Marco Materi against Shong Tao, as well as Carissa against Alexandra. Your pick? Alexandra?
Yeah, I wish we could have a dual screen. Yeah, maybe let's go back to Carissa Yip's game against Alexandra Kostanyuk, where what is going on here. So 2 knights against 2 bishops. Both players have their passed pawns.
2 knights against 2 bishops. Yeah, bishop or the knight. That's essentially a question. But pawns are running. C-pawn, E-pawn is running. For black, it's only the H-pawn. Isn't it look dangerous? Because I see evaluation bar shows it's all equal, it's all draw, but I would understand.
No, white is definitely playing for the win, because this H-pawn is seemingly going nowhere, and that's why Costa, you had to play bishop E7 to stop the C-pawn's advancement. Knight E7, king E7 drops the pawn on E6. And what do you do? 2 seconds for white?
She's just pushing forward. She's not afraid of trade of the knights on d6. She will have then the very nice pawns. Bishop h5 attacking, but now king can come forward.
What about bishop g4?
Bishop g4 attacking the pawn. Knight f4, she would have to defend.
I think she had to play king f4 to defend it.
Knight f4. Ah, no, she takes.
Knight d7, yeah, but now you can't win this. I think here, this game is going to finish in a draw. Black's going to play king e6, king d5. The knight and 2 pawns will be unable to prevail the defense of the black king, and the white king is so far away from the action. This looks like a draw to me.
Yeah, the final game, which is ongoing right now, and if there would be a bishop, probably there would be still chances for white, or what do you think?
Yeah, maybe.
Tough.
Yeah, but here Kosteniuk shows that, yeah, she's got things under control, and also the body language of Carissa, like, okay, probably had something better here, but there's a draw of her, and they agree. What a game.
What a game and what a round. Number 3 already. We are over already the midway of the tournament, and let's take a look at the results of this round. Really, really exciting. In the challengers, we had 2 draws, as we have just witnessed. Carissa Yup against Alexander Kosteniuk played a draw, as well as Marco Materia against Xiao Tong. And only Václav Finek managed to score a victory against Vaishali Rameshbabu. Vaishali is suffering in the tournament. What about Masters?
In the Masters, no prisoners were taken because all the games were decisive. Martinez capitalized on Yeza's bad state of mind after the terrible loss in the second round against Aydin Soleimanli, who, by the way, capitalized on his lucky moment by defeating Levon Aronian in a crazy up-and-down game with the black color. And finally, Matthias Blubaum won his very first game by delivering the 3rd loss in a row for the 3-time Biel triathlon winner in life.
And it means that we have a leader in the challengers and the masters. In the challengers, it's Marco Matera with 2.5 points, half a point behind him with Xiao Tong. But in masters, it's Aydin Suleimanli after that crazy game against Yes. He won against Levon, 3 out of 3 right now, and Levon is just racing in the back, 1 point behind. Exciting round number 3. The action is just getting started. We're going to have 4 more rounds, 2 more in the round robin and 2 extra rounds. So dear viewers, take a break and we are going to be back in a bit. Welcome back, dear viewers, to the summer in Switzerland, where it's not only hot outside, but also over the boards at the Biel Chess Festival with the Chess960 Accentus tournament happening today as a kickoff of the festival. My name is Angelika Valkova, and I'm happy to be joined by Arturs Neiksans. We're exciting. We have 3 rounds already. Now 2 more rounds of round robin and 2 extra rounds. Arturs, what are your highlights so far?
The highlight is probably the unexpected result of the tournament leader in the Masters section, Aydin Suleimanli. He was the late replacement of the tournament, and probably based on emotions, he is unexpectedly leading the tournament with 3 points out of 3. And also we saw early upsets, heartbreaks. Yes, Erdogmus unfortunately lost his painful game against Aydin Suleimanli, and then he lost the second game in a row against Jose Martinez. But it's very exciting for us, the commentators, and also for you, dear viewers. And these are the pairings for round 4. And if I would have to select, or you would have to select one game, Angelika, which would you like to follow the most?
You know, there are so many different reasons. First of all, Matthias Bluebaum or Aydin Suleimanli against Matthias Bluebaum. You know, this is the match, you know, of the leader, and we want to see, you know, if momentum keeps going for him in the tournament. On the other hand, yes, Erdogmus against Levon Aronian. I mean, this is also a clash, you know, of a generation of exciting chess, as well as a generation challenge. You know, here we have 3 female players, and Carissa is facing against the leader of the tournament, Marco Materia. So I would suggest from one of the three games. What do you say, Arturs? What is your pick?
Yeah, maybe we could start with a game of Marco against Carissa, and then see where the pace is going to take us. All the players are also enjoying their hydration breaks. By the way, this is not only a thing in the current FIFA World Cup, brand new edition. You know, they play football for like 35 minutes or 40 minutes, and then they take 3-minute hydration break. We're doing exactly the same thing here in Biel because it's so hot outside. How much was it today? I think it was like plus 30, 35 degrees. And the weather forecast is not really changing. It's quite sunny, it's beautiful, it's wind, but to be honest, for me, it's a bit too hot.
Yeah, here is where we are in the studio. It's kind of hot, but in the playing venue, it's pretty chill. I mean, I would really love to do commentary there. And by the way, meanwhile, with the Challenger Generation Challenge and Masters Tournament, we have the Swiss Chess960 Fischer Random Championship happening. We just seen the players shaking their hands, as well as in our main events.
And I would like to give 2 shout-outs. One shout-out is, of course, our amazing producer, Bick. Yeah, you're not seeing him on the screen, but he's working very hard, solving all the problems. He's helping us with all the feed and everything, and he's been with us in our team for already the 3rd year. And also, Bick, you're officially amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vic. Yay.
You heard him in the background. I hope you heard him. So he's an integral part of the team. And also, we have this amazing new screen which you can see on the stage of the Biel Congress Center. This big, gigantic wall. It's a brand new addition. I love it. Looks.
If you have seen probably in our social medias, you know, the tournament director, previously the chief arbiter, now tournament director, Lauren Freit, has prepared these very nice things. As you can see, that every names are visible, as well as the red carpet. So we're getting better and better every edition, getting ready for the 60th edition, which is going to take place next year. By the way, without any breaks. So even the pandemic, the corona pandemic, didn't stop the tournament. And that's why the Biel Chess Festival keeps going, keeps growing, and keeps getting better.
Yeah, literally the red carpet. I mean, it's literally red carpet up there. It's amazing. It looks great. Anyway, the game is starting. It's Jabava London, except it's not Jabava London. It's Chess960. It looks like d4, knight c3. These are the first starting moves of the famous creation of the top Georgian grandmaster Bahadur Jabava. But yeah, of course, this is something else. It does look like we might get to something very similar because from the terms of normalcy, the rook stand where they belong, the king stands where it belongs, and the light square bishop stands where it belongs. So within a couple of moves, we might get just pretty normal positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks so far from all the 4 rounds looked like the most, the closest to the normal standard chess that we've had. And also, talking about chess960 position, there are some rules. Maybe we just have to mention to our viewers, just in case. Not any piece can be placed anywhere. There is a rule, first of all, that king has to be located between 2 rooks, so that it can be castled either long or short, or long short, or short long, depending on the position, as well as the 2 bishops. They have to be on the opposite colors. Other than that, the pieces can be shuffled, in the way you want.
Yeah, yeah, they cannot be of the same color, yeah, naturally. All right, so both players are fighting for some privileges. 96, Black is setting up not Karakan against not Jababa London. There's a fight for the e4 and c4 squares. Black is trying to restrict white to pawn play. Kind of makes sense. And I think that if I'm white, I want to initiate some sort of a pawn play. We already saw Limley playing h4, h5 earlier. I think it was against Levon Aronian. Then we saw some players playing h3 and bishop h2. But here we see more modest f3 responded with f6.
f6, and again, the players are opening up the kings, and it's not because, they would like to open the diagonal, but the problem is the bishop on g1 and g8. They would like to develop it, as well as supporting the pawn break in the center.
Yeah, there's some sort of a break happening right now. The question is, do you do it right now? Do you play e4, or first you activate the queen? Actually, the big question, what do you do with the queen here on b1? Because I'm thinking long castle followed by e4 looks reasonable, but do I want to spend 2 tempi with a queen? Probably not.
Yeah, that's a big question, How do you want to spread the time? Which pieces you would like to move twice? Because everything what costs time in chess, it's definitely, can also backplay later, in the game, and that's why you have to be really careful with every single move. But so far, white has a center, and black, what black can do? How can black continue developing the pieces?
That's a very good question. I wish I had an easy answer. Maybe take on e4, give up the center, but activate the last queen bishop. I kind of don't like it. What else I can do? Bring more pieces in the game? Queen c7 maybe? What do I do with the knight on d8? So I'm talking from Carissa's perspective. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Do I play a gambit? Maybe there's a room for knight e6, give up the pawn and do something. There's so many possibilities here.
Yeah, because all d4 pawn at some moment could be weak if you're taking on d5. But yeah, I have to be really careful.
It could be even something like d takes, f takes, and knight e6. It pretty much plays against the principle, do not give up the center, but it creates these targets. And Carissa just played bishop f7. And again, by the way, in this game, she does exactly the same. Like we discussed this in the previous round. She really likes this f6, bishop f7, or c6, bishop c7. That's the pattern I have noticed in her playing style.
Just to be very flexible, be tricky, you don't show all your cards, you don't commit, to some moves, don't make big commitments, being very flexible, and don't overpush with the pawns. That's what she's doing. And yeah, but okay, in previous game, there has been some, sharp position for her, and yeah, she could have even lost that game, but luckily she saved. And now facing the leader of the tournament. By the way, Arturs, are you surprised that Marco is leading the Generation Challenge? Because he's one of the fastest and very famous in the Blitz and Rapid himself. So what do you say? Or is it pretty normal result? I don't think he has so much experience in chess960.
Yeah, but the question is, who really has so much experience in chess960? Because
Magnus,
maybe Vincent Keimer, of course, who was a frequent guest of Biel Chess Festival for so many years, and he was always doing really well in chess960. But most of the players, I think, they're in the same shoes like everybody else, even though they're pros or they're the best youngest players in the world. I don't think they have a lot of experience, because if we speak about the chess960 tournament itself, which tournaments actually do organize them? So there's the Grenke, Grenke Open,
freestyle.
And the freestyle, whatever the name. Yeah, was it chess960 or freestyle chess? To me, it's the same. But there's this open tournament, and then there's the elite freestyle. At least they used to be before. I'm not sure they organized anymore. And that's it, basically. There's obviously
Mainz?
Chess.com's. Mainz is no longer happening,
No
is
longer. No, yeah.
There's
it happened.
Chess.com's Freestyle Friday, which I think attracts a lot of players, but that's it. And I wouldn't be surprised that some of the players, they don't have so much experience at all.
Yeah, and that's why it's important, to have such a tournament, which also, it's basically one of the only tournaments, one of the only open tournaments which Biel Chess Festival is hosting, is a freestyle chess tournament. I think it's 7 rounds happening in the morning. Also, some players can combine with the MTO and the ATO, starting also very soon. And it's very good to experience this in the classical chess, because usually you play Chess960 in the faster time controls. But this experience of the classical freestyle chess, Chess960, is something which many players would love to witness. And otherwise, how are you getting better at it if you don't have practice?
You know what some grandmaster told me? Why did they play in Grenke Freestyle Open?
Why?
They don't have to prepare for the games. That's the reason.
That's actually very cool.
All right, let's go to the bird's eye view and select another game. This is a big, big fight for the center. There's the tournament leader of the section, Marco Materia, playing against Karisaye, but we have more games.
Aydin Suleimanli against Matthias Blubaum in the top right corner. Aydin already developed his queen out. Aydin is the leader of the tournament. That game also, looks very exciting with some double pawns on the queen side. What else is catching eye? Well, first of all, there are a lot of positions with a d4 and e4 pawns.
And not only that, it's d4, e4, and f3. So the challengers section, we see c3, d4, e4, f3. So it's Toncha against Vaishali. Then we have Alexander Kostanyuk, lower middle board against Václav Fidek. Pretty much the same structure. And then we have also Marco Materia, the game we discussed. And potentially, of course, Jezha's position against Levon Aronian, he is hinting at e4. So you see, great minds think alike.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the Masters, all of them, didn't really think so much alike. There is e4 f3, there is d4 c3 f3, and there is just e4. So which game shall we take a look at? Also, Jose Martinez against Lim Le on the top top left corner. Something is happening there, some trades. Is queen on e5 there already? That's interesting.
That is interesting. I have a suggestion. So maybe let's go to the game of the tournament leader of the Masters. Aydin Suleimanli against Matthias Blubaum. Aydin has started the tournament with 3 victories. Matthias had a pretty rough pairing because he had to play with 2 blacks in the first 2 rounds. He lost the first round game against Levon, then he made a draw and he won the previous round game. He currently sits at 50% score. Unfortunately, the great Blubaum sleep. The great Blubaum sweep, I wanted to say. It's not going to happen here. I'm referring to his score that was widely discussed on Reddit, the series of draws. By the way, he did play great in the candidates tournament, but here, obviously, it's a different tournament, different agenda. And Matthias is doing great.
And the only 2 players, who beat him, Giri and Caruana, were the ones who were so close to winning the candidates but didn't. There is a rumor that if they wouldn't stop, or they wouldn't try to stop Blubaum's sweep by winning him, maybe they would have had more luck, in the tournament. But yeah, definitely. And what also is amazing about Matthias, how honest he is. Like in his post-game interviews, he's calling different names himself. He's very, very strict to himself after every game. He's probably even stricter and sharper than the engine, if we can say so. So definitely giving much more analysis. But yeah, what is happening here? Trade of the bishop to G1.
Well, so what we didn't see the past couple of months, I think that the opening went quite wrong for the tournament leader, because he allowed doubling the pawns on b3, which maybe is not really that of a big deal, but he also had multiple weaknesses in the position. So if you go back to this position right here, Black has a healthy, great position. White has double pawns. White has lost control of the b4 and d4 square. And precisely for this reason, Soleimani decided to sacrifice a pawn. He played f4. His idea was to bring the bishop on g1 in the game, attack the bishop on c5, and see what happens. And now, after bishop takes on g1, I'm a bit surprised that he is not responding, and this makes me think that he wanted to play f5 right now, and maybe he noticed something that he doesn't like.
Yeah, f5 looks like a very, very direct move and forcing.
Yeah, he didn't do it, by the way. He took on g1. He was tempted, but
Very tempted.
yeah, he decided not to do it. He gave up the pawn. Like, e takes on f4 obviously is d4 with some compensation. I suppose knight takes on f4 and d4, long castle. White is just down a pawn.
And as we know, Matthias can hold on to the material, and as he has done, as well as to the time. Look at this, 12 minutes for Matthias against
Look at
6.5.
Bilbam. He checked the big screen. Am I really up a pawn? Really? Yes, I'm up a pawn. Yeah.
He's not sure. He's not sure. He had to check. Just to be sure. That's also on the screen. The DGT board is correct.
And d4. Yeah.
D4 break is happening immediately. What do we do here? Do we take or defend on e5 with a d6? No, but then there's going to be g3, some issues on the light squares. Can you take as white, as black?
Yeah, you can probably take it. You can probably play d6, but I think one thing is quite clear that Soleimani knows he's in trouble. He did this on purpose. This was not a blunder. He gave up the pawn to gain some activity for it. Probably he suspects that it's not enough, but you got to do something, and at least he has some activity for it. By the way, look at the clock situation. He is 6 minutes versus Black's 11. Also doesn't spell any optimism for the tournament leader, but of course, I mean, the entire game is still ahead of us, but Blue Bar's position looks really good.
Definitely, it is. And while he's taking time, it's a good moment for us to take a look at the bird's eye view to see what happened. By the way, he took on d4. That's what happened. But anyway, we're going to follow the game later. First, what catches my eye is on the bottom middle board, the French defense position. But in the top middle board, all the pawns are in the center. f3, e4, d4, c3. For black, it's f6, e4, d5, c6. It's a game of yes against Levon Aronian. Do we have
Right.
something more interesting that catches your eye?
Yeah, actually, I might have, but I mean, I was a bit excited when I saw Jose Martinez's position. I noticed there's a king on c3, which immediately sparked some attention, but then I noticed the queens are off the board. That's the game on the top left corner against the Vietnamese grandmaster and three-time tournament champion Lim Le. He's down a pawn, but has some compensation. Maybe that is not so exciting.
So I would suggest this game of yes against Levon Aronian in the top middle board because
As
of
well.
the pawn structure. Just look at this. All the pawns, f3, e4, d4, c3, they're all meeting in the center. And of course, it's one of the top clashes right now in the round. And we see, yes, already rehabilitated. He's handling his time well. 8 minutes, 30 seconds against almost 7 minutes.
Okay, I have a big question. Who's going to blink? So who is going to take on either e4, d4, or e5, d5?
Yeah,
How long you're going to keep the tension?
That's the biggest, question which they constantly have to calculate. So now in the position players, every move they have to see what if my opponent takes on d5 or my opponent take on e5 or on d5. So anytime the capture is possible, but I feel like the first one to take maybe not will be the first one who takes the biggest advantage out of it, because usually when you take, you allow your opponent to improve your pieces.
Yeah.
Not so sure.
It
Knight
just looked so picturesque. Like these 4 pawns, the knights backing them. For the sake of argument, I could do the same. Knight e3. And yeah, there's something going on here. The question is who is gonna do it? Who is gonna blink? Because it's not only about the center. You could easily take on e5 and d5 and make them like hanging pawns. For example, can I do this? Like take twice, take stakes. Black has the center, but is it really a strong center? I might just undermine it after
Just
knight e3.
targeting the center, and almost all pieces are out for white. Only the bishop on g1 is the one who is standing. And how do you defend it? How do you defend the pawn on d5? Do you really want to move the knight away? Knight e4 would not really work out. You can just trade it. Knight c5 maybe? Knight c5 attacking the bishop?
Yeah, knight c5 is definitely a move. Attack the bishop, protect the pawn on d5 with the bishop on g8. This is one opportunity. The second opportunity would be for white to like make one trade, like for example take stakes and then play knight e3. Attack it, keep some balance in the center, and try to target this pawn. By the way, now black doesn't have knight c5. This looks reasonable. Then I'm thinking I could do the same probably with the... No, but I think it makes sense to target the pawn on d5, not the pawn on e5, like take stakes and this. It makes less sense because I'm not really attacking this pawn, am I? Or I keep the tension.
And we see that Yes already has made his decision. He took on d5 and played knight e3. Arturs, as you were saying, I mean, targeting the pawn on d5, there is no knight c5 attacking the bishop. There is no defense on the pawn on d5. How do you continue here as black? It's a critical moment right now for Yes because this game is super important for him to come back in the tournament after two tough losses.
I think there's also some good news for the fans of Erdogmus and Turkish fans in general. It looks like he has recovered after the previous loss. It was a bad loss. Okay, two bad losses in a row. These things happen. You need to calm down. You need to have some time to pass away. And he's doing much, much better in terms of the time management. Levon himself, he just lost also a pretty painful game against Suleimanli. I'm not really sure if they're checking the games on the phones. Is this something you want to do? Like, especially if you lost, do you really want to check how do you do and you were like completely winning in a time scramble? I don't think so.
You know, Arturs, what I can tell for sure is that Yes was not the one who was checking the game. We have seen like the full break. He was sitting. He was kept on sitting at the board after the game finished also against Jose Martinez. So he was there. He was sitting. He was trying to recover. And finally, this is the moment where he managed. But extremely tough, especially after two losses in a row.
Yeah, but the language of Levon also doesn't spell a lot of optimism. I think he suspects that his position is not great, and maybe he's trying to find a creative way out of it, because the thing about the pawn on d5 is you don't have to defend it, meaning you could sacrifice it. For example, like you allow white to play knight e5, knight e3, give up the pawn for example, to tempi and do something in the meantime. But yeah, the question is, what do in the meantime? So maybe secure the king, e takes on d4. Okay, Levon does something else.
He's taking on d4 at the same time attacking the knight on e3. And now the biggest question is, do you recapture on d4 or do you take on d5? Because now you can just remove your knight from e3, which is under attack, and take on d5.
Oh, I so want to take on d5. Nope.
No, he takes a pawn.
Yes says no.
But it still looks like it's good, right? Like you take, now pawn on d5 is still under attack. How do you defend it?
Knight c7 is a very sad move. I don't think that Levon wants to... I mean, if somebody is going to play passively, it's definitely not Levon. He's going to do something else. He's going to give up the pawn on d5. He's going to fight for the initiative. But it's a not so good coordination between the pieces. This knight on e6 is misplaced. If he had the knight on c6, we could talk about a pretty decent position.
Yeah, unfortunately, knights are not jumping like this. Right. Yeah, to get the knight there, you need knight e8 and knight c6. But yeah, tough position.
Let's check very quickly the overview of the other games and see if we're missing something in the background. But Levon is suffering against Yes. He is recovering. This is good news for him and his fans.
Definitely. And what we also see is that Liam Le in the top left corner against Jose Martinez is also up a pawn. So that was what we were discussing before going into this game. Maybe the 3 times winner Lim Le will recover this round.
And what else? Oh, wow. There is some knight d5 in Tonshao's game against Vaishali.
What is happening?
It's a sacrifice. Okay, let's go straight there. So knight x on d5. There are a couple of amazing moves played here in this position. Rook a3. The Chinese grandmaster made a pretty normal move. You would think this is your typical King's Indian defense position. Everything is locked, and boom, suddenly comes knight x on d5. And where's the idea? Queen b4.
Ooh, double attack, taking the rook. Whoa. Rook a3, I mean, so tough, so difficult to miss. Wow. And Vaishali is known, for this tactical vision. She's calculating so much. We have seen her playing couple editions before. She was sacrificing a lot. So yeah, now knight a4. Now she's up a pawn.
Yeah, but she has only 2 minutes on the clock. So I think what happened is that Tong, he was trying to play a bit too fast, apply pressure on the clock, and boom, suddenly comes knight x on d5, and there you go. He has grabbed his cat. He's very unhappy about it, but what to do? The game continues. He's only down a pawn. Vaishali increases the speed, knight e6, trying to eyeball for the d4 square.
But Vaishali generally is also getting in the time troubles pretty often, so that's not a big surprise. And for that reason, yes, she has to speed up. She has to use her time, more wisely and leave it for the next stage of the game, because it will be very critical. How to convert this pawn? This is the biggest question.
I would play g3 something. Yeah, g3, go for some kingside attack, or maybe disguise my intentions by activating the rook. Okay, rook at a3 needs to move anyway, like rook a1. Let's say black does something like c5, control the d4 square, play g3, king g2, toss everything at a king. So what to do? The position is pretty bad anyway. And White is thinking about it.
There would be also some knight b6 idea, attacking the rook, and knight d7, but unfortunately rook a7 would just stop all the attacks. What else can White do? I mean, definitely a lot of time that Tong Shao can think about. By the way, he's just half a point behind the leader in the Generation Challenge, so pretty close. So for Vaishali, it would be very important to score the victory, because currently she just has 1 point, and yeah, that's not enough.
c5 is also looking quite reasonable, but I'm not really sure if this is the kind of simplification he wants to go for. Like, I tried to activate the Lasco bishop, put the bishop on c4. No, he plays rook d1. I like it. He's trying to be unpredictable. All right.
So yeah, he's trying to make her spend so much time, right, Vaishali, so that she spends time, and yeah, he's using the d file. Vaishali's taking her time. Would you say that let's go to the bird's eye view and take a look what else is happening? Because okay, we've just seen, of course, this Yas against Levon, some crazy game in the top middle board, as well as Marco Materia against Carissa Youb in the bottom right corner. There has been a lot of development in that position as well, and it was Matthias Bibaum who's still better against Aydin Suleiman Lee in the top right corner. And Lim Le is pushing in the endgame against Jose Martinez in the top left. Oh my God, so much, so many games to choose from, and difficult to say.
Yeah, I think Lim Le is simply going to win, because now he just collected the second pawn. So it's going to be his first victory after 3 consecutive losses in the Masters section. Blue Bomb still has this extra pawn, but Aydin is fighting. I don't know. Maybe let's go to Marco Materia against Carissa Youb. Marco is the leader of the challengers. Here, Carissa just played bishop h6. She tries to trap the white queen, which actually is not so easy to defend. There's queen d2. Yeah, queen d2, bishop h6, and bishop e3. Or queen g3.
Yeah, so you just stop with the bishop g3, bishop, or knight f4.
Yeah, but Carissa's position, it doesn't look very good because white has very normal position, beautiful center, which is backed by the knights. The bishop pair works nicely together. The king is about to be positioned on b2, and the black king on e8 doesn't feel so safe because white is about to open up the position. Long castle doesn't also look very secure. And king b2, and why is this a blunder?
What? Why was it a blunder?
Wait, just a second.
Let's go back.
Just a second.
Was there some knight c4? Some idea?
Apparently there was queen b6.
Ah, knight c4 threat.
And let's say I
Ah,
defend?
because you cannot go back with the king due to bishop h6.
Oh, there were some crazy tactics.
Queen a5? Or?
Some knight e4.
Oh, knight d4.
Yeah, but this is so difficult. Okay, Carissa didn't see this because she was so preoccupied with the idea to play bishop h6, so both players simply walked past it, and now she's trying to get to this queen on h3, which is supposedly misplaced, and white is still doing much better.
Of course, it's very, very human in a way, trying to target the queen, trying to trap it. Meanwhile, Imle won against Jose Martinez, the three-time GMT Masters champion of Biel Chess Festival, is trying to get on his feet, trying to recover after the tough start of the tournament and scoring his first victory.
Do you want to go to that game or stay to this game?
No, he already scored the first victory. I'm just saying that. Yeah, that's already the first result of the round. But let's see what else is happening on the other boards. As we were mentioning, I mean, earlier we followed the game, yes, against Levon on the top middle board. There is still some big pressure, extra pawn, really exciting position for Yes to recover, start his recovery of the tournament.
Seems to be a pretty bad round for the white color. Black is winning most of the games, so Limley won his game, and then Matthias Blubaum is close winning his game against tournament leader Adin Suleimanli. That's the top right corner. Also, Vaishali is doing much better against Tong Xiao, and then we also have Kostanyuk's position, which is deteriorating against Václav Finek. Another decisive result, by the way, Suleimanli was just defeated by Blubaum.
Oh.
Big result.
Another result. So let's decide where we're heading next. Probably let's take a look at Alexandra Kostanyuk against Václav Finik. We haven't checked that game yet. And what is happening there?
Wow. There's a very, very deadly pin here for Kostanyuk. The knight on c3 is pinned with the bishop on g7. The king is exposed. The bishop on f1 is not developed. The knight cannot move to bring the bishop because the knight on c3 is trapped. And on top of that, I think white is just down. Wait, no, white is up material.
White is up.
A piece for 2 pawns. Am I correct?
Oh, white
1, 2,
has
3,
a
4. 1, 2, 3.
piece.
Yeah.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So basically, if Alexandra is going to give up the piece, she would have to get back at least 2 pawns for it.
I didn't even notice it, to be honest. Like, the position looks so bad, I didn't even notice that black is having a piece down.
First I thought it's a double pawn on the g3 and g2. Apparently it's a bishop, so... But yeah, b5 has been played.
Makes sense. Black wants to play b4. Now b4 open up the position. This is where the white monarch is. You want to get to it. Queen takes on b5 is queen a3, your bishop c3.
Yeah, you cannot take the pawns. So what do you do? I mean, you have to try to stop the threat of b4. At the same time, you cannot take the pawn. It's very tough. It's very tough.
I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe you have to give it up. I mean, what do you do? Because I'm just not seeing any move. Okay, bishop e1.
What about rook? Yeah, rook h3 idea, I think.
Defend
rook h3, you want to develop, try to develop the rook.
What's
and
mine
also
is going to stay mine, yeah?
Absolutely.
I like it.
But also you have to activate the rook in some way, and it's tough to see how.
Yeah, rook h3, keep the knight alive, and Kostanyuk is trying to transfer the pressure to his her opponent so that he figures out what to do, because he's the one down a piece. Well, for black, it's very obvious, open up the position. Takes, also the pawn on c2 is dropping, some bishop c2, knight e3 ideas. Oh, looks pretty bad for white. Very hard to play.
Very tough, feels like suffering. Also on the clock, only half a minute for Alexandra, over 1 minute for Václav. This position.
Knight e1, what do you do? Knight e1, knight a2, maybe. Queen e1.
But knight e1, you're giving up your queen.
How? Oh.
The bishop is on g7. You don't want to give it up. Yes.
Well, then it's very bad. What can I say? I tell you. Yeah,
It's too bad. Too bad position. So probably we can conclude that this game is going to finish with Václav winning. Let's take a look at the other games. What is happening there? I mean, Yes is in control in the game of Levon against Levon. So,
all right.
Shall we take a look at there? Just go straight away.
Let's go. Let's go straight to that game. And this is a time scramble for Yes. He has again only 10 seconds. Aronian gave up the pawn on d5, just as I suspected, to get some activity. White is trying to figure out things with only a couple of seconds on the clock. There is some pressure. Black is down a pawn, but he's pressing on the pawn on d4 with a potential discovered attack. But I don't know, knight b7, knight c8, knight e8. Maybe b5, knight c4 looks a bit more aggressive. Pardon my silly arrows, like this. Never go back. Actually, that's a rule I learned from Nakamura. Never go back. Always
Never
go forward.
Just
go
forward. Just attack.
Just attack. Always go forward. So b5, knight c4. My money would be on this move.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have
There
to
you
go, and he goes for it. b5. You have to keep the game going, and that's what Levon is doing. I mean, such a creative chess player, such an experienced one.
And I just love also the speed how Yes responded. Like, this is really amazing to see them because they're already thinking about the opponent's response. And as soon as Aronian played b5, Yes immediately played knight b4. And I think it tells us that he fully expected the move.
I'm so sorry. I mean, like, there is so much happening in the Generation Challenge. I don't know if I can interrupt this because the evaluation bar goes up and down. My Shali's game as well as Carissa's game. It's so tough to see what is actually happening there. Vaishali was just winning. I mean, anything is happening. But okay, let's just stay here. Let's just stay here in this game and.
And then if something happens here, then we switch to that game.
Yeah, we switch.
Okay. Yeah. Of course, in a time scramble, all kinds
so tough to say.
craziness is happening here. But Yes now is pushing forward his d pawn. He's going for the kill. Knight d7. Look at this move. What a tactic.
Ooh.
You cannot take it.
So sharp.
Very, very sharp. But now the knight is under attack, except it's not, because the fork is still there. d6, rook d6, bishop f4. There's all kinds of tactics, and if somebody can calculate them on seconds, it's Erdogmus.
Definitely, it's only him. So Levon is trying to take the pawn, but there's bishop f4 now pinning the rook. He's going to lose material.
He's down an exchange. Bishop takes on d6, knight d6. He's playing on the cards that the knight on e7 won't have anywhere to go. Erdogmus is very nervous. He's reaching for the rook. No, he plays knight e5 instead. You could have taken d5 the rook because the queen on c7 is pinned.
Yeah, you cannot take it. And also rook on d6 is being hanging right now, so you can take it at any moment. Bishop d6 just being up a material, up an exchange.
Look at his adrenaline rush. It's completely Erdogmus reborn. Like after these two terrible losses here, he feels he's back in the rhythm. He really wants to get it done. This game is so important to him. In the meantime, Aronian is desperately trying to hold on to this position here. He's down an exchange while he's trying to normalize the position. But an exchange is an exchange.
Yeah, and also like a bird, you know, the phoenix bird, which has to die in order to be reborn. He lost 2 games to be reborn again.
Never go back.
Go forward. Always go.
Aronian is taking over the game. The knight on d3. Kasper once famously said it's worth a rook. Knight e4, queen b6, all kinds of checks, modern mates, etc. You name it.
The bishop pair. The bishop
The
pair.
bishop pair as well. Yeah, this knight is a monster. So for somebody it's easier to play, it's definitely Levon Aronian, but White still has the exchange.
What to do now? And he's taking the pawn on a2, trying to get material.
Knight takes on g5, bishop g8. Is there knight e6 here? I desperately want to trade off these bishops, at least one of them.
Knight e6. How can you stop?
Okay, how do you spot these moves? Like hit the queen, play something like rook a7, go for counterattack.
What?
Bishop d4?
Oh my god,
Bishop d4, there's a mate, smother mate? It looks like a mate, no?
Bishop d4,
king h1,
knight f2, and then queen b1, checkmate.
Check. Who can calculate this?
Oh my god. What is going on?
Well, Aronian didn't find it.
Didn't see it. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
What a thriller.
I think he didn't see king h1. What to do after king h1? It was so tense.
It was too tense. So he's stepping backwards. He tries to defend, but it is a wrong move because now you're trading and getting into the endgame with a down material.
This was really surprising. I felt that bishop d4 can't be played, but he saw something else. It's a double attack. Look at the relation bar. It just keeps swinging left and right. I mean, black is down in the exchange, but these pieces look so great here. Rook d7. I don't think he's going to take on e4, is he now? Bishop c6, keep the tension.
Bishop error, the beast knight on d3 is super dangerous. Also, the pawn on the c file is going to march forward. What is this?
Rook
What is
b8.
happening? Rook b8. Why is it a mistake?
No, you're going to take it.
Whoa.
It's under attack. Maybe you can simplify the position by giving up the exchange and taking the 4. But can you do this? The c pawn could be very strong.
Yes. What do you do here in the position? Also,
He doesn't know what to do.
he's completely confused. He plays h3, so there is no longer checkmates on the first rank, stopping all the checkmates, so the rook can be activated from f1. But is it the right choice?
I mean, I can literally feel the adrenaline for both players here. Yeah, just so tense right now. Bishop g7, 96 going after the pawn on c4. Can you eliminate it? That's a skewer attacking the rook and knight. Is there a check? Rook c7 counter-attack.
What is happening? Knight f7 is also possible, but he's trading. He decides to go for it. But now there is no longer this bishop, which used to be
Rook
a
b2 is
beast.
knight f4. It doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't work. The knight is overloaded on d3. How do you defend? Rook b5? Rook b5?
I don't see a move.
Rook b4? Rook b4,
b4.
knight f4.
Yeah, I think he wants to play bishop e3. Knight takes on the 4 works anyway. Yeah, Le Bon's like, wait, I just didn't defend against that threat, and now white is
Whoa.
winning. Is he going to manage it?
Resignation is on the board. Insane end game from Yes, and he's being reborn after 2 losses. Incredible. And for Leon is a second loss in a row. He lost to Aydin, now he's losing to Yes. And it's time for us to check the results of the round.
Yeah, let's check them. And again, we see there's no prisoners in this round because every single game was decided. It was definitely a black day because black is winning most of the games. I see that white managed to fight back in some of them. In the master sections, you can see Limley finally scored his first victory of the tournament against Jose Martinez. Aydin Soleimanli was taken down by Matthias Blubaum, and we just saw Erdogmus scoring a very important psychological victory against the experienced Aronian.
Meanwhile, in Generation Challenge, it was Marco Materia who keeps on his lead, winning against Carissa Yub. Václav Finek managed to score important victory against Alexander Kostyuk, as well as Xiao Tong tries to be behind the leader, winning against Vaishali in this round. So it's time to take a look at the standings to understand what is happening. Arturs, we still have leaders. What do you say? Who are they?
Soleimanli has kept his lead, even though he lost this round, but the peloton is approaching. Bluebaum now has 2.5 points out of 4. He started with half a point out of 2. Now he has scored 2 victories in a row. Erdogmus has recovered after his 2 losses. He currently sits at 2 points. Martinez and Limley are still within the striking distance. What about the challengers?
Challengers, we have Marco Materia still having the lead with 3.5 points, but everything is very close. Half a point behind is Xiao Tong, half a point behind him is Václav Finek, and only 1 point behind is Carissa Yip with Vaishali and Alexander at the end of the tournament. But still, nothing is over. We still have 3 more rounds of exciting battles here at the Biel Chess Festival. So dear viewers, we're taking a hydration break for our team. We need it, we deserve it, and we're going to be back just in a few moments. Stay tuned for more. Dear viewers, I hope you enjoyed your hydration break. We definitely enjoyed ours. Meanwhile, Arturs prepared to have some special moment from the previous round because some excitement has been missed, which we would love to share with you.
Yeah, this was pretty much the culminating moment of the game of Erdogmus against Aronian. Things happened so quickly, and we literally even had viewers here in Biel Congress Center shouting out, Aronian, play bishop d4, play bishop d4. And he did not play bishop d4, so I thought I would bring it up. What happened exactly at this moment? The point is, bishop d4 looks very tempting, because if white accepts it, queen takes on d4, king h1, knight f2. You know how many threads I have seen in the chess subreddit about this? Finally, this happened to me. It's a smothered mate. King g1, knight h3. Here takes, you sacrifice the queen. It's a mate on the board. Of course, Aronian saw this, but the point is, after bishop d4 check, he did not see what to do after king h1. Because if he plays knight f2 check, and this is what we're very briefly discussing, then after rook takes at f2, I thought there maybe is a back rank mate, except there's not. Because after queen b1 check, knight g1, you're going to take on f2 because there's a mate on the board. So Aronian had to calculate this on seconds. I think he saw the line. He saw knight f2 check that it's possible to play, and he just didn't really know how to evaluate this position. And apparently he missed a winning move, because after bishop d4 checking h1, he had to spot literally impossible bishop c5.
Wow, bishop c5, which is a double attack on the queen and the rook. And Arturs, why couldn't he take the rook instead of bishop c5?
Actually, let me check it out. So bishop takes on a7. Here is queen f8. The rook is gone.
Oh, so that's why bishop c5 is so important to defend the pawn, the rook on the face.
It's not possible.
Wow.
It's simply not possible in time scramble to notice this. When you're playing on 5 seconds, the position is so sharp, he missed it, and ultimately, Jerzy won the game.
And here we have the final round of the round robin in every tournament of Masters and Generation Challenge. We have in Generation Challenge, Carissa Yup with white pieces against Xiao Tong, Václav Finek against Marco Materia, and Vaishali Ramesh Babu against Alexandra Kosniuk. And Arturs, what about Masters tournament?
In the Masters, we have Aronian taking on Jose Martinez. That's going to be a very, very exciting game, obviously. Matthias Blubaum is going to face Jerzy Erdogmus, who has recovered from his 2 losses in a row in the second and third round. Limele is now in better spirits because he finally scored his first victory after 3 losses in a row. He's going to take on the still tournament leader, Soleil Manley, who started with 3 wins, but now he lost his game in round 4.
Yeah, for some players, it's a tough situation, like Levon, losing 2 games in a row. He's reborn, now ready to face, and well, we have players ready, as we can see, very, very beautifully. Handshake has happened, and the games are about to begin. Our dear viewers, don't get us wrong, it's not the final game for today, but it's final game in the round robin, because what will happen after this round is going to be a true spectacular, because we're going to find out a bit later, since the challengers will challenge the masters, so we don't know the pairings for the last 2 rounds. So stay tuned with us till the end of this round to find out what is going to happen.
So let's see how the game is going to start. Yeah, we just have, for example, the very first game of Aronian against Martinez. Let's see what is going to be Aronian's choice for the first move. I think first and foremost he's trying to familiarize with the position. Maybe he has seen something like this before. The bishops are in the corners, so I suppose you want to play either b3 or g3, or maybe Levon is going to play b4 and g4, fight for space advantage. You want to figure out what to do with the center. And the first move is not yet played.
And it looks like an amazing position, because usually many times we remaneuver our bishop, whenever it's fianchettoed to the h1, and then the rook is on g2 or on g1, helping the pawn push. So g4 or b4, both rooks are standing behind the pawns, ready for an attack. But the problem is the opponent's rooks are also standing in the same way. And finally, he goes for it. He goes for the e4 move.
It's not a bad move. He fights for the center.
The king's pawn move.
King's pawn move. Martinez is probably going to complicate things in some way. I don't think he's going to play e5. He's going to play some c6. No, c6 makes no sense because the bishop at a8 is trapped. Maybe b6 something, or c5. I think he would play some c5. You would think this is your normal Sicilian. Okay, he went for g6.
You know, with such an experience that Levon has in the Chess960, do you think he already played this position before? Tough to
I
say.
can't really tell. I'm pretty sure even if he played it, he doesn't remember it. Unless it was a very, very spectacular game, like because of this game he won the World Championship match. Like these one of the unofficial World Championship matches back in the day, 2000, early 2000s, organized by Mainz in Germany. But yeah, he definitely has a lot more experience than some of his other players.
And we have modern defense, g6, as that we would say in the standard chess, obviously, not in the Chess960.
Well, you can't go wrong, really, by pushing the pawns in the center. No, I think actually I was once following some Chess960 tournament where maybe even the very first move was a mistake, according to an engine. Like E4, the E4 engine says, no, it's a mistake. Yeah, but I really don't remember.
Yeah,
when was this?
It's so tough. It's definitely extremely tough. And I remember when Ding Liren was playing in one of the freestyle chess editions. You know, many times he has been making mistakes at the beginning of the game. Already first, second move was a mistake, and then getting completely lost position. So choosing the opening is very important. And what Jose Martinez is doing, he's just opening up his bishop. He's fianchettoing his bishop after g6 and b6, and they're open.
It looks like he's playing some hippo, but there's a problem. For the hippo position, the bishops have to go here, and the knights have to go here. But you can't easily do it, can you? I mean, it's still very much reasonable. He opens up the bishop on a8. He's targeting the pawn on e4. He's very flexible with ideas, maybe f5, maybe c5, and Aronian is thinking, how to defend the pawn? Do I play g4? Actually, I like g4 a bit more because it stops. Does it stop? Maybe it doesn't stop nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, g4. Yeah, it's tough to say, but yeah, I mean we have two bishops which are targeting the center also, and pawn on e4 is under attack right now. So you have to handle it. You have to do something about it. So pushing the g pawn makes it logical, right? Defending the pawn on the e4.
Yeah, I mean, the point why I don't like g3 because it. Okay, and Levon played it. Like I thought I don't like it because it takes away one square for the knight, but maybe g4 didn't stop f5 anyway. And Levon's like, okay, listen, I'm just going to protect the pawn, play perhaps f4, gain more space, put the minor pieces behind it and see what happens.
But why didn't it stop f5?
You mean g4?
Yes, g4.
Because I saw some ghosts there. I'm not entirely sure. Like I was thinking, wait, but no, you can't play f5. You're correct.
gf5.
No, I'm just bad.
No.
I just didn't see the rook.
It's the heat which we have here, from the weather, at the same time from the games which are happening.
Yes, it's the heat, definitely. No, okay. Like I think we're overanalyzing this. G3 is just fine, and Levon looked at G4. He discarded this because that's the thing. When you're always watching Aronian play, you expect he's going to do something super creative, super crazy stuff, but he also knows, of course, how to play good old logical classical chess, so this is what he's doing here.
Arturs, I suggest to get to the bird's eye view just to see which opening choices were done by the players, and interestingly, you know, in some of the games, like in the top middle board, there has been completely symmetrical position with b3, b6, d4, d5, and g3. So we have the question to Yais, basically, if he's going to go with a g6 to repeat. And similar pawn structures also in the bottom middle board. We have d4, d5, e3, e6, g4, g5. Some really, you know, positions where the players are just repeating each other's, and this is interesting.
Except of Vaishali against Alexander Kosteniuk, because I was looking at the overview. And I tried to figure out how did I get there so quickly. Let's delve in. and try to figure out, because the pawn structure already has changed. White played early g4, which means this is war, and black happily accepted it.
So white played d4, e5, and then they traded on e5.
Right.
So d4, g6, and then some moment to
You
e5.
want to? Yeah.
No.
Okay, let's do it.
Just
Grob.
as a
This is one of those rare
Ah,
moments
so
when Grob is
g4
working.
they started.
It's working, yeah. G4, D4, I love it.
Some players may disagree, you know, some online players who love Grob.
I love it. G4, D4, what is better? G6, take the center, knight G3, E3, and now engine screams F4, G5. I just looked at it. Yeah, F4, G5, gain even more space. Looks logical. What do you do actually after F4? You have
Bishop
to go
d6, the only move.
G5? No
Now
squares
you,
here?
yeah, you have to step backwards, right? Or knight h5, you give up a pawn. You cannot go knight h5. So knight e8, is it a move?
It is a move, but it's a very sad move.
Very sad.
I want to make a more positive move. No?
Queen g4.
Thank you. I need a hydration. All right.
More water.
Yeah, more water, eventually. So, yeah, F4, G5 looks very, very good. Oh, you're right. Yeah, then I don't think Kostyuk has anything better than to play the only move.
And then it feels like, you know, there is such a huge march with the pawns. On the king side, this e3, f4, g5. I mean, this is really, you know, we're trying to, getting really sharp position.
Maybe White sees this position, but she's just trying to figure out what to do. Am I not overextending? Even though it doesn't feel like overextending, White gains some space. Maybe continue with, okay, this bishop in a1 is really ridiculous. You want to play b3.
Bishop a3.
Some check. And even this position just feels better for White. Yeah, this knight on e8 is really bad. Knight g7, maybe there's going to be some square on f6. Okay, I know I'm going really far with this, but Vaishali right now is in a very deep thought. She's trying to figure out what to do. Plenty of time, 11 minutes.
Maybe it's a good moment for us to check another game to follow while she's taking her time, because this f4, g5 a really straightforward idea. Is there anything already spicy that is happening? I mean, we've already discussed there has been some positions with a similar pawn structure. On the top left corner, it's Levon Aronian against Jose Martinez with a beautiful pawn structure, h2, g3, f4, e5, d4. Look
and
at
again,
that.
Levon doesn't develop his pieces.
Again, he's playing 10 moves with the
We
pawns.
gotta see this.
Let's go to Levon.
Because he literally did this. Which round was this? Round 3?
3? Yeah.
When he lost against Aydin Suleimanli, he played the first 8 moves with pawns. He got very big advantage, and all he needed to do is continue using the pawn play, and he would have a big advantage.
He had to play 11 moves with the pawn. 11 moves. A5, A6, just continue pushing
And now it's
it.
7 moves with the pawns.
Now
So
it's 7 moves and
let's-
C3.
Yeah, let's check it. E4, D4, G3, E5, B3, F4, C3. There you go.
Another pawn move. And he
Beautiful.
can still playing with the pawns, right?
Yes,
He can
He should.
go H4, H3.
you should. I always believe that piece play is overrated.
Okay, the only single problem is that he would like to play for F5 at some moment, but to support F5 he has to play G4 and F4 is hanging. So for that reason he would have to defend F4. But now F6 is a question. Trying to break the pawn structure, and G5 maybe is the idea. So maybe H4, now stopping G5. I want to continue having the pawns
Yeah.
playing.
I mean, at some point, you got to use the pieces.
Yeah.
And even as much as Levon loves to use the pawns in Chess960, at least the opening phase, he does play knight e3. He brings the knight to the game. Like, it applies a lot of pressure here. But Martinez's f6, it did make sense because this bishop on h8 is not really well positioned. And these pawns, they have managed to gain quite a considerable space advantage for white, so you take it, I take it, the bishop h is still bad.
You know, we had the best up pawn structure. Which one is it? Is it the pyramid or
I have
which
no
pawn
idea.
structure is it?
I have to ask the chat, probably the viewers. So the viewers, if you're watching this, what kind of pawn structure is this? Because I have no idea. Some kind of a sword or whatever is this?
Yeah, we have this triangle, Slav triangle like pawn structure, but this is much more advanced. There's also pawn on h2. Okay, there is no pawn on b2. But yeah.
Looks great, to be honest. Yeah, the space advantage is great, and Levon feels these positions really well, so pardon us our silly jokes here, but he definitely understands the importance of the space advantage. He's fighting for it aggressively. He's trying to be very, very creative, arguably one of the best players in history of chess. To be honest, I'm very sad he never became a world champion in terms of the classical chess. He was this close, but in my heart, he's always there.
He definitely is one of the most creative chess players and also one of the most experienced players in the field. Yesterday when I spoke with Liam Le, he was telling me, well, I'm, a couple of years ago when I played, I was not the oldest participant because suddenly, Shankland appeared at the tournament, but this time I was so happy that Levon is playing. I'm not the oldest one in the field, so Levon is the most experienced player here. He has played against so many generations of the players, but yeah. We have, again, even in the Masters tournament, we have Generation Challenge, not only a Generation Challenge tournament, but yeah, really exciting to see Levon properly. Good time for us to check what's happening on the other boards. Let's pull up the bird's eye view.
Let's go.
And yeah, many different positions.
Everything is quite balanced, except of Vaishali's advantage against Kostyuk. That's the lower right corner.
Yeah, that's the game we
She didn't
followed.
play a 4g5, by the way.
She didn't go for it,
no.
but still has an advantage.
Still advantage. Okay. Everything else is supposedly normal, with the exception of Carissa Yip's queen on b4.
Yeah.
This immediately raises questions. What's it doing there?
Let's go there. Let's take a look what Carissa is doing. Knight e4 has just been played by Tong Shao. Apparently some mistake. Not really clear what, but b3.
It's a fork threat.
It's a fork.
I see that white has some issues with the bishop in a1. You can't easily play b3 because this bishop is pinning it. You would have to play king b1, walk away from the fork, play
and
b3.
Now b3.
Yeah, looks very reasonable. White is about to normalize the position. And I'm wondering what the Chinese grandmaster is planning to do. Is it some c5 b4? What does he want?
Yes, c5 looks actually one of the moves I immediately looked at, targeting the queen. You have to step backwards. But the question is, do you attack or do you weaken your own king? Because with playing moves like c5, the king of the black on c8 is getting exposed.
I attack and I weaken my king. I don't know.
Both at the same time.
Yeah. Try to do something. My idea was, okay, this probably can be refined a bit better. My idea was, if you play b3, I might have some knight b5 ideas, trade the bishops, put the knight on c3, play rook a6, queen a5, and somehow there's going to be a mate. And definitely, Tong is thinking about it.
Yeah, the mate somehow, in some way, but of course, again, easier said than done. And for Shao, okay, c5 was already on the board, so queen d2. Is there any other move? I mean, queen c3, you're allowing b4, you don't really want to do it. Queen a5, is it an option? Do you want to be attacked by the knight c6 or b4? But a7 pawn is hanging, so...
Yeah, but it looks so awkward. I'm not sure, I think the thought process of Carissa is she played king b1, she wants to play b3. And for her, I don't think right now she's going to try to complicate things a little with queen a5. But, okay, chess is a very concrete game. And maybe suddenly she realizes if this gives her the tempo, then she might do it. But queen d2, it just looks very safe.
But then why didn't she play it already? Because, yeah, I see that queen d2 is the most logical and, natural moves, but she's taking some time. Okay, she finally played. I'm wondering what was she calculating, because what was the
I
alternative?
think it's a good trade for a very good player to always evaluate your options, even though maybe she was ready to play queen e2. What if there's knight x on c5? What about queen a5? It looks funny, etc. Then you like resist the urge to complicate things too much. You just play queen e2. But I think it's a good trade.
Yeah, and queen d2 going back. And now the big question for Shao, does he want to continue pushing the pawns on the king side, or does he realize that it could also weaken his king? Yeah, rook a6, queen a5 at some moment. Okay, probably rook a6 before queen a5.
It's quite clear that he's doing something at the queen side. It might involve some rook a6, queen a5. It might involve some b4, knight b5. Okay, by playing b4, you're also weakening the c4 square. At the same time, of course, he understands that he should find a way to activate his pieces, like the knight on e8 doesn't do anything. So I wouldn't be surprised that he could first play knight f6, by the way, looks very reasonable. Attack the pawn, put the knight on d7, then go for the idea of b4. You gotta be patient.
Yeah, you have to be patient and try to improve your pieces. That's definitely one of the most important things. And he's going according to your plan, of course, knight f6. Looks very logical, knight d7, getting on the dark squares.
Yeah, because f3 also makes this poor bishop at h1 even poorer. He doesn't do anything, but otherwise, how do you defend the pawn? Maybe there's e5, and again, suddenly the position dramatically changes.
Probably even mother would not love this bishop on
I don't
h1.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Like for this to happen, I think it has to be like f3 g2.
Yeah.
I've seen worse examples with the bishops. Yeah, so this is not one of them.
This is not one of the worst one. And yeah, Korisa is taking time right now. The position is getting a bit slow here. What do you think? Shall we take a look at what else is going on? Let's pull up the birds, everyone.
And there's a great choice because it's Chess960. It's very sharp, very creative. The players might be already a bit tired because it's round 5, it's Chess960, it's rapid. And I don't know from the viewer's perspective, but I can definitely tell you as a professional player, rapid tournaments, I can only imagine how Chess960 feels. They're very draining in terms of the energy for the players. I think after round 7, they will be,
yeah, absolutely, because you have not only spent time on finding out the best moves, but also to find out about your own opening. You don't have any prep. But look at this, Lim Le on the top right corner against Aydin Suleiman Lee. He either is pushing on the queen side. There is the b5 pawn trying to break the position. He's, by the way, also the leader still of the Masters tournament. And yeah, trying to push. Meanwhile, White has some kind of the stone wall pawn structure. Is there anything else interesting that's happening? Matthias Bluebaum against Jas.
Check that game. You said Matthias Bluebaum against Erdogmus. Yeah, that looks interesting. Some sort of Catalan.
It's so tough to choose. Every game feels very interesting, as well as for the Generation Challenge, the game of the current leader, Marco Materia, with the black pieces against Václav Finek in the bottom middle board. Also exciting, but a bit more closed.
Okay,
Arturs, it's your
okay. Fine. Okay, it's my call. Okay, let's go with Limle against Suleiman Lee.
Yeah, I agree. I also would pick this one. Somehow it was my first pick, and then you're looking so many games, so much excitement is happening. But yeah, first what I'm wondering about, what's the bishop doing on a4, and for how long it's going to be staying there, because it looks like there is no way back. Is it going to, is it going to keep on standing there, or Black wants to take on c4? What's actually happening?
There's a very big fight for the center. White has anchored the knight on d5. It sounds great. Black doesn't take it because it would give White a pass pawn. At the same time, Black can play knight e4, and White is waiting for it because he's probably going to take with this knight and maybe initiate some kingside pawn play with a 4. That's why this a3 is like some waiting move. And I think the reason of a3 is that perhaps he was a bit concerned that Black might play b4, a5, organize himself an outside pass pawn. And that's why he just returns the ball like in tennis and said, okay, it's your move. My position is still very good. I have a knight on d5. What are we going to do?
Yeah, and for Limle, it's a pretty sad tournament. He has lost first 3 rounds. He won just previous round, and for Eiding, I mean, such a high moment for him because he won first 3 rounds, lost the previous one, but we still see that he's fighting. He just wants to keep his lead in the tournament, and yeah, as we know, the last player who is joining have the biggest chances. But what has just been played? Rook
B8.
e to b8, but looks like a logical move. You put the rook
At a B file.
at the b file where the queen is also there, X-raying the queen. Bishop h3.
Must be
It's a
some
threat of knight
problems.
c7. Knight c7 is a threat.
But I even don't follow what's the big deal. Okay, let's say I play queen d6. What do you do? So knight c7 is going to be knight c7, bishop e6 is going to be knight e6. Maybe it's just a position which is not that great. How about bishop a5?
Bishop a5 targeting the knight.
I mean, white is definitely
Would be.
better. I think we can agree on this,
Of
yeah?
course.
And also the problem with this rook b8 is the black is not really threatening take on c4 because white can always take on b8, and 2 rooks are stronger than the queen most of the time anyway. So yeah, by the way, these are the moves we just saw being played. Bishop h3, queen d6. White has all the pieces positioned perfectly. Also, I think it's great news for Limle and all the fans of him because he's a true chess legend, not only in Vietnam, but he was for many, many years head coach. How many years actually? I think not so many, maybe 6 or 7 years in Webster University, replacing the legendary Susan Polgar as the head coach. And last time I heard, this program was discontinued.
Yeah, unfortunately it was, and yeah, so many years. I also asked some questions to him yesterday at the media day that we had, and he said, yeah, it was a very nice chapter. And okay, now of course he's a coach of the women's US team for the Olympiad, and after that, he said he's going to continue to combine both his professional career as well as the coaching.
Yeah, well, of course, we wish him best of luck. All right, so how do you continue here? He's doing really great. 7 minutes versus 1 minute and 47. I think he feels he has a pretty large advantage. I'm very tempted to play h5 here. H5 and knight h4 because I notice this might be a very big weakness, and I don't think that black can commit to g takes on h5 because it just weakens so many squares. Like if you take it, let me just put it on the screen. I'm going to have knight h4, knight f5, queen e2 on top of that. I can start a direct attack. And if you don't do anything, I'm going to play h takes on g6 and knight h4. I have a feeling that Limle already has decided to play h5, but considering that his opponent has so little time on the clock, he's thinking already about the potential response from the opponent, so he can immediately respond with another move.
So that would be your strategy when you're having your opponent lower in the clock, because many times when you see that some players are trying to play on the time, trying to play as fast as possible, trying to get the player, the opponent even lower on the time control. But what would you say your strategy, your best strategy is?
Try to play series of moves. If I have more time on the clock, try to play serious mode. By the way, we see one game just finished in a draw. That is Matthias Bluam against Erdogmus. It's a draw.
Okay, so that was the all for the round robin for both of them, Yes and Matthias Blubaum. So 2 more rounds they're going to play against the players from Generation Challenge Tournament. And yeah, the other games are still ongoing. And beside this game, and also probably by Shali and Alexandra, everything is pretty balanced. Here we have the bird's eye view. In the bottom right corner, Vaishali is still pressing against Alexandra. Do you think any other major development and advantages in the other positions?
I mean, I have a pretty big spoiler. The evaluation bar says everything is quite balanced, except of the game we're right now following, the 3-time triathlon winner Limle against the current tournament leader Adin Suleimanli. I think it makes sense to stick to that game, but let's remember maybe we can go back to the overview after some time, reevaluate our things, or is there something I'm missing?
Just now, yeah, there was e5 play, but let's keep this first on this game, because yeah, first of all we have the leader of the Masters GMT of Axanthus, 960, which is going to be very important, of course. Again, this part of the tournament today, Chess960 is not actually a part of the Grandmaster Triathlon. In Grandmaster Triathlon, the players will have Blitz, Rapid, Classical. But Chess960 is going to deal as a tiebreaker at the very end of the triathlon. So it's extremely important to have a better tiebreak. So players have to try their best. And also, there are prizes for this. The winner of each of the category Masters and Generation Challenge will get a watch. So we're going to also follow the closing ceremony.
Speaking about watches, did you see my newest watch?
Did you see mine?
Yeah, I have Horace watch.
I also have Horace. Yeah,
brand new, shiny.
Talking about time, yeah? Now it's...
it's really great. Check this out.
Yeah,
check this
10 to 6 right now.
Perks of being a commentator.
Yeah, we are having very new sponsors, new partners of the Biel Chess Festival. And by the way, the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters will get one of these watches of the Horace. So really exciting.
Have one, by the way.
Yeah, we have. I had a different one for the opening. Now I have this one, the yellow one. Yeah. Really cool. Really cool watch. By the way, this one is a cameraman watch because it's made as in the form of the lens of the camera.
What does that mean?
Lens for the camera, do you know? You need the lens. In order to make a photo, you need the camera, and there is also the lens, depending on how close, how far you want to have, so that things.
And what does it do? Make photos?
It helps to make photo,
Okay.
Exactly.
I have no idea the features of my watch. Anyway, Limelight just played Rook FC1, and King H8 was played, but one thing really surprises me. Why is he not playing H5? I'm looking at this.
And I would like to have a best up pawn structure.
Like, what is wrong with this? I was suspecting that, is he not liking the F5 counterplay? Is this what he doesn't like? And I tried to figure out, there's a free pawn, right? Takes, so what is wrong with this position? Nothing.
No, it looks amazing. It looks like there is a lot of space for white.
That was a bit strange because I thought that it looks logical, but he didn't like it, or maybe, you know, he's definitely thinking much deeper than me. He thought that he can always play H5. Can he though?
Maybe black will have opportunity to play H5 to close it, but do you feel like the nerves are playing also here and that Limley is not so confident in his play anymore? What do you think?
No, I think that he definitely feels much better than at the start of the tournament. Like, he started with 3 losses. He won this very nice game previous round against Jose Martinez. Like, we saw it in the background. It was a really good game. And like, also the quality of his games have increased. Maybe he had some problems adjusting to the rhythm, even though he has no jet lag, because I asked him yesterday, did you just fly directly from United States? He said no, he already was a couple of days in Europe. He was in Lyon, in Spain, where he was playing this exhibition match, which is very traditional, and it typically happens right before Biel. He was there, so no issues. It just was a bad start. But he's still doing great here.
Definitely, and the most important are definitely the points of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So this is just a tiebreaker. If he wins all the classical game, there is not going to be a single question to Liam Lee. But of course, to do that, you also have to get in the tournament in a great mood. But Arturs, what is this Bishop D2? I mean, yeah.
He's just enjoying the position. Yeah, he's just enjoying.
So while Limley enjoying the position,
we're going to enjoy something else.
We're going to enjoy some other position, because I think we enjoyed this position enough.
Let's enjoy something else.
Let's get the bird's eye view, because I see there is some development, especially in Generation Challenge tournament. If you look in the bottom of the boards, Carissa Yup is much better, as well as Václav Finek is winning against Marco Materia, who is leading the tournament, by the way. At the same time, Vaishal is still keeping pressure against Alexandra Kostyniuk.
Maybe let's go to the fight of the leaders because Materia, yeah, he's the leader, and Finnick is within the striking distance because if he's gonna manage to win this game, then he is catching the leader. Very, very important game. He is technically winning because he has the bishop pair, and Black has some problems with pawn on f7, but for the moment you need to defend the pawn on d4, bishop e3, rook f1, g5, you have a lot of targets, space advantage, and on top of that also an extra minute on the clock.
Again, dear viewers, now this is a very important match because whoever is going to win, and for example, if Václav is going to win this game, he will have the same amount of points, and then we will have to see the tie breaks, you know, and so on. But the first place from the challengers is going to choose who he is going to challenge for the last 2 rounds in the Masters. So the first person picks, and second place, third place, and so on and so on. It's very important now to finish this round robin, the part of Chess960 in the first place.
But the clock is ticking. By the way, White gave up the pawn on d4 by playing rook f1, and Black is accepting the challenge. He took it. Rook takes at f7. Most likely king b8, and suddenly White has some problems to defend the pawn. I don't like it, this idea to give up the pawn on d4 to give Black any counterplay, even though the evaluation bar says it's all good, it's all good. Is he looking for something else? Some intermezzo, or maybe bishop e3?
Yeah,
Or bishop
he's trying to find something. Yeah, bishop c3, but now knight e2, it was a fork. Bishop e5 was a check, another intermezzo.
That was way too complicated to me. Like, now the rook is under attack.
And rook g2 is only move.
Another check, another knight move, or king e8. Black at the
Oh,
moment
crazy
is up a pawn.
knight. What is happening? I mean, the knight has just jumped so much around. Ooh.
Yeah, I think he complicated a bit too much, and I don't think that White wants to take on c3. This bishop is so important. He can take it, of course, take on f7, but Black responds with rook c7. He's fine. And I think right now Václav realizes this.
Yeah, you can always, you know, you can always complicate, and sometimes it's going to be,
King
going to be
b2.
really tough.
I think you have to play king b2.
King b2, just not taking the knight.
d4.
Rook d2.
Yeah, it becomes really sharp. Bishop h1, you have to calculate things very quickly. This is exactly what's happening here.
Now you cannot play rook g1 because there is going to be knight e2. You have to play rook d2, attacking the pawn on d4. Trade of the bishop is happening on h1.
And just like that, Black is taking over the game. Rook takes on g4 is a free pawn.
Free pawn, then White is going to recapture on the d4.
Can you though take it? Rook g4, bishop d4, c4, the king on d8 is a potential discovered attack. 40 seconds for Marco, trying to figure things out. He does take it.
Bishop d4 looks like a move, but then knight d5 stepping away.
Knight e5, c4. No, h3 intermezzo move. Okay.
He's attacking the rook. Now, where do you place the rook? Rook e4, is it a move targeting the bishop?
Yeah, I suppose. And again, the big question is what happens after rook e4, bishop d4, knight e5. Very, very tense moment here. White is down to the last 8 seconds. 30 seconds here for the tournament leader, Marco Materia.
30 seconds right now. Rook goes back to g6.
Knight e4, not knight e5.
Ooh,
That's what I
knight
missed.
e4.
Yeah, because knight e5 was running into c4. Now you see the white rook on d2 is under attack, so you can't play c4. Black is up a pawn.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Crazy things happen in the position. But, you know, more crazy things are happening in Vaishali against Alexandra. I just would love to, you know, go there. I know that this game is under big time trouble, but
Let's go.
We have their huge attack by the chess queen herself, Alexandra Kostyanyuk. White's king is in the center. Black is dominating.
Yeah, so here Black seems to have a crushing attack. The queen and the bishop. Look at this. I mean, Kostyanyuk doesn't even take the rook on e2. She goes for the kill. Queen g4. Is there a mate? Queen takes on g3. It feels like a mate to me. Where do you go?
Let's go for it. Queen g3, king f1. Queen h1 is a mate. But king d2, she's stepping away. Is there
some checks?
Yeah, queen f4.
Yeah, now I think you can just take it.
Yeah.
There's no check with e5. Black is up. I don't know how many pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We don't know what happened in the middle game, but Vaishali was better. in the opening, that's what we witnessed, but somehow we end up here, where Alexander is completely winning. That's the power of Chess960, you know, nothing is clear, and the power, of course, of the rapid time
Just like
control.
it, just like Orito, it's a free rook. Yep, this is exactly what she does. Like, don't go for the mate. I mean, if you see a checkmate in 5 or take a rook, take the rook.
Yeah,
There you go. There's
resignation.
resignation.
Another game which is still ongoing is Levon Aronian against Jose Martinez with crazy position. I suggest we jump there and see what is going on in this endgame, because it's Jose Martinez who is up a material.
Up an exchange, and also the white king is feeling quite exposed, but the Aronian still has some chances because also the black king is quite exposed, and it's not so easy for black to capitalize on it. Aronian is just gonna stay put. Rook c7. Can I activate the queen somehow to be annoying?
He is trying, he is playing queen g5, trying to keep the queen there, but the rook is a rook. Now he's attacking.
King b1, trying to be unpredictable. Both players are down to the last 10 seconds.
Now the pawn on a6 is hanging. How do you defend it? Do you play queen f5? How do you defend the pawn?
You can't. I don't see how you can defend it. This is where Aronian plays queen g2, knight x on e6, and you just go back. If this is what white had to do, then yeah, things are really bad for him. Queen f4, queen e4. It looks like Martinez is going to be able to win this. Also a pretty important game for him, because if he does this, he overtakes Aronian in the rankings. Aronian currently sits at 50% score. And if I'm not terribly mistaken, this would be for him the third loss in a row.
That would be the third loss. Yeah, that's true. And but again, the tournament is not over yet. We still are going to have 2 rounds where challengers will challenge masters. So the standings will change. Don't worry about that. And for that reason, there's still going to be the chance for Levon to try and, you know, finally, you know, yeah, just to recover from this tough losses 3 in a row.
Yeah, so you could have taken c5 because there's bishop d4. Watch out for some long checks. That's why you have to be a bit careful. Put the king on the light squares to make sure there's no checks. King b7 looks pretty safe. Black can make a lot of easy moves here, like king b7, queen d7, e6, figure out things. Aronian is desperately looking for some counterplay.
Yeah, definitely. He is trying, is looking, but king a3 right now. Of course, the rook doesn't have open files for a moment, but now playing a5, trying to open up, trying to get the rooks to those open files. And the only hope for white maybe to give some kind of a perpetual, if you can find.
I don't like this a5. Okay, there's d3, because I suddenly saw there's queen b5 check. And this was very, very important resource for black. Now the black king's a bit exposed. I don't like this move a5, but again, when you're playing on second, you don't have any time to think about these things.
Do you have some b5 or take on a5? What do you do?
There's still some hope for Aronian.
Take on a5, queen b8, trying to play.
Watch out for these tricks. Check, check. There's a lot of checks.
And now bishop e5 coming back. We can repeat a couple of times.
Probably there's going to be 8x on b4, intermezzo check. No, queen g2. Aronian is so resourceful here. Queen a1 check, king b3. Can black trade the queens? I think he can. That's it. The queens are traded. You can't escape. There's going to be queen trade.
There is going to be the queen trade. Yeah, he cannot do anything about it.
Is this a win? Queen b4. No, he doesn't trade the queens. But this is also good.
Yeah, he's just taking the last white's pawn in the next move. He has 2 pawns and an exchange. Yeah, he wants to take the pawn with a check.
Very precise play by Martínez and Caltara. So he wins his game. You can see the player share smiles after this game. What a game by Martínez, who moves to 50% score. But for Aronian, this is really rough.
Yeah, this is definitely third loss in a row. And here we have the results of the tournament in the Generation Challenge. We have Carissa winning against Xiao Tang, as well as there was a draw of Václav Finik against Marco Materia, and Alexander Kosinuk managed to score important win against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. What happened in Masters, Arturs?
And the Masters, we just saw Aronian suffering third loss in a row. Matthias Blubaum shared a point with Erdogmus, and Limle scored his second victory over the tournament leader, Aydin Soleimani, who, by the way, He's no longer a sole leader. He started with 3 points out of 3, but somebody has caught up with him.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the current standings after the round 5. In the Masters, we have Aydin Suleiman Lee with Matthias Blubaum sharing the first place. Then behind them, half a point, Jose Martinez and yes, Erdogmus with a 2.5 points. At the end of the leaderboard, which is actually, just 1 point from the first place, Levon Aronian and Liam Le. What happened in Generation Challenge?
Yeah, so it's all about Marco Materia, who played a draw. Right? It seems he missed his victory against Finnick. So Xiaotong and Finnick, they are 1 point behind him. Carissa Yip, 2.5 points. Both ladies, Kostadyuka and Vaishali, they were a bit behind. But we have something a bit exciting and a bit unusual coming up. Maybe, Angelika, you can bring us to the page and explain.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we finished with the round robin part of the Exantos Chess960. And now the part which is the most exciting is coming. So let's pull up the format to show to you. So after this round robin, every challenger starting from the first to the sixth place is going to pick himself the opponents for the last 2 rounds. That's why there are 7 rounds in the tournament. So basically right now, Marco Materia is the first place, so he's going to pick his opponents first. So let's say he's going to pick Levon and Liam. And then from the others, they already cannot pick them with the same colors that he has picked already. So that's going to be really exciting. And the biggest change in the part is that standings after these 2 rounds are going to remain for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. So in a moment, we're going to see who they're going to choose, and we're going to not go for a break because we're going to follow it, what's happening on the screen. The players are getting ready. We're going to have a very nice view what's happening, so they will have this chance to draw their lots, and it's happening in a moment. As you can see, things are being set up. So maybe we can actually speculate, Angelika. Who do you think is going to pick what? You mentioned that Marco, he's going to select Aronian. Actually, I agree you on this. I think it will be a great pick. Reason number one, it's because Aronian, whenever you're going to have a chance to play against
Absolutely.
Levon, you pick Aronian. And also he has lost 3 games in a row, so it's a very good pick for Marco in terms of the chances. And the second opponent, I'm not sure about Lim Le because he scored 2 victories in a row. Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to, roll down on him and just, get him another victory. But what I'm thinking about is, of course, he's a young, promising star from France. And we have, yes, Erdogmus playing there. So it's someone who I would, personally would like to play. So I would see some players also picking him just to play against him, just to try out. But you know that he's dangerous. For the tournament, situation, it's tough to say, do you want to play against him or do you don't want to? But I think it's just a tiebreaker, right? This tournament is going to serve just a tiebreaker, and when else do you going to get this chance to play the one very best chess players? Especially that nowadays, yes, is not playing in any of the youth tournaments. He's always playing at the very top at the super tournaments starting recently.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think that it makes sense to select very interesting opponents. And from Marco's perspective, of course, we're going to find it out in the coming minutes. I would agree about Levon. And either, maybe you're right, maybe it's Lim Le or Erdogmus. And then we have Václav Finek and Xiaotong. Who could they choose?
Thank you so much, our dear producer, Big, for naming the ceremony. So we're really going to have the round 6-7 ceremony. That's definitely it. So yeah, 6-7. Players are getting ready. The arbiters are also getting ready. As we see, camera has been adjusted. We're ready to see who are they going to pick, and Marco definitely is going to be the first one to do so. At the same time, of course, there is also the Swiss Fischer Random Championship happening right now in the playing hall for all the rest of the players who are playing in the Open. And yeah, While players are getting ready, I would, would like to ask you, Arturs,
Yes.
who from the players have surprised you the most in a positive or negative way?
Only positive.
Only
There's
positive.
only positive surprises. Yes. Probably the first one was Aydin, because he was the last-minute replacement of Nodirbek Yakuboyev.
And dear viewers, by the way, Arturs was the one who secured contact with him.
Well, yes, I approached him in Charlotte last week. Was it last week? I think it was last week.
Yeah.
Time passes very quickly. Both of us were playing in the Naroditsky Memorial in Charlotte in United States, and I knew that there's some problems for Yakuboyev to get his visa to get here, and I asked Aydin, are you interested? And I never would have thought actually that it's going to turn out that he's really going to come, but he's here. And I think that he was playing on a lot of emotions here, at least in the first rounds. He started with 3 victories, that he suffered 2 losses. But by the way, also in Charlotte, he was doing really well. I lost to him. We played against each other. This was round 3 or 2, I don't remember. Round 3 maybe. I was winning. But doesn't matter. He won the game, and he was leading the entire tournament. And the field was really stacked. It was Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Javohir Sindarov. Like, it was so good event. And Aydin was leading the event for most of the time. He lost, I think, the final round against either Hikaru or somebody, I forgot. But he's really good. So I think he surprised me positively really well. From the other players, like, I was a bit disappointed also as a chess fan to see Yez suffer this terrible loss against Aydin in the second round. I felt that was really rough. And I know how it feels, because when you are just professional, you're in that situation. You know how it feels. Maybe you don't have to be a chess professional, but yeah, those are my highlights. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, by the way, sorry to interrupt there. Already the picking ceremony has started, so maybe after that I'm going to mention. And we see Marco is going to pick. Who is he going to pick? I mean, that's the biggest question. We said Levon and yes, right? That was our pick.
Limle.
Or Limle.
Yeah, that's our guess.
Let's see.
I think the first choice is going to be Levon Aronian.
I see. Okay.
Let's see.
Let's see. He has to show us.
Please
show
turn.
us. Okay, it's Matthias Bluebaum. So it's Erdogmus and wait, the other one?
I can't really read.
Limle.
Okay,
Vietnamese
it was
flag.
pretty close.
I was just guessing by the flags.
It was pretty close, so he decided not to choose Levon. Good choice.
Okay.
Who would want to face Levon?
We don't need Levon. Yeah.
He's a beast. Yeah. So.
Yeah, while they're making photos, I just mentioned shortly, I was extremely surprised by Aydin. Just 2 days ago, he gets the invitation. He's already here. He's fighting amongst the one of the very best chess players in the world, and scoring these important victories. Václav Finik is coming now
so he's definitely going to select Levon.
Yes, and we see so many media people there. We have a bigger team this year. They're making sure that every single moment is going to be on camera. Okay, he picked first one.
Looked like the German flag to me. That could mean only one thing. It's Matthias Bluebaum.
You saw the flag, yeah? Okay.
I think I saw it. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
He's undecided.
Okay.
Not any good choice.
He picked Levon Aronian.
And Matthias Bluebaum.
And Matthias Bluebaum.
That's a great choice. I love it.
So with black, he would play against Bluebaum, and with white against Aronian. Yeah? Right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Great choice for the experience, I think. Absolutely.
I like how the majority of the people on the stage are wearing the red top or red clothes.
Right.
Everyone is there. So Shao.
Dong Shao is the next one. He's thinking, okay.
Okay, let me think.
Everything is really strong. Everybody's really strong here. So who do I pick?
He looks like a part of our Biel Chess Festival team, also in the in the red jacket.
So
okay, undecided.
Pick.
So the first one he picks, who would he play with a white, and then who would he play with a black?
Maybe Martinez, and
he can play also this. He can pick the same opponents but different colors.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
less they picked, because he
Oh,
picks for the
right,
2
right,
rounds.
right.
And he picks, I think, the same as Václav,
No.
if I didn't mistake. I think it was Levon and
Turn,
Matthias.
turn.
He will.
Ah, we didn't see him.
No. Oh, okay. Okay. I think it was Levon and
I didn't see, but we're definitely gonna get the confirmation.
yes.
Who did he pick? He was supposed to turn to the camera, but
It's okay. He was thinking about what he's going to play against his opponents. He was already in a full preparation mode. Okay, we didn't see.
and also Carissa Yip in the meantime has chosen her opponents. We also didn't see who it was, but we are gonna get a confirmation in a moment. So it looks like some of the players already have decided beforehand what are gonna be their picks. So there you go, Kostyuk immediately selected. What did she select? No, turn it to us, please.
Okay, it was Suleimanli for sure, because Azerbaijan flag is there. And the other one.
Unknown.
We will never know. We will never know. Okay, we will know it in a few moments, of course, dear viewers. Don't worry about that. And
Finally,
Vaishali,
Vaishali, yeah.
finally. She has 2 left. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we'll find out the pairings in the few moments, so don't worry about that, dear viewers, but
The choice has been made. The challengers have selected their masters, so we have 2 more rounds to go, and things are being set up as we speak.
yeah, definitely. It's been exciting to follow this round robin. 2 more rounds are going to go from now on. I don't know, actually, when are they going to start the game? Is it going to be right away? Do we?
No,
No,
I think
we're
we
going
need
to
our
have break.
hydration break, just like the players do, because they just play their 5th round. They
I
have
really
to select. This is a very tough, mentally tough process to select the opponent. So let's make for. Let's go. For
I agree, I absolutely agree, Arturs. We're going to take a very short break before we're going in our 2 final rounds of the Chess960 round 6 and 7. Dear viewers, stay tuned, take a break, get a hydration break as we are, and we're going to have more excitement from Bill. Dear viewers, welcome to the most exciting part of the Neiksans Chess960 of the Grandmaster Triathlon at the Biel Chess Festival, where the challengers are challenging the master. So now it's time for us to see who did they pick. And we see that there is going to be clash of Alexandra Kosteniuk against Aydin Suleimanli, the leader of the Masters tournament, as well as Marco Materia, the leader of the challengers, against Erdogmus, and Václav Finek picked Matthias Blubaum.
And the challengers, you see, Vaishali has selected Jose Martinez as her opponent. Shatong has chosen Levon. Aronian, great choice there. And also Carissa Yip is choosing Limble as her opponent for the round 6 games. And the games are about to start.
Yeah, and everyone is sitting ready. As we can see behind, the players are ready to start playing. You know, it's I've never seen before, you know, when there are 2 tournaments that you could challenge, you know, from as a challenger, that you could challenge the master. So it's a really cool feature here at the Biel Chess Festival, where the last 2 rounds, you know, can change the standings. Because I remember, you know, in the previous years, we had 1 or 2 challengers, you know, scoring points against masters. It was usually masters who were, you know, crushing and dominating. And we see the handshake. Do you see this year challengers, you know, scoring more points than usually against masters? Who would you pick on?
Probably masters are quite big favorites in terms of the ratings as well. I think the rating-wise, there's a pretty big gap, but I think that we might see some surprises. I'm pretty sure that challengers that are going to fight really well, and we might see more than one surprise, but yeah, my money would be on the masters. Like if I would have to pick who is going to win the overall, that would be the experience.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the starting position, you know, first of all, we have this interesting situation. King on e1, like at the starting position, queen on f1, and around them there are rooks. And you know, we still have the bishops, by the way, in the corners, still staying there from the previous position that we have, and the knights are on b1 and c1. You know, how would you approach this position? Which would you say are your first, you know, candidates move at the first move?
I think, yeah, we had very, very similar position, like you said. Should it be something like b3 or b4 or g4? This is one of those rare moments when Grob opening actually makes perfect sense here, and this is what Vaishali has chosen. And if I am not terribly mistaken, I saw with a very quick peek on the other boards, I think I saw also Alexandra Kosteniuk on the live camera playing g4 against Aydin Suleimanli. It does make sense.
It does make absolute sense. He wants to open the bishop. Also, Yuruk is on g1, so the pawn is getting ready to push. Meanwhile, also Jose Martinez is going for the g6, opening up the bishop. You know, it's very weird to look at all the standings, because suddenly everyone is playing, like all the challengers are playing against the masters. So really, really exciting. And now knight c3, trying to block that bishop from the h8.
Yeah, looks normal again to me. I know it's really overused word, but
Yeah.
Trying to bring the pieces to the game.
I would like to suggest to go to the bird's eye view just to see and assess all the options in the opening which every player has chosen.
In how many ways you can play g4.
Exactly.
Yeah? Okay, let's do
but
it.
you know, what stands out to me, so let's pull up the bird's eye view and see what is happening there. Because what stands out for me is the game in the top middle, where in the second move, queen h3 was played. Remember, we were wondering when Alexandra Kosteniuk played the queen a3 move early in the first round, and now she played queen h3. Let's immediately jump to that game. Immediately, let's go there.
But it's not, I'm afraid, Kosteniuk. I think it's Václav Finek.
Ah, sorry.
That's Václav Finek right there, because, yeah,
Okay.
I just saw the game and I love it. It's either trolling the opponent very badly or it's
Let's just go immediately to that game. I would suggest let's not stay at the bird's eye view.
Yeah, but this is something else, literally, because I think Alexandra, she played a4 and queen a3. We're talking about the game Václav Finek against Aydin Suleimanli, so there's the big screen. First, g4 it happened, and queen h3 was the next move by white, hitting the pawn on h7, and I didn't was like, I don't really care.
So it's not really Václav, it's actually Alexandra there. But okay, let's focus more on the position. It doesn't really
my bad.
matter. So queen h3.
My bad.
Queen
I
h3
was so
was
focused on the screen. Right, you're right, you're right. It's Alexandra.
and you know, in the first round, she played this queen a3 move. It was, yeah, we were all surprised. You know, it was one of the first moves she played. And now she plays queen a3, so
You're
in a different
absolutely
way.
right. Yes. So
Okay.
she hits the pawn on h7.
Maybe let's go to some other game for a moment. Let's get to the game of, what do you think, Tan Shao against Levon Aronian? Looking like they're the most advanced in the opening, as you can see.
Yeah, we can go there.
What is this opening? Some kind of Queen's Gambit, Benoni-like.
You know the difference, Angelica, is that normally I think that black in the Benoni-like positions, black cannot respond with c5. And why? Because let's imagine this is your typical standard position. We have pieces positioned normally, the king on g1, bishop f1, knight on g1, etc. You could play like this with black. Why? Because white typically here plays d5, but I suspect that in this position, black is very dynamic, even though, by the way, engine loves it. Yeah. So d5 takes, and in the classical sense, these positions, not in chess960, but in classical chess, this is very much in favor for white.
Yeah, absolutely, because you're getting a lot of space in the opening, but you know, in this position, also the pawn can be, can be just defended by other pieces.
All right. So yeah, now things are looking pretty normal. d-takes on c5, queen takes on c5, short castle. It feels as some sort of a queen's gambit accepted, I suppose, because black at any time, he can play d5, but I'm pretty sure that Levon is going to look for something more exciting than rather try to equalize the game. Queen e2, I think white is prepping for short castle, play g3, play knight c3, have a normal position as quickly as he can, and now it's up to Levon.
Now it's up to him, definitely. Now it's his turn to see. But we see the queens are entering the game so early, you know. Normally you don't see it in the standard chess. Normally you would say, what would you say to your, you know, students when they would develop queen in one of the first 4 moves? What would you say? Okay, if it's Scandinavian, of course, Scandinavian defense.
I suppose it depends on the position. Yeah, but yeah, normally you're supposed to develop the minor pieces because the queen is the strongest piece on the board, and as soon as it's attacked, you have to move it. You're losing time. But yeah, I suppose this is where different rules apply.
Chess960 is Chess960.
Chess960 is a different kind of beast, and also white is doing exactly the same, but for different reasons. The castle short. Well, maybe let's go back to the overview. Yeah?
Let's go to the bird's eye view and
This
see
looks
what else.
pretty normal. Too normal for chess960.
Yeah, too normal. We need some crazy things which are happening. So, yeah, still we have... yeah, I mean, a lot of g4s. That what happened, that's for sure. g3. g3 was also played. By the way, that's actually an interesting game. Yeah, Marco Materia against, yes, Erdogmus. Marco Materia is a leader of the Challengers tournament, and he picked, yes, won the first ones. What do you think about checking their game?
Yeah, we can do that. This is a fight of 2 chess talents.
But also look at this, sorry, in the bottom right corner, Carissa chose Limle, her coach of the US women's team. It's another funny matchup in the 6th round. So what do you pick now? Who do you go?
Yeah, I mean, all of the matchups looks very interesting. I didn't really realize yet that she had chosen her coach. We could do that. So either we check Marco Materia versus Erdogmus or Carissa Yip against her coach, Limle. I think we can do both, actually. Do
Let's
one
do
after another.
first Marco against Yes, and
Let's do
then
it.
we go to Carissa. And yeah, Marco has been doing really great in the tournament, securing the leadership before the round 6. So now the fun is starting. He challenged Yes. Let's see how it's going to unfold for him. What do you think was the reason that he chose Yes? Because he was striking back after his losses.
Or maybe he is like thinking about some future fights that he identifies Erdogmus as one of the potential future big opponents. Both of them are teenagers. Essentially, Marco is slightly older, but it is Erdogmus who is already in the 27th Hungary Law Club, and maybe he just thought, it's very interesting to play against such a young, super talented player. And,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can definitely understand it.
And look at their body language. They're looking very similar. Also, how they're sitting, it's very, very similar.
I think that A3 is necessary here.
A3.
Yes.
You have to stop knight before.
No, then you have some checkers here.
Yeah. Oh, that's your point. Okay. And then we eliminate the bishop, the queen, and the rook from d1.
I mean, we could do that. Like, take it, play A3, remove the queen, remove the rook. Everything is on the dark squares. But, yeah, I mean, it does resemble some Sicilian Khan, Tamanov, where sometimes you play moves like A3. Yeah, I think the queen does belong here on C2 to play B4. No, I don't. I think this is ridiculous. It's something else completely, and that's why he took on D5 and probably D4.
Yeah.
Most likely. What else?
And he
I think you have to fight for the center in some way.
Yeah, you have to, and also you would like to close the bishop from the h8, but at the same time you're closing your own bishop. So it's like big question, what do you want to do? Do you close your own bishop and also the opponent's one, or you don't close them? Very tough to say.
Maybe knight E2?
Knight E2, knight C3, or knight F4?
Yeah.
You want to target
No,
the
he does play D4. Yeah, D4
Okay.
just look
Very
logical.
logical.
Yeah, it's normal move. D4, knight E3. Actually, I love this because
So we're getting Carlsbad.
yeah, not only the calls, but it's actually a very fair point. Like, if black's gonna play C6, white plays knight E3, we have the typical calls, but there's one nuance. The black bishop on A8 is, yeah, we talked about these bishops and knights in the corner, right, today. And the point is, if black plays B6 to bring it out, this immediately transposes to some Queen's Indian-like positions where I think that for Marco immediately kicked in some pattern recognition, and he thought that this position is to some extent better for white. And I think he's right. I think this was really, really great thing, very mature thing for Marco to do, to play d4, to recognize that black will play b6, and black did play b6, and to understand that this pawn structure in the long run is better for him.
Yeah, and we are most likely going to get the c5 and the hanging pawns later in the position, which is going to be one of the weaknesses. But okay, you can also, of course, play with the hanging pawns. And he goes for knight d3. Of course, the best square in such position for the knight is on d3. So we're getting slowly and slowly, we're getting the good position.
I think that black is very tempted to do something immediately, play something like c5. Make sure that white is not able to get his dream position. No, queen e7 instead. Yes, is going to go for the short castle. I think we might see the next moves here. Queen e2, short castle, and some sort of a c5. And this looks something pretty classical to me. And that's why maybe let's select another game.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's pick up the bird's eye view and see what else is going on. Yeah, by the way, earlier when we were looking at Václav's game, it was actually him also who played the queen to h3. So it was both Alexandra and Václav who have the queen on h3 in the position. And by the way, also Vaishali. So it's the games I'm talking about are in the top left. We see the queen on h3, the top right, the queen on h3, and the bottom left, the queen is also on h3. So we see quite some players going for developing the queen to the a3. And okay, what do you think? Maybe one saw on the big screen that someone played it and went for it, or it was just common ground that they wanted to develop
Yeah,
like this?
we could try to select one of the games, and one of the Queen H3 games is Vaishali's game against Jose Martinez. So there we go. Let's go with full screen, and White is playing very creatively. The Queen on H3, by the way, hasn't really ended up by winning the pawn because apparently you cannot really take it, and I have actually a big question, why not? Because here after F5, it was always under attack. Like it was under attack for quite a while, actually. So right here, after the opening, D4, Queen H3, Knight E6, and somehow Vaishali never got around to take it because she doesn't really have the time, and at least according to an engine, Black can very aggressively play the queen side, while there's so much invested into winning this pawn on H7 that suddenly her position makes no sense, and that's why she never really got around it.
Ooh, and the pawn was hanging for quite some moves, and she was never taking it. And now G5, so she's trying to highlight the weakness on the H7 square, so that hopefully later she could go for it. But will she be able to capture this pawn? Or what is her idea? Maybe Knight D3, Knight F4, bringing the knight out?
Yeah, and B3, probably. Also, I think this bishop on A1 deserves some love. It's probably about balanced. I see that the evaluation bar says that Black is slightly better, maybe because he's a bit more ready for immediate action, meaning I'm talking about some C5 push. And White still needs like a couple of moves to normalize the position, but ultimately there's nothing wrong with White's position, but also clockwise, Martinez is doing better.
Yeah, definitely it is so. And because, I'm just also wondering how the knight got to the C1 square, because it's not the starting position of bishop A1, king B1, and knight C1, so she had to castle long and then step away with the king to B1 and then bring the knight to C3. So
this is how it happened.
I was just trying to wonder, like, how does it all make sense, Okay. Okay, interesting.
It doesn't make sense, but it does make sense.
It does make sense, yeah.
Yeah, it's Chess960. What can I tell you? But
shuffling the pieces around.
yeah, very creative play. But both players, Martinez is technically up to tempi because White did play Knight B3, Knight C1 to castle alongside, and also the king on B1. But yeah, apart from that, I think it looks pretty okay.
I suggest we immediately go to the game of Carissa against Liam.
Let's do it.
We wanted to check that game before, so let's just immediately go to the game without even picking. And the interesting story, behind this game, of course, we have discussed that, okay, Lim Le is not the captain, but he's the trainer, the coach of the women's US team for the Olympiad. But also at the opening ceremony, I asked her, did he share it with you some wisdom? And he said, like, no. And then it was Lauren, the tournament director of the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. He said, was like, yeah, well, then you have a chance to, to challenge him later on, after the round.
And Carissa was like, that's an idea.
And I said, yeah, it would be a perfect revenge, and revenge served cold. Yeah, he didn't give her his secret, how to win Biel Chess Festival. Of course, there is not just one thing about it, but yeah, and she challenged him. And looking at the position, is she up on the position? Because the evaluation bar says that it's just amazing, but I see the double pawns on the C file.
It's even more than that. The pawn on C4, I think, is just gone.
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure. I easily understand what's going on here. A couple of moves ago, if I may, like there was this moment when Carissa built a very powerful battery of the queen and bishop. So there was a very tense middle game, so let's maybe not delve too much into that. But she did play c4, she did play should castle and queen b2, and as you can see, this forms up this very powerful battery. And Black is experiencing some issues. Clearly, the coach anticipated this, and he played e5, and knight e2 marks a mistake, but I think it's also a very human response from Carissa, because She wants to eliminate the knight, which blocks the bishop, which in return defends the pawn on e5, which defends black from checkmating.
Yeah, it looks very logical now that you're breaking it all down. And yeah, it's tough to say why is computer is saying it. Again, it's like,
It's just a great move, I think.
It's just a very good move, also defending on c4.
By the way, watch out for knight e2 and bishop d5. I feel I have to mention this.
Ooh.
On top of that.
By the way, you cannot take. You cannot
Maybe.
take.
I
So
mean,
what
you
does
can
it
take
mean?
it if you sacrifice the queen, yeah?
So what does it mean? You cannot take it, but if you keep it, you're going to lose a pawn. If you play knight f6, bishop c6, pawn on e5 is hanging.
Angelique, it's not my queen, so. Can I do this?
Who needs queens anyway, right?
I was hoping to get, okay, this is of course ridiculous. I was hoping to get something like this, which is probably losing anyway.
But
Yes.
yeah, there is at least bishop king g4, king g2, but of
Yes,
course,
of
yeah.
course. Fair point. Like, it's not my queen, so I can sacrifice it,
We can always, I'm always happy to sacrifice pieces.
especially if they're not mine.
Especially, absolutely.
Yeah, knight e2 is a great move. She is attacking the knight on c4, on e4. I suppose black has to do something about it. I mean, is it bishop c4 here? Is this what you have to do?
Taking the pawn. Now, what happens? Where do we take, on c4 or e4? You could take also on e4 with a bishop, but probably not.
This is looking very tempting. White definitely has a big compensation. But you said knight e4, yeah?
Yeah, what happens if we take on e4?
There's a lot of things to calculate.
And now knight g5 or something. And now my idea is that I wanted to take on c6, but probably now not. Not really sure, but bishop d5. Is it bishop? Is there bishop d5 check?
There is a check, but to put the king on the same diagonal as this
Yeah, and
bishop,
then just to take on.
like this, yeah? Check.
Yes, stepping
here.
away, and just to take on f1. I thought. I don't know about c6.
Yeah, but it's very sharp, yeah? I mean, of course, for engine,
Yeah.
everything is very clear, but it's very, very sharp. And by the way, bishop takes on c4 did happen, and knight e4 did happen. So we are heading to
Wow.
this.
Wow, Carissa went for it. Okay. I think Limble should be pleasantly surprised for his student, but not so pleasant for his own position. But of course, yeah, knight e4.
So bishop takes on f1, knight g5. This leads to some interesting complications. I'm not even sure if you can calculate this. You just trust your gut instinct.
Yeah. you do.
Something good is going to come out of this, yeah? And if I take it here,
And
what?
if you take,
I take. You can't take, I
because
do this.
bishop, yeah, because bishop is now pinned to defending the d5 square.
And now this becomes a big threat to get to the pawn on e5. White is definitely better, but not much better. So the game is still salvageable for Limle.
And Limble is taking time in this position. Would you like to go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening? Because while he's taking time, there has been some development. And look at this, you know, if I see the evaluation bar, Václav Finek is better against Matthias Lubaum in the top left corner. See also other generation challenge
Whoa,
players.
whoa, 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 there's a major development here. Rook, sorry,
Oh,
sorry.
let's go back. Let's
Let's
go back. Sorry.
Rook b8 apparently was a big blunder in the game of Carissa Yip against Limle. We're looking at this bird's eye view, and then the evaluation bar immediately went
Knight
up the stack.
g5? Is it the same idea?
Knight g5. It seems that he simply missed something.
Oh wait, knight g5. Sorry, the queen is hanging. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
but so
have
is yours. There's a lot of things under attack. So knight g5 is, what is it?
rook.
Wait, it's a piece. White is up a piece for the moment. I have to
White
mention
is up
this.
a piece.
So if you play knight g5, you take on b2, I take on f7, I still have an extra piece.
Extra
The rook
piece
is under
extra
attack.
piece.
Let's say you attack it, I attack it. You
And
take.
you are going to have two pieces for rook.
No, I think it's a bit more complicated than that, I'm afraid.
Bishop
Check
d5. And now take on f1.
on f1.
My idea is that when you take on g5, I would like to take on c6. So if you take, I'll take, and then I...
Which is also good, by the way. It's great. Yeah, this is also a great line. That's why Karisic has more than one opportunity here. But according to an engine, I just accidentally have it on. Engine says bishop takes on c6. And that's it, because after d takes on c6 is... Oh, wow, this is such a cold shoulder.
And queen e5 is coming in the position. Oh my god.
We just have to show it. Here,
So
king
beautiful.
h6, queen f4, and then you say to your coach, are you proud of me?
And checkmate him in the next move. You can pre-move, you can even show. You can even show what you want to do.
There's another idea. How about that?
So beautiful.
Very beautiful, and I'm pretty sure that if somebody can pick this up, it's Karisa Yepache did play knight g5. This might be one of the first big surprises of the tournament, and I think right now, I mean, if Lim Le did not calculate even this line, he suspects there's something brewing there, and he's not gonna like
let's
it.
zoom in on the players. Let's see their body language, because what I can read from Karisa, I mean, she's not really, showing off with her body language that she has winning position. She has not relaxed. She's fully focused. But Lim Le, look at him. He's trying to find the move. He looks surprised. He looks disappointed. Do you see this? That he's a bit disappointed.
He definitely miscalculated something. What is it? Because, I mean, knight g5 was a very logical intermezzo move. There's no way he missed it. And I don't think it's queen e7. Did he miscalculate something in the line with rook takes on b2? Knight takes on f7 and... But what? I mean, he's down a piece or... Yes, these strange things sometimes happen even to the best.
Hallucinations do happen, and well, he's thinking he has 2 minutes 20 seconds right now. Karisa has almost 6 minutes on the clock, 3 times more than Lim Le, and he doesn't know what to do. Yeah, look at his body language. He's just, seated. He's trying to figure out what to do next, but it's not much to say.
I think he just realized that whatever he calculated before, it just doesn't work.
You know what could be the reason? Probably he calculated his position, but he forgot the fact that she took already the piece on e4. She was already up a piece in the position with a knight e4. Yeah, very tough.
It's very hard to say, really, at this point. So he does play queen a7, and we might be heading for this a very beautiful line. He's counterattacking the knight on g5. Also, the white rook on f1 is under attack. We already saw the winning line, but I had a peek at the engine. But it feels that something is happening there. We saw the line knight g5 and bishop c6 in the other line, and here's just an extra piece for white. And Karisa, she's locked in.
And yeah, exactly. As you were saying, if someone can pick up this line, it is Karisa, and she's already there. She's halfway there. She understands now it's a critical moment. Where will she put the queen? I don't think she's going to rush in this position. She has 5 minutes against 1 minute 44 seconds for Liam Le. She has to find the best moves in the position, but actually, as you were mentioning, many moves are winning in this position. So it's not only one move that she has to find this position, but of course, for sure, she has to move the queen.
Yeah, queen c3 is happening, bishop takes on f1, and now the critical move is bishop d5 check. Again, it's a very, very human move because you want to position the black king on the crosshairs of white's battery of the queen and the Daxwa bishop. So we're talking about the move bishop d5 here. The only thing that can help to save the game for the Vietnamese grandmaster here is if Karisa is going to spot something else. This is sometimes how it works. You might miss your winning idea if you're seeing something else, because there's also potentially bishop takes on c6, and then you might play rook d7 and queen e5, and you could get confused with the move orders.
Definitely. So for that reason, and she goes for it. She plays bishop d5 check, king g7. We are seeing this on the board. She's locked in. But as you were mentioning, sometimes when you have extra time, it doesn't help. It can even hurt you. Having extra time means you have more opportunities to look after, and then suddenly you find yourself, in searching. Well, when you would not have so much time, you would straight away go to this line.
How's your puzzle rush? Basically, that's the question here to Karisa, because this is where your instinct should kick in. This is where your training should show, and I think that right now, Lim, like he sees rook d7. There's no way he doesn't see it at this level. I think he knows that this attack is definitely going through. White is too strong using the dark squares, and Carissa is right now trying to decide, is she going to do it? Also, I think we're discussing that taking on c6 and simply collecting the bishop on f1 is pretty great.
Definitely it is, so she can always pick up the material and just to continue playing. But yeah, there are more lines, more creative lines that she can go for, immediately targeting the black's king. And as we see, she takes on c6.
And now the big question here, after d takes on c6, which move Carissa is going to choose? Is it going to be rook d7? Or she's going to do something else? She takes on f1, which is good.
Okay, it's good. Like whenever you see you can sacrifice or take material, you just, yeah.
e5, king h6, all of this is played very quickly.
Yeah.
And yeah, Limle knows that it's a win. It's a win for white.
There is rook d4 or, h4 even.
You have to stop. You can't stop queen g7.
You cannot stop it.
It's actually easier.
That's easier than rook d7. Rook d7, you sacrifice the rook and you have to calculate all those lines. What Carissa is doing so much simpler without sacrificing material.
Yeah.
We're going to see resignation.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think so. I think so because there's no defense here for the 3-time Biel Chess Festival winner Limle. He is getting outplayed. I mean, after, of course, a horrific blunder, but still, beautiful game by Carissa. And there's the resignation. Big, big result.
And have you seen it? He smiled when he was resigning. He was also at the same time, of course, sad for his game, but he was happy for Carissa, for his student and very good friend. Recently, they've also been playing for the same team at the Hong Kong at the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship. But let's go to the other game, which is still ongoing. And it is Václav Finek against Matthias Bluebaum. The game where recently we saw that Václav was much
currently
better.
Down a queen and also having very little time on the clock. Let's go back to that game. It seems that the masters are fighting back from the bird's eye view.
But Václav was better. Earlier on, we were checking his game. He was better. He was pushing, but it's time, probably. It's time that we have here 5 seconds for Václav, while Matthias has over 3 minutes, of course, very comfortable advantage. And extra queen doesn't hurt, definitely.
Yeah, so he is trying to cling on to the game, played g5. Matthias, in the meantime, I think he's simply going to collect a pawn on g5. a4, whatever happened in the middle game, it doesn't really matter. Queen takes on g5. Now black establishes himself 2 connected pass pawns. No, sorry, it's 3 connected pass pawns at the king side, and Václav is desperately seeking some counterplay at the queen side.
He is trying. He's still trying to keep his game going, which is very, very difficult in the position of knight a4. Yeah. So see, Matthias is just blitzing out the game. Looks like completely lost. I suggest to move to the bird's eye view and go to the other game. There are a lot of action happening. Vaishali against Jose Martinez. Jose is putting big pressure on Vaishali, attacking really a lot.
And also, Alexander Kosteniuk is in a worse position against Aydin Suleimanli. So masters are showing why they're the masters, or why they're playing against the challengers. So they're taking over the match. I mean, it's technically not a match, really. But let's follow the game of Vaishali against Jose Martinez. And again, same situation. 7 seconds. White is desperately low on time, but the position remains very sharp.
Time, yeah, time is always an issue. As you're saying, yeah, they're like playing for the team generation challenge versus team masters, fighting in this round.
like
But the first test was not passed by Limle.
Yeah, it was not. So the challengers are at the moment in the lead, but the position, to be honest, feels quite chaotic. Like if I didn't really have the evaluation bar, I would say it's just super unclear, even though white does have the extra exchange.
But now knight d3, coming forward.
Knight d3, might
queen
be queen
c3,
yeah, you can't do it. And b takes on a2, you need to watch out for your exposed king, something like queen c3. Knight e2 was a great move by Vaishali.
Yeah.
By the way, the bishop at h1 is under attack somehow.
Yeah, but we don't care about the bishop anyway. And there is also the g-pawn, the black's king is open. I mean, black is of course upper material and attacking in the position. But
Rook A2, B takes A2. What about Queen
yeah,
C3? Yeah, you have to be a bit careful here.
very, very careful. Yeah, it's tough to see what's the next move because, you know, there is so much tactic, such dynamic position. Bishop b5, he's attacking the knight, looks logical, but now Queen c3, just defending and attacking the knight on c5.
Oh, that was the idea. Yeah, Bishop C4,
Oh,
that was a
no.
great resource. There you go, the black king is safe. Bishop F3, Rook A2, B takes on A2. Black can already simplify the position, now B3 to follow. It looks like Martinez is going to get job done.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to strike back for the Masters.
There's also knight A4 somewhere, by the way.
And he's going for it, knight A4. Yeah, looks like completely lost. I suggest to move on to another game which is still happening. We have Marco Materia against Erdogmus, which computer evaluates as a balanced position, while there are some tactical opportunities. Rook c8 has just been played.
There's so many pins.
So many pins.
White is up a piece at the moment, but I suspect... Oh, I see there were some brilliancies played by Yes. I don't have time to replay them. This was a really, really sharp game, but Black is trying to conjure things out of thin air, and here the Frenchman has to come up with a defense. Bishop b2. Okay, you could take on a2, but there's going to be some rook c1, some background checkmate ideas. Rook c4, counterattacks and everything.
Yeah, you cannot take because there are a lot of pins, but
Rook c4, engine says it's equal.
Looks like everything is okay, but what about material?
It's just
Extra
an extra
pawn?
piece.
Extra piece.
I'm seeing an extra piece, what I'm missing here, and yet somehow this is equal.
Extra piece. Rook c8 now attacking the black king.
This bishop is pinned. The problem is that the white king is quite exposed. And the bishop d4 is a monster threat. And you have to play rook c2 here, and Marco finds it. He still has the extra piece.
Yeah, he's blocking all the pins, but now the problem is you cannot take again on d4 because the rook would...
What, these guys are so good. Like, they're calculating so quickly.
Wow, wow, wow.
Unbelievable.
Look at the body language, I mean, guys are trying to find with 2 seconds on the clock.
Check king h3. Where's the follow-up?
And he's, you see, he's showing with the hands. Where is it? Where is the victory?
All of these are literally the best moves by the engine. I mean, it's incredible. Like, everything is under attack. Somehow white is having an extra piece, but he can't
let's zoom out a bit to see like also their body language, so we can see.
b3, rook takes on b2, queen f7, and somehow this is going to be a draw.
Oh, look at it! Look
Wow.
at it! Look at it! He's completely shocked. He completely shocked that there is no way to continue. That it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, queen f6. Yeah,
Yes,
there you
he's
go.
disappointed.
What a game!
Ooh,
What a game! And
Marco.
also the body language of Yes, he was very unhappy, but he should know actually he played close to perfect chess, at least in the very end. I mean, both of them did.
Last game, which is still happening, is Xiaotang against Levon Aronian. Let's dive in immediately there because it's still the last game happening in the round 6.
And Levon has an extra 2 pawns, but watch out for the king walk. King g5, king h6, queen g7.
Nigel Short, king walk.
Versus Jan Timman, whichever year it was. Yes, yes, very famous king walk.
But okay, this one is different, of course.
It's a bit different, but it's an idea. And this is why Levon plays queen g1 to stop it.
Yeah. You have to stop it. And also, Xiaotong has not so much time on the clock.
Only move king h3, I suppose. Otherwise, how do you stop it?
Yeah, you have to go away. Or queen g5.
Queen g5, queen h2 is a mate.
Queen g5.
Yeah.
That would be
what
so
happened? He lost in time?
What happened?
I think he lost in time.
Oh.
King h3 was the only move to stay alive, but according to an engine, it was still that loss. But look at the smarts about the opponent. They're smiling about the game, and Levon immediately gives some advice to the younger player. They're discussing immediately. And this is also the side that I really love about no matter what kind of tournament it is. It's a club level tournament, is it a super tournament, or of course it's a Biel Chess Festival. The players really like to share immediately their experiences right there over the board, even though like technically I think you're not supposed to, but everybody does it.
Absolutely. I truly love these moments in the chess game. And here we have the results. All the round six were challengers challenged the masters. And we have Alexandra Kosnuk losing to Ayn Suleiman Lee. There was a draw, which we just witnessed. Marco Materia against Erdogmus defended so well. It was Matthias Blübaum who won against Václav Finek, who had some advantage in the opening.
So this means 4 victories, if I counted correctly, for the Masters. So a victory for the challengers, so which is Carissa Yip defeating her coach, Limle in the national team of the United States of America. And these are the standings.
Yeah, we have Aydin Suleiman Lee and Matthias Blübaum still leading since both of them won with 4 points in the Masters. In the Generation Challenge, we have Marco Materia with 4.5 points and 1 point behind. Guess who it is? Carissa Yoop in the standings after beating Lim Le. She's so much up in the standings. What do you take from this results of round six? Did challengers prove that they are worth the
Absolutely.
Masters?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I already said it at the very beginning of the round that we might see some surprises. And to be honest, I thought the way it was going from the opening phase that more than one surprising result might be there. The Masters fought back in the second half, but yeah, Limle made this blunder. He lost the game, but of course he was all smiles after the end. And what a great game by Carissa.
Dear viewers, so much action happening with still one more round to go here at the Accentus Chess960, the kickoff event of the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. So please don't go anywhere, we're having hydration break and we'll be back just in a few moments. Welcome back, dear viewers, for the final push of the Chess960 Accentus here at the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. And here we have the pairings for the final rounds. We're going to have Limle with white pieces facing Marco Materia. Erdogmus is going to take on Alexander Kostniuk. Levon Aronian will face Václav Finek. And also we have Aydin Suleiman Lee playing against Vaishali, Matthias Blubaum against Xiao Tong, and Jose Martinez against Carissa Yub just secured the victory against Limle. Arturs, what's the match that you're most looking forward to in the final round?
Well, maybe Carissa Yip against Jose Martinez, because she was the only one who delivered the upset between the challengers versus the masters. In the previous round, she defeated Limle, the coach of the women's team of the upcoming World Chess Olympiad for Team USA. But I have a feeling that somebody else might still strike. And I mean, these are just exceptional, great players here. And so it's fun. The final
Absolutely.
round.
Yeah, I agree. The players are ready, as we can see. They're getting seated at the board. The position is being set up, so they're going to have the final Chess960 position for today. I'm really excited. I mean, there are definitely, Carissa Yub, will she continue her momentum after winning? Because if she wins the game, she might even overtake, or at least, have the same amount of points as, Marco in the challengers, which of course will improve her tie breaks for the Grandmaster Triathlon, which essentially very important. And here we have it, Accentus Chess960. These are the pairing and the position of the final round. Ooh, look at this.
Position.
Do you like it?
909. Okay.
I like the number.
That's a great number.
909. If you reverse it, it's going to be 606.
Yeah, so this is the position we have. Well, white has no problems with castling. It already stands pretty great. We might see some A4, A5 ideas in the opening phase to bring the rook to the game. Maybe some F4, E4 ideas. All of this makes reasonable. By the way, immediately, of course, Jose played F4.
Immediately.
Yeah, it's the normally you would say the bird opening, but it just opens up the bishop on G1. Also, I think that some sort of a A4, A5 looks quite reasonable. Bring the rook to the game. This is probably because I've done previous years commentary of Biel Chess Festival, and as soon as this king's on B1, I have noticed some players really like this A-pawn push.
Yeah, and also he's opening the bishop on G1, but yeah, knight G6, knight H to this G6, allowing F5 in the position. And then we might have some kind of a version of the two knights tango, but in the Chess960 version. What do you think about this?
Well, if you play F5, what about I play knight H4?
Oh, and here we're going again to the moment where you have to be really careful about every move that you play. And here is a smart mate to the rook.
Checkmate.
Oh.
And if you play something like knight E3, then probably this is a bit slow.
Yeah.
Like G6 or D6. The knight on H4 is surprisingly positioned. Great choice here by Carissa, immediately inviting for some action. Yeah, normally this is what you don't see in classical chess. They played out the opening, but now immediately things could get really exciting. But no, Jose played G3 and E5.
E5 targeting the F4. So now it's Carissa is the one who is asking questions, Do you want to take? And what happens if case he pushes? Because now H4 is covered. So if F5, do you play knight E7, attacking the pawn?
Yeah, but then you have a really beautiful position. Like F6, D5, whatever, C5, C6 to the queen side. Okay, white could play something like E4, and there's a very good possibility it's going to happen. But I feel also Carissa has become a bit more bold after the last round victory, because she was being very cautious, at least. This is what I remember the first rounds. These F6,
Super cautious.
C6, bring out the bishops, and boom, silly, knight G6, E5. Very aggressive. I love it.
super aggressive, and this matchup against Jose Martinez. Of course, she was choosing as one of the, in the lower half of the tournament, but she chose Lim Le and Jose Martinez, and now she went for it. So we have this position. This F5 happened, and D5. She went for it.
Yeah. So Martinez is giving up the pawn on e4 temporarily. His idea is if black takes it, which of course will never happen. White will play knight g3, knight e4, and centralize the knight on e4. According to an engine, which is by the way still on, so let me make sure it's off. Black has to play d4, go for space advantage, play f6, c5, and some sort of, again, king's in the defense position where black is the one who enjoys the space advantage. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, I mean, there is a space advantage. At the same time, Carissa has to find a way, try to strike this pawn structure. But while she's taking time, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see which other opening choices, first move choices have been made by the players. In one game, which I am very surprised, Aydin Suleimanli against Vaishali, queen is already on d5.
Not only that, so his queen is on d5, but Lim Le's queen is on g5. And
Whoa.
both Suleimanli and Lim Le believe that in this position, moving the queen so aggressively, so quickly forward is actually a good idea. The bar disagrees with this assessment.
The bar disagrees, but let's find out. Maybe let's dive into the game of Lim Le against Marco Materia.
And
to
then
see.
check Suleimanli's game,
Absolutely.
yeah? If you can do this. Well,
Because
engine says no, you can't.
yeah, good question. It resembles in some way the e4, e5, queen h5. Yeah, just developing the move, the queen immediately, threatening some checkmate, scholars mate in a few moves. And yeah, double attack, of course. Why not, yeah? But
Why
do
not?
you think it has something to do with the previous game? Or not at all?
I don't know, I think that the Vietnamese grandmaster saw the move. He's like, okay, that's a funny move. Why don't I play it? Yeah. So queen g5, you don't get really often to execute so funny illogical moves early on. It's a double attack. He is simply threatening to win a pawn. But I don't think that Marco is concerned about it, because at this level you're really used to the idea that you can sacrifice the pawn. And should the pawn on d5 or g7 go, I think that here the young French player is just trying to figure out, what should I do? Because something like e5 and knight g6 looks super logical. e5, queen g7, knight g6, definitely interesting compensation. Or knight g6, queen d5 and e5 also looks very interesting. There you go. It immediately happened.
Oh, immediately an e5 striking the center. Wow. So what Marco is saying that he's having this development and he's striking the center while White's queen is just walking around.
I don't like Lim Le's choice because I feel it's very impractical. Okay, he's up a pawn, but he has not developed a single piece, and he will lose at least 2 more tempi. And I think it's like a common understanding between pros, like a pawn is typically worth like 2 or 3 tempi. I'm not really sure what's the actual number, 2 between 3. 3 definitely is worth a pawn, and queen g5, queen d5, queen b3, queen d3, it's already how many moves? And you just don't calculate how am I going to win back the pawn, but you immediately assess there's got to be something there in the long run. This is how they think. This is how we think. Yeah. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And but of course, like it's Chess960. You never know. Whenever this pawn is going to bring you to the victory, or whenever this pawn is just making your position worse, and he plays e3. But you cannot even take on d4 with the pawn, can you? Because the rook is pinned to the e1.
Yeah.
What's the idea?
Maybe he wants to seal back the pawn. Like, of course, he can always take on d4 back with the queen and just lose million tempis in the process. Like f5 is here, take on d4, more tempis. Or he's just trying to seal back the pawn. Like, it's a very common thing. Let's say, how could I potentially do this? I'm not entirely sure. like F. Oh wait, I'm dropping the bishop. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, that's just Chess960 to you. Well, but then it's not so simple. Maybe take. I was actually thinking that white could even refrain from taking and play some bishop f3. Take and take. Try to reclaim the initiative like this.
Yeah, and also now the queen on c8 is pinned to defending the pawn on the b7, otherwise it's going to be a checkmate. So black is in a way, yeah, also getting stuck in the position. So it's not so easy.
No,
here.
It's definitely not easy. I mean, I don't like it. He played it, but it's not easy. Marco played bishop f6. The engine doesn't like it. Okay, let's maybe select another game.
Yeah,
because this one is crazy.
Let's go to the bird's eye view. I mean, the other game which happened to the similar scenario is the Aydin Suleimanli against Vaishali Rameshwambu. It's a bottom left corner where Aydin took the pawn on d5, and I would suggest to dive in there because we have a similar approach and we can see a few more moves into the game and see how it unfolded.
Wait. It's the same opening.
It's the same opening, yeah.
Yeah.
The same approach.
Yeah. Okay, only here Vaishali played differently.
Okay, immediately targeting the queen.
Queen a5, e5. So you see these players play really similarly. c3. I wonder how did they get the idea? Did they? Yeah, I mean, great minds think alike. Yeah, like a pawn is a pawn.
The pawn is the pawn. Do you think? No, it's actually for sure was Limle. If someone would check, the games, it would be Limle who checked it, because he played it after.
Or what they do it, they play the first move, then they lean back. They look at the gigantic screen. There's like, queen g5.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, let me try it as well.
Yeah.
Because I once did it. I gotta confess, this was not really a Chess960 game. This was a classical game, and we played a team event, and my teammate Jon Ludwig Hammer played an opening I had never played before. And I was playing with the white color myself. He was playing with white. I leaned there. I was like, okay, I have never tried it before, so I played it. Yeah, so. This is real. Yeah,
why not? Definitely, it's possible. It can go. So yeah, probably, what is the difference in the approach? Because we saw Marco played first e4. But then he also went for this bishop f6. But in this position, queen is all the way on a5, knight is on h4. What is Vaishali trying to do here? She's pushing on the g2 square.
She just wants to take the pawn, because if you play g3, I suspect, is there knight g2?
Oh.
Knight g2, rook e2, I'm afraid
F4.
for this knight.
F4.
Yeah, you got, wait, no, bishop c4.
Oh, bishop c4. Wow.
But wait, this is not clear, because
not clear at all.
Yeah, even if I win the exchange, the knight on g2 is gone. I have a feeling they're gonna go here, because it just looks too good for Chess960. Like, I can't really see into the crystal ball. Let's say queen a4, takes, and how do you solve the problem of this knight? Or like here. How do you get to it? Like this, yeah.
How do you continue here? Yeah.
Even though this knight on h1 is also pretty bad. It's so weird. It's
a weird position where all pieces somehow are not so good.
I told you.
g3.
They're going for it. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. g3, knight g2, rook e2, bishop c4. I mean, chess players, they are such creatures that we see something really fancy and fun, and we want to do this.
We can calculate what they are going to respond. We can calculate their calculations in advance.
Yeah, engine doesn't quite like it, but I think it's fun.
It definitely is.
They definitely have my approval.
Yeah. Queen, bishop c4. We have the position. Vaishali, wow, she's pushing. Aydin Suleimanli, the leader of the Masters tournament in the Chess960 today, now is struggling against Vaishali from the Generation Challenge tournament.
Yeah, But I mean, Vaishali already has proven that she can take down very strong GMs. We discussed this earlier today. She played here 2 years ago in the Challengers tournament. She defeated two 600 level Grandmasters. I think they were Donchenko and Bienne, yeah, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and also from the youngsters, Samonyankov.
Yeah. So she's incredibly good. Queen a4, they're going exactly with the line for the line. And I think that bishop takes on e2 was not the best. I think Engine was screaming for something like b5. I don't have it on, but it looks chaotic. I love it.
Yeah, very chaotic.
Well,
Shall we take a look at some other approach? Let's pull up the bird's eye view
something
to
even more
figure
chaotic than this?
figure
Yeah,
out.
sure. We're in 4th Street.
Definitely. I mean, there is in the bottom middle board Matthias Lebaum against Xiao Tang. All the pawns c3, d4, e4, f3, and c6, d5, e5, f6 are in the same pawn structure. That's what we can see. Anything else that you find interesting? Of course, we can always return to Vaishali's game. I'm always happy.
Yeah, so definitely Vaishali's game seems very exciting. Aronian's game against Václav Finek is quite interesting. That's the top left corner. Then what else catches my attention? There's some sort of a big tension in the game. Lower middle board, Bluebam against Tang.
It's tough to choose which game to go for.
Yeah, maybe let's stay
With Vaishali.
with Vaishali.
Yeah, because I see some moves have been played. Yeah, let's go.
Let me try to reselect her
Yeah,
game.
let's go to Vaishali.
I don't see any single game which is more exciting than this, to be honest. Like, it just makes no sense at all. Like, no sense at all. I'm looking at this and how do you get here?
Yeah. It's a good question.
She's not taking the rook, by the way, because the bishop on d3 potentially is stronger than the rook.
Because you can play e4. You can also play e4 and the bishop will be forever there.
How do you bring your pieces in the game? Like, this bishop is not moving. You can't play f3. There's going to be you can't move this knight.
You cannot move the rook from e2. Knight
bishop
is
is gone.
hanging.
G4, you take, maybe G4 and G3. You couldn't move the rook. You couldn't move the bishop. Like,
You cannot move
no,
anything.
no, maybe.
This is a complete domination. Complete domination of only bishop. Only one piece is fully
And the knight.
dominating. And the knight, yes. The knight which doesn't have a single move. You have to add it to it.
I think that this potentially has a chance to be the game of the tournament. Well, it looks so
Yeah.
weird, so awkward. I love it. I really like how Vaishali identified that the bishop on d3 is such a monster, and I'm pretty sure she's not even looking at bishop takes on d2. She's looking for like how to completely squeeze the opponent. There might be some other moves. e4, you mentioned, it's very logical to completely shut down the king side. Maybe there's also some room for some rook e6, rook b6, rook a6, whatever. Go for some king side attack. Wow, what a game.
I don't even know how to continue here as white. Maybe white has to play something like h4.
Or f4. b5.
Okay, attacking the queen.
h4 also is a move, yeah.
h4 to develop the knight out.
Queen b3.
Queen b3 stepping
Is there
back.
going to be some c5?
That's a question. Trying to opening up.
I don't see any other reasonable move. Queen b3 seems to be necessary, and I didn't immediately place it. So we are going to figure out why I did. Vaishali played b5. Maybe she just played b5 to make sure that white could play c4.
For sure. Yeah, that's possible.
Or she has an idea to play queen b7, defend the knight, and hit the knight on h1, which is not doing anything.
That's a nice plan. Looks like a plan, just to get some space for the queen.
I have no idea. There you go.
Yeah, she's going for it. She is going for it.
Yeah, of course, it's a mistake immediately by the engine. But It might also allow white to play f4. No? No, not f4.
Maybe h4.
h4.
The idea is to develop the knight. No, also doesn't like.
h4, knight h2. But I think here she could already start to capitalize on some advantage, meaning she can take on e2 at some point.
And take on h4 with the knight.
Take on h4, but first you have to probably secure the pawn on b5. I would say...
Castle long?
Oh, yeah, there's always that. Yeah. There's
Or
always-
short? No, short you cannot castle here. Queen is on b3.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you cannot castle short.
Wait. I could do this, and this.
Oh, you made it possible.
Does it make sense?
It makes sense,
No, I
absolutely.
don't think it makes sense.
No, why not?
I don't know. But it's fun. It's fun. Queen
It's
b7, it's a
fun.
great move. Like, I love it. It somehow connects the pieces, protects the knight on g2, passes the ball back to Aydin. What's the update from the other games? Is there some major developments?
Yeah, let's take a look at the bird's eye view just to update what is happening on the game. I mean, still exciting game, Levon Aronian against Václav Finek in the top left corner. Some big pressure on the king side from Levon. Other than that, there is some interesting pawn structure in the bottom right corner. Jose Martinez against Carissa Yup. We see fully closed position with the pawns in the center. Other than that, the tension on the board of Matthias Blübaum against Xiao Tong in the bottom middle board. Still there is a pressure. No one took any pawn yet. So looks like this one is the most exciting.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah.
I think no game even stands close, so let's stick to this game. By the way, f3 was just played by Soleimanli, which is also a very reasonable move. He hits the knight. He really wants black to take on e2.
Yeah, definitely. And whenever white is going to threaten to remove the knight or move the rook, then black is going to take material. But for now, no. But also at the same time, can you try to play something like knight e2?
What? Wait, what?
Knight e2, like, I mean, the plan is to unpin from white. Of course, now
I just
for
want
black.
to take on g2 first.
Yeah, that's of course. I mean, black has to figure out what to do now.
Yeah.
So taking on taking on f3 would not be good. Queen b5, of course. Queen b5.
Not
Ah,
yet.
sorry, not yet.
Not yet, but there might be something here. Some
Wait.
rook f2. Queen goes. And bishop f3, is it? Yeah.
Oh, big troubles.
That looks bad. Takes. Queen e4 is queen b5. F takes on e4 is rook g2. Okay, white is having an extra piece. So it is a threat.
So does it mean that black has to take on d2 on e2 with the bishop?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, yeah, maybe. But it allows white to take on e2, target the pawn. Now this becomes a weakness, even though white is not threatening. But white essentially is playing without these pieces. That's why I have no idea what to make of this. Like, take and try to normalize the position, but how is this
Maybe
normal?
you don't need normalize.
I don't know. What is this?
This doesn't look normal at all. No.
No. This is something
is
else.
crazy.
This is from a different planet.
From the different world. But also, you know, rook g2, there is always bishop f1. So I don't know how much is this threat. Oh, she took on d4.
They might be heading for that position. The way she played it out, now the bishop is under attack, I think you gotta take it.
So
And I think, Angelique, it was this move order, because if she would take on e2 immediately, then white has some intermezzo moves. Simply unnecessary complication. Let me check, by the way, with an engine.
yeah, you can check. But yeah, so she's including this take on d4, and only then she wants to take on the e2. What?
a5.
Oh my God, the queen is almost trapped.
Yeah. You want to play a4?
a4 and bishop e7.
And
trapping
only
the queens.
now you play e takes, c takes, bishop e2, bishop e2, bishop takes on d4. And the point is, I don't know what the point is. Bishop
Point.
takes on b5 and c6 and
And you're
wins.
trading the queens.
Maybe the queen is under attack in some lines. Oh, wait, really? Is this the line? So we are following right now. This is the line. If you take and take and take, and bishop takes on b5, there's no c6 because of bishop c6, queen e3.
Oh, because there is no a-pawn
Shit,
move.
this is madness.
This is madness, absolutely.
Very, very complicated stuff. Like, okay, it's very difficult. I mean, also being a GM to figure it out. I just switched on the engine and asked it, and Vaishali missed it. It did make sense to include a5 though.
And time is the issue right now. Vaishali with 1 minute and 40 seconds versus over 7 minutes for Aydin Suleimanli. Yeah, crazy. Meanwhile, I mean, we have some updates from the other boards. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view. We have Levon Aronian with a pawn march in the center, in the top left corner. Look at this. c4 has just been played. The rook is standing there on b5, attacking the king of Levon. What is happening in that position? Do you see anything else interesting? Of course, besides Vaishali's game.
Yeah, so the game of Levon against Václav Finnick has been very exciting. Martinez against Karisayip, that's the lower right corner. It seems that he's understanding the structure a bit better. He already has a better position. So the masters are fighting and taking over the so-called match. The other games appear to be, I'm afraid to use the word balance, but yeah, I suggest we still go back to the game of Suleimanli against Vaishali because the critical moment is arising here. Bishop takes on d4, by the way. Vaishali just played it, and it's becoming a very, very creative game here. Only 1 minute.
And we have discussed this moment, right? We have discussed this move, bishop d4, bishop b5, and the problem is that queen is defended on b6.
Yeah, but even that position somehow is good for black, except that a4, a5, it favors black because this rook is activated, and the c6, bishop c6 doesn't work because the queen on b3 is under attack. I mean, these things I'm absolutely positive Vaishali would figure out in a classical game. But in rapid game, when your clock is ticking, you don't have so much time, it's very difficult.
Yeah, definitely. The time is an issue here, under 1 minute for Vaishali. For Aydin Suleimani, much more time, 6 minutes and 15 seconds at this moment. And he's taking time. He's trying to calculate everything. Can he take on b5? What will follow after c6? Can he do it? And I think he sees it already. I think he already sees it.
I think he has to take on b5. I mean, what else? Because obviously he could have taken on d4, rook e2. Looks just super, super dangerous. White is down at exchange. Let's not forget that. And if he doesn't take on b5, I mean, what is he doing? These pieces are cooked. They're not doing anything. Queen e5, I don't see how it's an improvement. a4, what does it really change? So I think he simply has to do this. He has to go for bishop b5, and I think that Vaishali will play c6, and we might see some forcing moves coming in.
Meanwhile, Limle has won his game against Marco Materia. The game we were following was this queen g5, queen d5 ideas. So it's already finished. Marco Materia didn't go.
It must have been a blunder, right? Because the position was pretty level.
Yeah, the position was well, but yeah, now we know it. And in this position, in the same opening, so to say, queen g5, queen d5, Vaishali is fighting. Vaishali is still having an advantage for that sacrificed pawn. Now already she's not even down a pawn. She's up in material herself. But the time is the biggest issue in the position, and Aydin Suleimanli has so much of it. 4 minutes, 40 seconds. Simply too much.
Okay, so if I don't take bishop b5, what do I do? Maybe queen d3, queen d5? I don't believe it, but that's the other idea I can think of. Attack the bishop, attack the pawn, pretend I don't have these pieces. Play queen h3. I just do not believe it.
Because what is he seeing? Maybe he sees something on after bishop b5. Maybe we should try to find something after it. We discussed c6 doesn't work because of bishop c6, and the queen is defended on b3.
Oh wait, there's also this move. Oh wow.
Rook e5, attacking the bishop, and now if you
This is a
step
threat.
away, and now c6. Now c6 is working.
I need to watch out also for some queen g8 weirdness. Yeah, c6 looks very logical.
But if queen g8 works, it could have been possible maybe to play one move earlier.
Yeah.
Instead of a4 here, queen g4, queen g8.
I mean, black is still up at exchange, right? So takes. You cannot take on d4. There's going to be check. You lose the rook.
Okay, let's return to the current position because Vaishali has 20 seconds on the clock. And
Rook
she
e5.
finds it. Rook e5
She
has
did
been
play
played.
it.
Ooh.
The position is still very, very sharp, but she doesn't have any time here. And I'm seeing also all the other games are exploding right now. Aronian apparently has a very, very large advantage over Václav Finek. And then we have also Erdogmus pushing very hard against Alexandra Kostanyuk. The other games appear to be more or less in balance, but obviously things are changing rapidly because the players are getting to the time scramble, and this is when action just accelerates very,
Yeah,
very
the
fast.
time matters really a lot here at the Biel Chess Festival. Arturs, it's your call. Do we stick with our game?
All right, let's switch. Yeah,
Let's
I know
switch.
we have been getting a
Levon?
lot of love for this game, but
Let's
yeah.
go to Levon
Let's go.
against Václav Finek at the top left corner game. We have seen there has been some action which unfolded because now there is some issue with this rook. We discussed about this rook earlier, that there was something about the rook on b5. Now it's on b6. It feels like it's trapped in the position.
This one, yeah?
Yeah, the rook on b6.
And on top of that, Aronian has an extra pawn. So whatever happened before, it seems that the Armenian superstar has managed to navigate the complications a bit better than his young opponent. c6, Finek desperately seeks some counterplay. c takes, try to activate the pieces. Maybe at the right moment, there could be some ways to ignite action in the center. But the Aronian just cold-bloodedly played knight f5. There's a weakness on d6. He got things under control, and Finek is down to the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and there are big issues now. How do you defend the pawn on d6, and what do you do in this position? As a black, he's taken on d5. Now rook is defending the pawn on d6. With which pawn do you recapture? How do you proceed?
I would actually love to play e takes on d5 because, no, Aronian took with the c pawn because I thought that this pawn I have to defend. If I take with e pawn, I don't have to defend it, but it's still good.
It's still good, and he would like to have the rook on c3, probably at some moment targeting on the c7 rank, like just to get to the c7 square on the 7th rank. And maybe at some moment some attack on the knight on c5. Can we try to do it? Can we play something like... Yeah, knight e3 we cannot do. That's always an issue because of the pawn on e4.
Yeah, knight e3 doesn't work, but they also might be knight e6 here. It might just complicate the game a bit too much, like knight e6, rook d6, rook c5, rook f6, the knight on f2 is under attack. I think that the Aronian here is definitely feeling he's close to winning. He has an extra pawn. Let me normalize the position. Bishop e2 makes perfect sense, but hang on. Hang on, Levon. What about bishop takes on d5 here? Are you sure you didn't miss this?
Bishop d5 and knight on f5 is hanging. What has just happened?
And
Bishop
it
d5
immediately happens. That's
and
a
look
move
at
Levon
him.
didn't
Look
miss.
at Levon. It was like completely like shock. Electricity through all his body. This move is coming in. He's completely shocked. He should have seen it. He forgot.
It's like unbelievable. I'm missing even this. So clearly Levon is a bit tilting. He had such a great start of the Chess960. He started with 2 victories, and maybe this loss against Suleimanli in round 3, it kind of threw him off because after that he was just not himself, or maybe the opposition was just too good. He suffered 3 losses in a row. Then he won another game, and again this blunder. Knight takes on d6 is a double exclam move, but he simply had to do it.
Yeah, he simply had to get back the material, and now he's no longer up a pawn. He is no longer up a pawn. The only thing is what he has bishop and the knight against the pair of knights, but is it some kind of advantage?
The position is simplifying though, and I think that Václav has found some really good practical chances to survive here. He
The
doesn't
only-
take on d3.
The only chance I see is that somehow this bishop is going to be playing on the both sides while knights will be struggling to go anywhere. But I think the position is getting a bit simpler, if you might say. I would suggest to go to
Yep.
another game because we have Yas against Alexander Kostnyuk. Let's jump there immediately. Craziness is happening there. Pawns are marching forward. F6, E6. Oh my god, what's happening on the board?
Wow. Okay. What's even the material balance here? F6, G6, and F6. The knight on H4 was hanging 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. White is winning.
It's tough to calculate even what is going on.
No, White is just gonna win unless he's gonna blunder the queen on H4. Yeah, Queen G3. This is a fork. It's gonna be an extra rook. Alexander resigns.
Oh.
Great game.
And one more game which is still ongoing, or two we have. It's Aydin Suleimanli against Vaishali and Levon Aronian against Václav Phoenix. Let's go to Vaishali.
So
haven't
this
seen-
game actually just finished in a draw with a trefoiled repetition, Queen G8, Queen B3, Queen G8. So I would love to recap it, but we have to follow the live action. I think I'm going to include it in the tournament recap as potentially the game of the round, even though it finished with a peaceful outcome. Here we have one more final game of the Chess960 tournament. Levon Aronian is taking on the young Václav Phoenix from Czech Republic.
Yeah, absolutely agree. The game of Vaishali is a true example. You know, starting with the opening, this crazy Queen G5, Queen D5, and ending up with this interesting free-foot repetition. But Levon, you know, after blundering that pawn, that cold shower with bishop takes on D5, now he's back. Now he's back. Computer saying he's completely winning in the position, though material advantage is not there. So it means there could be some mating net which he's building up. The king walk.
Somehow Rook A8 could turn out to be a checkmate. He repeats the position. King A7 drops the pawn. King A5 just looks too scary. I think you have to give up the pawn. This is exactly what Václav does.
And now he's going to be back up a pawn. But did you need that complication to give up the pawn first to have to win it again? But he's doing it. That's why he's Levon Aronian. That's why he's playing here the tournament. Now, will he trade the rooks?
I think
Do
you
you
can
trade?
already, yeah, I think you can simplify here. Knight E5, Rook D5, Knight G6. No, Bishop H3. Yeah.
Bishop H3.
He's going to
is
be up 2
happening.
pawns at least. Knight C5.
Yeah.
There's a lot of checks. I think Levon's got this.
He has it for sure.
You can't play
And-
King D5 because White's going to enter a winning pawn endgame.
Yeah.
There you go. Bishop takes D5. This could be the final move. Like Levon is simply winning the pawn endgame. Knight E7. No, there you go. Václav just resigns.
Yeah. Resignation. Oh my god, this was the final game of the Neiksans Chess960 tournament. I mean, what an exciting run that we've had today. I mean, truly remarkable with so many highlight games of the round. Arturs, what was your favorite from the final round number 7?
Definitely Vaishali's game against Suleimanli, but it finished with a trefoiled repetition. I think it was Vaishali who could have won it. She played really spectacular game, but overall I felt that the players were really enjoying it. And by the way, here you can see Levon is still not leaving the table. He's discussing things with his young opponent, who is, trying to use every opportunity he can to get from this chess legend about his experience, how he would treat the position, etc. But here are the results, and what a bloodfest it was in the first games you see on the left.
Yeah, absolutely. There have been half of the games which were drawn, but there's one more decisive. We had Aydin Suleimanli against Vaishali Remedramou, the game of the round for Arturs and definitely for me. Matthias Blübaum drew against Xiao Tong, and Carissa Yup drew against Jose Martinez. Very well done for Carissa, 1.5 out of 2 points against the Masters. And in the decisive game, it was Lim Le who scored the victory against Marco Materia, and yes, Erdogmus won against Alexander Kostnyuk. We saw the final moments of the game, as well as Levon Aronian won against Václav Phoenix. So it's time for us to check the current standings, and it's a final standings of the Neiksans Chess960. So we have here in the Generation Challenge Marco Materia on the first place, 4.5 points, half a point behind Carissa Yup, Chao Tong half a point behind Carissa, Václav Finik with 3 points, Alexander Kosniuk 1.5 together with Vaishali. So these are going to be the tiebreaker for the Generation Challenge. And what about Masters, Arturs? Who do we have there in the Masters tournament?
So it seems that Matthias Blubam has managed to come on top of the tournament after starting the tournament disastrously. I mean, to refresh your memory, he started the first 2 rounds with a loss and a draw. Then he fought back and he ended up sharing the first place together with Aydin Suleimanli. So this means these players will be selecting their places for the classical tournament. But the gap between the players is so thin, literally, because Erdogmus is in the 5th place and he is half a point behind. So we can confirm Matthias Blubam is in the first place of Chess960 tournament because of a better tiebreak. Suleimanli is a second, but what a tournament, really.
Yeah, absolutely incredible tournament. I don't remember such a close tournament that we had in the recent years in the Chess960. I remember we always had, some very big lead, or at least, half a point, 1 point, but so close in the tournament. If we compare Masters and Generation Challenge, there is a huge difference. But Arturs, if we're talking about the overall tournament, again, you were saying about the surprises, the players who surprise you positively, but what would you say? What's the game of the day for you? Or who is the player of the day for you in both Masters and Generation Challenge tournaments?
Well, I think that if we are going to start with the challengers, Marco's play really stood out. That's why it's not surprising him to do so well in the Challengers tournament. I felt that he was playing very inspired, mature chess. From the positive surprises, I would definitely, I think I already mentioned that Aydin Suleimanli played fantastic in the very beginning, and then definitely Carissa Yip played this amazing game against her coach in the national team of USA, Lim Le. I was just blown away by the creativity of Vaishali in the final round against Suleimanli. I had a feeling that the players were really trying. They were also playing for the crowd. We saw in the final round this d4, d5, queen g5. I would be very curious to hear the story behind it. Was it really like one of them had a peek on the big screen, saw that the other player played queen g5 and they're like, okay, I'm going to do it myself? Or is it really great minds think alike? I don't know. But it was really fun. Chess960 is so difficult to predict, difficult to follow, even more difficult to explain to you, the viewers, but it was fun. I know I'm repeating myself, but it was great.
It was absolutely amazing. And dear viewers, this is only the beginning of the Grandmaster Triathlon, because this Chess960 was just a tiebreaker. All the fun is just ahead of us. And tomorrow we're going to proceed with the rapid portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So please stay tuned to the Biel Chess Festival YouTube. We're going to be here at the same time, at the same place, 2 p.m. Central European time. So we wish you a pleasant evening. Have fun. Is there a World Cup game today, by the way? That's a good question.
That's a very good question, because Angelica, yesterday, you're the viewers, when you're watching it from the distance, you don't know this, but right outside of Biel Congress Center, there is this fan, not a stadium, but fan zone. They're watching football right outside of Biel Congress Center. And yesterday we were having this aperitif with the players and everything, and there's this football going on between Spain against Belgium, and we somehow managed to get in the VIP zone. Yeah, immediately. So
managed.
Football is also being felt here.
And actually, we got confirmation that we're going still to have live the closing ceremony of the Chess960. They are almost ready with setting up. You can see that there are some prizes, there are cups, there are medals there. We can see that the president of the Biel Chess Festival, Peter Bonenblust, is setting up that everything is nice there and pretty. Our media team is also working really hard to highlight and show
Angelica,
everything.
are you going to play in any of the festival's tournaments? Because I think they listed my name in one of the tournaments. I'm not really sure if I will have the time to do this because the schedule is very, very intense. But in total, there's 14 tournaments. There's a very, very big program here in Biel, like every single year. And the 15th tournament, I believe, is the Symbol exhibition, which already happened. Are you going to play in it?
I don't know, but if you're on the list, I will definitely consider it.
Really?
So, which tournament are you on the list on?
This was, I think, the total chess, this combination of fast classical, rapid and blitz, but I have a feeling I won't be able to. I want to, but yeah, the schedule of being the commentator and everything here, what else is going on, I'm not sure I will be able to do it, but it's, yeah, it just feels fascinating to watch this.
So, as we can say, it's a triathlon, but for the amateurs or for everyone, because it's literally similar as we have at the Grandmaster Triathlon. We have Blitz, Rapid, and Classical. They're not fast Classical, of course, but it's kind of the adapted version and also a new format, which is going to happen also very soon together, Norway Chess and FIDE. And I think Magnus is very, very creative about it. And also, as we know, Holland, one of the top football players of Norway, who everyone is now rooting for, is also excited and
When is
investing.
actually Norway playing against England?
That's a good question.
I'm not even sure who should I cheer for because I'm quite sympathetic for England, but I like Norwegians.
Actually,
as well.
tonight.
Tonight.
We were asking,
Tonight.
when is the
We're
next
so gonna
FIFA
watch it.
World Cup game? And it's, England against Norway. It's going to be tonight
Oh
at
my
11
goodness.
p.m.
We're so going to watch it. 11 p.m.
So we'll have a party.
So there's definitely going to be party outside here. So it's not only a chess party, it's a football party, sausages and everything.
Yeah,
Oh, it's great. It's great.
going to be really amazing. Everything is almost already over there, but yeah.
Prizing ceremony is still taking a bit some time. So I think, Angelica, we're not really going to wait for it
Yeah.
with our commentary.
Yeah, dear viewers, we're not going to wait because there's also the Fischer Random, the open one, the Swiss Fischer Random Championship.